Little Yuan also clearly distrusted him. I think there's something fishy about him as well. Lu Zhou stopped walking. He paused halfway on the staircase and said, how so? Ming Shirin bowed at Lu Zhou before walking up to Wei Zhuyan. He said, Wei Zhuyan, you've got guts. Wei Zhuyan said in a puzzled tone, I'm not sure I understand your meaning, Mr. Fourth. All right. That's enough. I know about your scheme. Your plan is too boring and predictable. Ming Shirin shook his head. I truly don't understand what you're trying to say, Mr. Fourth. Wei Zhuyan's demeanor was clearly different from when he had first arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion's Great Hall. Would a Grand Commander-in-Chief of the three armies, a man who holds vast military power, come here and atone for his sins on his own accord? Ming Shirin laughed. Wei Zhuyan shook his head and said with a sigh, I've had difficulty sleeping and eating these days. I've been constantly thinking about it and was torn between various options. This has kept me up countless nights. I can't do something against my good nature. The incident at Fish Dragon Village is my doing, and mine alone. I'll bear the consequences of my actions. The Evil Sky Pavilion is free to kill or torture me as they see fit. Ming Shirin was taken aback. He's good with his words. Is he trying to bully me for being less eloquent? Moreover, it's truly strange that his resolve is so firm. Aren't you going to beg for mercy? I have no right to beg for mercy. Since I came here, I didn't think about leaving alive. However, I have one request. And what's that? I wish to take my own life. Silence fell over the great hall. This was the first time any of them had heard such a request. Ever since they had driven away the 10 great elites, including Fiend Temple's Shin-chan, the Black Knight's Fan Shouwen, and Wudao with his obsession, they had not encountered anyone like Wei Zhuyan. Wei Zhuyan's intention truly confused the others. The more humble he was, the more suspicious Ming Shirin became. Ming Shirin walked up to Wei Zhuyan and said in a low voice, You're a 7-leaf elite. Why do you doubt me so, Mr. Fourth? The Evil Sky Pavilion has asked me to own up to my sins, and here I am. Could it be that you want me to return, amass my forces, and fight with the Evil Sky Pavilion? Wei Zhuyan could not understand what Ming Shirin wanted either. You don't like it when I oppose you. Now that I'm doing as you requested, you question my motive. What do I have to do to satisfy you? His thoughts were clearly written on his face. Wei Zhuyan seemed to have a point. Ming Shirin scratched his head. For a moment, he could not figure out what was wrong. Duanmu Xing and Little Yuan were equally puzzled. In fact, it was wishful thinking to expect them to understand the situation, given that it was the first time they had faced something like this. Little Yuan finally said, Fourth senior brother, perhaps he sincerely intends to repent by coming to the Evil Sky Pavilion, as he has been troubled by this matter for a long time. Little junior sister, you're too naive, said Ming Shirin. I won't believe anything that comes out of this man's mouth, Ming Shirin said. Little Yuan protested weakly, but, he's willing to die. Yes, there was that. Wei Zhuyan seemed ready to die without any qualms. How could Ming Shirin find fault with this? However, he said disdainfully, perhaps he's hiding some terrifying witchcraft trap on him. Maybe he's waiting for Master to approach him before pulling the same stunt as the 10 shamans, to take all of us down. Such methods are too crude. He continued, yes, that's highly possible. Everyone, move back. We can't let him achieve his goal. Ming Shirin sounded slightly paranoid, but he had a point. From the moment Wei Zhuyan entered and kneeled to offer his apology, everyone had already found it strange. He seemed determined to humble himself and apologize. This was not the way the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies would act. Moreover, not too long ago, when Jiang Lijian passed on the Evil Sky Pavilion's message to Wei Zhuyan, Jiang Lijian had mentioned that Wei Zhuyan did not think much of it. This happened recently. Why did his behavior take a 180-degree change? Everyone looked at Wei Zhuyan again. Wei Zhuyan spoke with a straight face and a fearless tone, even if I'm trying to trick you, you're guarded against me. You can think of me as a despicable person trying to plot against you, but please let me die. This was awkward. Ming Shi'in prided himself on his intelligence, but he truly could not pinpoint what was wrong. Duan Muxing sighed and shook his head, saying, perhaps little junior sister is right. He might be sincere, Wei Zhuyan said solemnly. Indeed. I have thoroughly repented. The words sounded awkward. It was one thing for someone else to say this, but quite another coming from his own mouth. Enough, Lu Zhou said. The great hall fell silent. Ming Shi'in retreated with a sheepish expression, too embarrassed to say anything more. Lu Zhou sauntered toward Wei Zhuyan. Wei Zhuyan, still kneeling, looked up and met Lu Zhou's gaze as he approached. It is said that the eyes are windows to the soul. From the look in Wei Zhuyan's eyes, it was clear he was not afraid. Lu Zhou looked down at him and said indifferently, you're really unafraid? I don't even fear death. What's there to be afraid of? What if you're not the only one I intend to kill? Wei Zhuyan was stunned. The great hall fell silent once more. If a needle had dropped at that moment, it would have been heard. Ming Shi'in, Duan Muxing, and little Yuaner turned to look at their master. They had to admire his ruthlessness. Only their master could handle someone like this. Why do you have to do this, Pavilion Master? Because you're not being honest. Wei Zhuyan was taken aback again. He felt as though his thoughts had been laid bare, and a sense of apprehension rose in his heart. However, he said, that's not important. Nothing is important. Didn't the evil Sky Pavilion want me dead? It's meaningless to discuss other matters. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, no, it does have meaning. His disciples were puzzled. Lu Zhou stared at Wei Zhuyan and said with a sigh, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Okay, Wei Zhuyan's okay sounded a lot less confident than before. Without warning, Lu Zhou raised his hand and struck Wei Zhuyan with his palm. His Brahman 8 meridians primal chi condensed into energy and landed squarely on Wei Zhuyan's chest. Bam! Wei Zhuyan reeled from the impact. General! General! The soldiers exclaimed in shock. Thud! Wei Zhuyan fell to the floor and slid backward, eventually coming to a stop among the soldiers. The others looked on dumbfounded. They all knew how terrifying their master could be. He was capable of killing an elite like Ren Buping with a single palm strike. Moreover, he had used the 9 cuts hand seals, a technique capable of shaking heaven and earth and making the deities weep. So why did their master only send Wei Zhuyan flying? He wasn't even injured. Isn't this palm strike too weak? The disciples were baffled. They looked at Wei Zhuyan, who had sat back up, pressing a hand to his chest. Lu Zhou said, is this the same Wei Zhuyan with a 7-leaf avatar? Wei Zhuyan, enduring the pain, said, I've already owned up to my sins. If you want to kill me, please make it quick. Fool, Lu Zhou cursed. Wei Zhuyan was stunned. Lu Zhou's voice was stern as he said, come clean, and I won't punish you for impersonating Wei Zhuyan. Impersonation? Ming Shi'in was stunned when he heard his master's words. Up until now, Wei Zhuyan had managed to counter all the accusations leveled against him, but this one seemed to make him shudder. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lu Zhou. Old senior. I don't understand what you mean. Lu Zhou said, Wei Zhuyan is renowned on the battlefield. He commands 3 armies. When he led his men on the campaign against Rongbei, they fought an intense battle against the other tribes, and he even sprouted his 7th leaf mid-battle. Wei Zhuyan did not understand where Lu Zhou was going with this. Lu Zhou's disciples felt the same way. However, for their master to say such words, there must be a reason. They stood respectfully with their arms at their sides, obediently listening to their master's words. His cultivation base is profound, and his status is high. He's truly a general who rose to his rank by crawling over a pile of bodies, Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhuyan slumped to the floor. His face turned ghastly pale. Little Yuaner and Duan Muxing were still puzzled, but the intelligent Ming Shirin had already understood. Ming Shirin pointed at Wei Zhuyan and said, "I get it now. You're just an impostor. This explains everything." Hearing Ming Shirin's words, the others finally understood what was going on. Wei Zhuyan's mind went blank. Ming Shirin stepped forward and pointed at Wei Zhuyan, saying, "I finally understand what Master is trying to say. You've been acting all this while. I thought you were strange. You want to be a scapegoat? I must say, I'm impressed by your resolve. Alas, your cultivation base isn't right, and your mannerisms, words, and actions are too unnatural. Although you tried to act as if death is your old friend, you lack the decisiveness and killing intent of a soldier." I'm right, aren't I? At first, everyone thought Wen Zhuyan was concealing his cultivation base. It turned out he wasn't. Duan Muxing and Little Yuaner looked at Ming Shirin as if he were a madman. Isn't he ashamed of being so insufferably smug after the truth is revealed? Ming Shirin continued, also, it said that Wei Zhuyan's deputies were powerful. Even if they didn't have 7 leaves, they had at least 3 or 4. However, you only brought a ragtag group of soldiers with you. Why don't you come clean and tell us your name? Are you Wei Zhuyan's twin brother? Ming Shirin's questions at the end were the same ones Lu Zhou had in his mind. In truth, the moment Wei Zhuyan entered the Great Hall, Lu Zhou had already known he was an impostor. His eye of truth had revealed the impostor's cultivation base to him. Ming Shirin glanced at his master and understood what he meant. He turned back to Wei Zhuyan and said in a deep voice, "I'm telling you. We know you're an impostor. I don't care what your reasons are for taking the fall for Wei Zhuyan, but the evil Sky Pavilion won't let Wei Zhuyan off the hook even after your death. You'll only die in vain." The impostor nervously swallowed. Sweat trickled down his face, and his expression had turned slightly sour. "Tell us, what's your name?" At this point, it was clearly futile to keep up pretenses. He knew the evil Sky Pavilion would not let this rest. If he remained stubborn, he would only die in vain. In the end, he said, defeated, Wei Zhuan. His twin brother? Wei Zhuyan is my older cousin, Wei Zhuan said. That's no different from a brother. It's quite vicious of him to send you to die in his place. What a cheap trick, Ming Shirin said scornfully. Wei Zhuan shook his head. He seemed relieved now. If I don't die, my entire family, 100 of them, will die. Ming Shirin clapped his hands and said, truly vicious. It seems Wei Zhuyan truly has what it takes to be the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. I have no choice. True, you didn't have a choice. You must have practiced a lot back home to put on this act. When I first saw you, I thought you were a great general. After all, no one in the evil Sky Pavilion has ever seen Wei Zhuyan. Your hard work is commendable. Alas, you couldn't fool my master's eyes, Ming Shirin said, not forgetting to flatter his master at the end. Old Fourth really is a master of flattery. Duan Muxing cupped his fists and said, Master, regardless of his identity, we should kill all of them here. Then, we'll send word to Wei Zhuyan and demand that he surrenders. Lu Zhou ignored Duan Muxing. He looked at Wei Zhuan appraisingly before turning to the soldiers standing behind Wei Zhuan. The soldiers were beyond their breaking point. Their limbs were limp, and their faces were white with shock. Lu Zhou shook his head. He looked at Wei Zhuan and said, I'll give you a chance to live. This includes your family as well. Wei Zhuan was stunned, unable to process Lu Zhou's words. Lu Zhou continued, from this day on, you'll be the real Wei Zhuyan. His disciples were stunned as well. Wei Zhuan asked, what do you mean? Ming Shirin said with a smile, that's brilliant, master. Wei Zhuyan commands the 3 armies. If he dies, there's sure to be chaos. Just as well, you can take his place and continue to play the part of Wei Zhuyan. This is called beating someone at their own game. Everyone now understood Lu Zhou's plan. Wei Zhuan swallowed, eyeing the villains around him warily. What? You're unwilling? Ming Shirin asked. In that case, you can die. Your family, and your cousin Wei Zhuyan, will still have to die. That's the golden rule for my master. There's no room for exception. It was clear that Wei Zhuan lacked confidence. However, even if the people of the palace found out that he was an impostor, would they dare to expose him? As long as Great Yen stood, those in power would naturally understand that it was more important to prioritize the bigger picture. Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, "Lock them up. Don't let them leave until Wei Zhuyan is dead." Yes, master. Just as Duan Muxing was about to take Wei Zhuan away, Zhao Yu rushed into the Great Hall, followed by a female disciple from the derived Moon Palace. Master, junior sister Tianqin is showing some changes. Ming Shirin, Little Yuaner, and Duan Muxing were shocked. Lu Zhou remained calm. Zhao Yu continued, I don't understand. Her Dantian's Sea of Qi has clearly been disabled, but she's absorbing primal qi. I find this confusing and would like to ask for your opinion, master. Lu Zhou said nothing. Instead, he walked out of the Great Hall with his hands behind his back. Little Yuaner and Ming Shirin hastily followed him. Duan Muxing brandished his overlord spear at Wei Zhuan and shouted, Let's go, future great General Wei. In no time, Lu Zhou and the others arrived at the South Pavilion and outside the room where Yi Tianqin was kept. Even before they reached the door, they felt the faint waves of primal qi emanating from the room. Though not strong, this should have been impossible for a cultivator whose Dantian Sea of Qi had been disabled. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the door opened. What greeted him was a shocking scene. Yi Tianqin was levitating above the bed, her body glowing with a faint, white jade radiance. She was absorbing the surrounding primal qi, her skin tone slowly recovering, and her white hair gradually darkening. Incredible! Lu Zhou remained calm as he observed Yi Tianqin's changes. Ming Shirin and Little Yuaner came to the side to have a look, both of them shocked. The transparent primal qi wrapped around Yi Tianqin, pulling in more and more from the surroundings. Her hair grew blacker by the minute, and her skin tone gradually changed to that of a normal person's. Her bi-characteristics were slowly disappearing. Master, the primal qi is still gathering. Little Yuaner reminded him. Lu Zhou remained silent. With his current cultivation base, it was not difficult for him to sense primal qi. Golden Court Mountain, one of the 72 blessed lands, had a natural advantage, rich in primal qi. It was also protected by a barrier, making it virtually untouchable. This made Golden Court Mountain a place well suited for cultivation. Lu Zhou could sense the primal qi gathering around them, and it seemed to be accelerating. Creak! 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 Master, what's happening? Little Yuaner asked, slightly worried. Ming Shirin was surprised by the sight. This might be one of the bi-people's characteristics, he said. Will senior sister Tianqin die? Little Yuaner, not very experienced with worldly affairs, had lowered her hostility toward Yi Tianqin after this incident. I don't think so, Ming Shirin replied. Creak! The primal qi formed a special energy that enveloped Yi Tianqin. Ming Shirin cupped his fists and said, Master, did you know about this special characteristic of the base? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. If she weren't a bai, how could she be more talented than you in cultivation? Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Ming Shirin felt a sense of realization. He had joined the evil Sky Pavilion much earlier than Yi Tianqin. He had also cultivated diligently. However, after Yi Tianqin joined the evil Sky Pavilion, her cultivation base quickly surpassed his. For this reason, their master happily bestowed the amorous hoop upon her. With a heaven-grade weapon in her possession, she became even more powerful. He, who prided himself on being a genius, was deeply impacted by this. By the time his little junior sister joined the pavilion, he had already grown accustomed to it. At this moment, Yi Tianqin slowly descended onto the bed. With a soft groan, she slowly opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. When she saw Lu Zhou standing beside her, she became emotional and struggled to get up, causing the energy around her to disperse. Yi Tianqin hurriedly got up and kneeled on the bed. Since I know the true culprit behind that incident, I hope you will allow me to kill that bastard with my own hands, master. After my wish is fulfilled, I will atone for my sins with my life. Atone for your sins with your life? Ming Shirin quickly approached her and said, "This Wei Zhuoyan is a fake. Don't go killing the wrong person." A fake? Yi Tianqin was stunned. Ming Shirin filled her in on the latest developments. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqin visibly withered. Her expression turned dark, and she appeared listless. If not for her anger, she might have remained unconscious for a longer period. Your Dantianxi of Qi has just recovered. You shouldn't pull a stunt like that, Ming Shirin advised her. Just recovered? Yi Tianqin looked bewildered. She quickly lowered her head to examine the skin of her wrist, then grabbed her own hair. For a moment, she was dumbfounded. Ming Shirin said, "You're a bai." A bai? Humans are the most intelligent of all creatures, and yet, many variations exist. Some are tall, while others are short, some are fat, while others are slim, some are dumb, while others are smart. In cultivation, some are more gifted than others, Ming Shirin said cautiously but frankly. Yi Tianqin was taken aback. Ming Shirin was ready to explain things to her slowly. Lu Zhou raised a hand and interrupted him. Yi Tianqin, I have a question for you. Yi Tianqin immediately trembled. She regained her composure and looked at Lu Zhou subserviently. Do you know about Qing Huang? Qing Huang? Yi Tianqin appeared puzzled. Then, she seemed to mull over Lu Zhou's words. No matter how hard she tried, she could not recall anything about it. She shook her head and said, I don't know what Qing Huang is. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Yi Tianqin again. Name, Yi Tianqin. Race, bai, human. Cultivation base, nascent divinity tribulation realm, recovering. Lu Zhou noticed that an extra word, human, was added behind bai as an additional explanation. Additionally, her cultivation base appeared to be recovering. However, her loyalty had not been triggered. He thought for a moment. There was no doubt that her hatred had been cleared. Perhaps she needed to be reinitiated into the pavilion for her loyalty to appear? Did she break the cocoon and transform into a butterfly, or did she break it only to bind herself again? Lu Zhou was not in a hurry, so he said, never mind. If even the bai did not know about Qing Huang, perhaps it did not exist in the first place. Moreover, Lu Zhou had practically no interest in Qing Huang. With the reversal card, he could live on forever as long as he stayed out of harm's way. Why would he need Qing Huang? Lu Zhou's objective was not Qing Huang's life-extending ability. He had a vague feeling that he would be able to regain his lost memories if he could find Qing Huang. With this thought, he turned around and left. Rest well, master. Rest well, master. Little Yuan followed Lu Zhou when he left, while Ming Shirin stayed to explain what had happened to Yi Tianqin. He began with the bai people, Qing Huang, their master's investigation of the Fish Dragon Village incident, his affliction by the witchcraft trap, and his role in manning the cloud-splitting chariot. He recounted everything to her. Naturally, Yi Tianqin was stunned by his words. After a moment, she said earnestly, in any case, I'll remember your favor, fourth senior brother. Don't thank me. You should thank Master. I've committed a grave mistake. I don't think Master will let me return to the evil Sky Pavilion that easily, Yi Tianqin said. Don't worry about it. It's true that it might have been difficult in the past, but Master's behavior and temper have changed quite a bit recently. If you show some effort and sincerity, I don't think it'll be a problem for you to return to the evil Sky Pavilion, Ming Shirin said. Besides, we're short of hands. Every time he thought of how a person of his status had to man the flying chariot's helm, He felt slightly embarrassed. Fourth senior brother, are you serious? Yi Tianqin asked tentatively. Of course. Humans are reciprocal in nature. Master has given me the separation hook and scabbard. For that alone, I won't say anything bad about him ever again. Don't give me that look, I'm perfectly normal, Ming Shirin said. When she heard Ming Shiyin's words, Yi Tianqin sighed with relief. After Lu Zhou left the South Pavilion, he did not return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. He checked the list of missions on the system dashboard. Apart from the missions of instructing his disciples, the mission of making Wei Zhuyan admit his guilt was still ongoing. The fake Wei Zhuyan's admission of guilt, of course, did not count. Lu Zhou gave it some thought as he made his way to the North Pavilion. Little Yuaner asked, curiously, Master, what are you going to do in the North Pavilion? Lu Zhou glanced at little Yuaner. He could tell there was something on her mind. He asked, casually, what's the matter? I've been cultivating with the Supreme Purity Jade Slip, but I can't help but feel that something is wrong with it. It was a good sign that little Yuaner was willing to ask for advice. Lu Zhou nodded and said, let me interrogate Fan Shouwen first. Thank you, Master. The two of them reached the North Pavilion. The charred Fan Shouwen was lying on the floor, barely conscious. His breathing was extremely shallow, as though he could die at any moment. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Lin Luo. Do you really want to witness Emoli's death so badly? Creak. Fan Shouwen could not move, but he managed to clench his fist. The sound of his knuckles cracking echoed in the air. I can help you kill Emoli, Lu Zhou said slowly. Fan Shouwen struggled to open his eyes, which could still be seen on his blackened face. Lu Zhou continued, however, there's a condition. Lu Zhou could clearly see that Fan Shouwen was shaking. The condition is simple. From this day onward, you will have to be loyal to the Evil Sky Pavilion. The room fell silent. Fan Shouwen stopped shaking and seemed to have regained his composure. He did not speak, but a self-mocking expression appeared on his face, as though he wondered what use he would be in his current state. He was aware of his situation. The leader of the Black Knights, the first on the blacklist, all of that was meaningless now. Little Yuaner kept her distance, frightened by Fan Shouwen's appearance. Fan Shouwen was as dark as charcoal and looked more like a monster than a human at this moment. Besides being gravely injured, it was highly likely that his cultivation base had been crippled. He was useless now. Was there a need for the Grand Evil Sky Pavilion to accept someone like him? Little Yuaner had difficulty understanding her master's decision as well. Naturally, she did not dare to question it. Master must have his own reasons for doing this. If you agree, I have ways to save you. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Fan Shouwen trembled. He mustered all his strength to lift his head and look at Lu Zhou. Alas, his injuries were too severe, and he ended up slumping to the ground again. As he fell back, a weak voice escaped his lips, sure. A single syllable was all he could manage at this moment. Ding. Obtained an 8-leaf Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm Subordinate. Reward, 2,000 merit points. Special suggestion, the difficulty of controlling this subordinate is higher than usual. Please increase his loyalty. Lu Zhou glanced at Fan Shouwen when he heard the notification. Name, Lin Luo. Race, human. Cultivation base, Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm, highly damaged. Loyalty, 2%. The low loyalty clearly indicated it would be difficult to use him. After all, Fan Shouwen was once at the top of the blacklist. Moreover, he was the leader of the Black Knights, holding much authority. He also possessed a terrifying 8-leaf cultivation base. It was no surprise that someone like him would be prideful. Even Wei Zhuyan, the commander of the 3 armies, did not match his arrogance. Nevertheless, his addition to the pavilion would still be beneficial. Very well, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Since you've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, you're not allowed to serve another master. Fan Shouwen tried to speak, but only a gurgling noise came out of his throat. Lu Zhou raised his hand slowly, and a faint azure light appeared in his palm. When he waved his hand, the azure light descended. Upon seeing the ball of energy, Fan Shouwen's eyes widened. This was the critical heal card. It was worth exchanging a 300-point card for such a formidable subordinate. Moreover, the system had rewarded Lu Zhou with 2,000 points. Lu Zhou began to consider how to control Fan Shouwen. Indeed, controlling someone of Fan Shouwen's caliber would be challenging. In the end, he decided to handle this matter gradually. Fan Shouwen was heavily wounded. The critical heal card could only heal 30% of his injuries. In his current state, he would not be able to play any tricks. The azure light enveloped Fan Shouwen's charred body, entering his body and reaching his extraordinary 8 meridians. The gentle energy instantly coursed through his body. Lu Zhou appeared calm as he studied Fan Shouwen's transformation. The effects of the critical heal card reminded him of a Buddhist healing technique, the merciful arc of salvation. This technique could only be cast by nascent Divinity Tribulation realm experts, and it was highly taxing. It involved transferring the healer's energy into the target's 8 extraordinary meridians, expanding them and healing the target's wounds through the technique's special effect. Fan Shouwen, loyalty, plus 2%. It was impossible for Fan Shouwen not to be shocked and moved by what seemed to be a selfless act. He was naturally unaware that Lu Zhou had nothing to do with it and that it was all thanks to the critical heal card. When Lu Zhou saw Fan Shouwen's loyalty rise by 2%, he remained calm. Raising his loyalty is already difficult now. I can't imagine how much harder it will be in the future. Additionally, 2 of his subordinates died in the evil Sky Pavilion, which will definitely be an obstacle to gaining his loyalty. It will take more than a day or two to raise his loyalty to 70% or 80%. The critical heal card's effect lasted for half an hour. Lu Zhou calmly observed Fan Shouwen the entire time, not worried since the critical heal card was in effect. After half an hour, the azure light began to fade. The entire time, little Yuaner had looked on in shock. She stood obediently at the side, not daring to disturb her master. Finally, the azure light disappeared completely. The dried blood and scabs fell off Fan Shouwen, and he tried to move. He placed his palms on the ground and pushed himself up. It seemed like he had regained some of his strength, but his injuries were far from healed. Fan Shouwen retreated into a corner, leaning against the wall. This was a better vantage point than the earlier one. He panted heavily, saying in a hoarse voice, "From this day on, Fan Shouwen no longer exists. There's only Lin Luo now." As soon as he finished speaking, he broke into a violent coughing fit. After all, only 30% of his injuries were healed. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. He stroked his beard and said, "Lin Luo, I won't bore you with the rules in Evil Sky Pavilion." Lin Luo nodded, his expression stiff. Even when he nodded, his neck seemed stiff. Perhaps, he was not used to being a subordinate. "Pavilion Master? Whatever you wish to call me. I have always taken promises seriously. However, I'd like to ask, why?" Lin Luo could not figure it out. His current cultivation base was no different from trash. Even if the Evil Sky Pavilion were to kill him, he would not be surprised. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Because you're Lin Luo." He was Lin Luo, an expert with an 8-leaf avatar. How could someone like that be worthless? Lin Luo nodded. Lu Zhou continued, "You want to kill him, Oli?" "Yes." "When did you meet him?" "I can't remember. The only thing I remember is that she seems to be close with the Clarity sect," Lin Luo said. "Clarity sect?" Lu Zhou continued, "Emoli was from the Clarity sect?" "That's right." Pan Zhong had studied witchcraft before this. He had said that many elders and seniors in the sect would adamantly refuse to discuss or mention witchcraft. Emoli, Emochi, Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back as he uttered the 2 names. It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned those names. Upon hearing them, Lin Luo's expression turned sour, clearly indicating his disgust. Lu Zhou glanced at him and asked, "You've led the Black Knights for so long. Do you know what her cultivation base is like?" Lin Luo shook his head and said, "I've never seen her make a move. However, I don't think she's any weaker than Wu Xian was within the Grand Predecessor formation. Within the Grand Predecessor formation, Wu Xian only possessed 70 to 80% of his strength." This led Lu Zhou to deduce that Mo Li's cultivation base was likely comparable to that of a 7 or 8 leaf avatar. It seemed like the Clarity sect was a place filled with hidden talents. Compared to them, the Righteous sect paled significantly. Despite being on the same path, the two sects had vastly different strengths. At that moment, Duan Muxing's voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Master, I've locked Wei Zhuoran up. His true cultivation base is only in the Divine Court realm. Even if we gave him wings, it would be difficult for him to escape." Lu Zhou nodded. Duan Muxing continued, "Also, Old Seventh sent a letter." "What did he say?" Lu Zhou asked. "For Si Wuya to send them a letter at this juncture." The Righteous sect's Zhang Chunlai led a group of people to attack Old Eighth. Their effort ended in failure, Duan Muxing replied. Lu Zhou was puzzled. With Old Eighth's strength, how could he have possibly withstood the onslaught? Old Seventh didn't mention anything about this in his letter, Duan Muxing responded. He also said that Zhang Yuanshan has already gone to the Clarity sect. After all, they originated from the same sect. The Clarity sect has sworn to bathe Old Eighth's Tiger Ridge in blood and avenge Zhang Chunlai, Duan Muxing said. Lu Zhou listened indifferently, as though it were insignificant news. He seemed amused as he said, "He brought this upon himself. He can't blame anyone else for this." Duan Muxing did not continue. He did not understand his master's temper, nor did he know how his master felt about Old Eighth. By faithfully conveying Old Seventh's message to his master, he had done his part. Little Yuaner said, "Master, Eighth senior brother's cultivation base is similar to mine. If the Clarity sect makes a move, I think he'll be chopped to death." Little Yuaner's choice of words made Lu Zhou feel slightly speechless. Duan Muxing responded, "He won't die that easily." Zhu Honggong was a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion. With his cultivation base, he would have died long ago if he were so easily killed. He wouldn't have survived until now. There was also a possibility that Si Wuya sent this letter to try and eliminate his opponent by using the evil Sky Pavilion. Regardless of his motives, if Lu Zhou was not concerned, there was nothing Si Wuya could do. Sensing their master's attitude, Duan Muxing and Little Yuaner remained tactful. They no longer spoke about the matter and stood obediently and respectfully at the side. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Lin Luo, who was resting against the wall in the corner. He said, "Lin Luo, Emoli is cunning and scheming. She's hiding deep in the palace. Since you hate her, you should kill her with your own hands." After speaking, he left the North Pavilion. As they walked halfway between the North Pavilion and the Great Hall, Duan Muxing said, "Master, Lin Luo was once under Emoli's command. Also, we've killed 2 of his subordinates. Aren't you nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity by doing this?" Lin Luo, after all, was an 8-leaf expert. They would have to be prepared for the day if he recovered his strength in the future. Lu Zhou stopped in his tracks. He shook his head and said, "Lin Luo is still gravely injured. He won't be able to create much trouble. If he truly recovered his 8-leaf cultivation base, his first target won't be the evil Sky Pavilion." When Duan Muxing heard this, he had a sudden realization. He smacked his own head and said, "I understand now." The person Lin Luo hated the most right now was Emoli, who was dwelling deep within the palace. Emoli had controlled Lin Luo for many years. One could say that Emoli had single-handedly caused this situation. "Have Pan Zhong keep an eye on him." "Yes, master." They returned to the Great Hall. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard. Merit points, 12,112. Perhaps due to the adrenaline rush from subduing Lin Luo, Lu Zhou decided to do 6 lucky draws in a row. Based on previous results, after considering the cost and the outcomes, he would still be earning overall. Alas, Lu Zhou received 6 thank you messages. Currently, he had 14 luck points. He shook his head and dismissed the dashboard, giving up on the lucky draw for now. Then, Lu Zhou looked at little Yuan, who was standing obediently in the great hall, and said, "Come here." "MHM." Little Yuan went to Lu Zhou's side like a chick pecking for grain. "Is there a problem with your cultivation?" Little Yuan nodded and said, "I've been cultivating the Supreme Purity Jade Slip recently, and I have this feeling that my cultivation base isn't making any progress. I'm making no headway." "Making no headway?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. The completed Supreme Purity Jade Slip should not have many issues. With little Yuan's talent, which far surpassed his other 8 disciples, it was impossible that she had made no progress. "Give me your hand." "Oh." Lu Zhou infused his primal qi into little Yuan's 8 extraordinary meridians. His primal qi circulated within her, completing a full cycle before entering her Dantian seat of qi. Lu Zhou frowned. "There's only a Dantian?" A cultivator usually progresses from body tempering to mystic enlightenment, from sense condensing to Brahman Si. If a Brahman Si cultivator connects all 8 meridians, they can open up a sea of qi in their Dantian. This is where the term Brahman Si originates. The Dantian sea of qi is the foundation for the golden lotus that appears under an avatar's feet. The Dantian represents the golden lotus, while the sea of qi represents its leaves and the light that radiates in all directions. Without a sea of qi, it would be difficult for little Yuan to advance her cultivation base, as she would be limited by her Dantian alone. "Master, what's wrong?" Lu Zhou raised his hand, inwardly shocked. Little Yuan had managed to cultivate up to the divine court realm without a sea of qi, a remarkable feat. Fortunately, he had discovered this issue in time. Otherwise, if she continued to cultivate in this state, the pressure from the primal qi would cause her Dantian to burst, leading to her death. "Let's put the Supreme Purity Jade Slip aside for now." "Oh. You haven't opened up your sea of qi yet. You'd only be doing more harm than good if you forcibly cultivate." Upon hearing this, little Yuan cried out in shock, "I haven't opened my sea of qi yet?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "It's a small issue. There's no need to worry." Although he called it a minor issue, it was not easily solved. What puzzled Lu Zhou was that little Yuan's sea of qi was closed. Given Ji Tiandao's capabilities, there was no way he hadn't noticed this. For this reason, Lu Zhou surmised that Ji Tiandao was most likely the culprit. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. "Master, a letter." Little Yuan suddenly pointed at a messenger bird circling outside the great hall, then leaped toward it. With movements as quick as lightning, she caught the bird. When she returned to the great hall, she opened the letter and pouted, saying, "It's that shameless man again." "Jian? To be more precise, Lu Chen, the 3rd prince of Great Yan?" Little Yuan read the letter out loud. "Thank you for the gift of the sword, old Senior Ji. It truly is a peerless sword. I'm satisfied with it. To show my respect and gratitude, here are some pieces of information." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Given Jiangaijian's status and intelligence, it was not surprising that he could open the warehouse and obtain the sword. Continue. "First, be wary of your 7th disciple. He has a knack for troublemaking. Is he trying to plunge the world into chaos? Second, the Wei Zhuoyan who went to the evil Sky Pavilion is an impostor. The real Wei Zhuoyan has already gone to Blue Sun Lake. He's prepared to hide for 8 to 10 years, since it's said that your 10-year limit is upon you. Wei Zhuoyan is truly cunning. Also, isn't it prudent for us to set a timeline for this partnership? I can't help but think I'm getting the short end of the stick by exchanging my entire life for a good sword. 10-year limit." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head. "Everyone's waiting for me to die." "Master, I don't dare to have such thoughts," little Yuan said. "Send word to Jiangaijian. Tell him that since there's a 10-year limit, this partnership will be dissolved once I die." I'll write to him right away. Little Yuan sent Lu Zhou's message out without delay. However, to their surprise, early the next morning, Jiang Aijian had already replied. Nice one, old Senior G. I don't think it'll only last for 10 years. However, even if it goes on for 15 years, I still think it's a worthy exchange for this good sword. After reading the letter, little Yuan cursed at his shamelessness again. However, Lu Zhou seemed unperturbed. He stroked his beard and said, Tell him that I've always taken promises very seriously and that I hate those who don't the most. Yes, master. After little Yuan sent the letter, Lu Zhou mulled over the content of Jiang Aijian's letter. Notify your third and fourth senior brothers. Tell them to take Wei Zhuoran with them. What are you planning to do this time, master? Little Yuan asked, intrigued. Someone's in a hurry to reincarnate. Naturally, I'm more than willing to fulfill his wish. Although little Yuan did not understand this, she nodded anyway and immediately ran out. Meanwhile, in a cottage at the center of Blue Sun Lake, the cottage was clean and elegant. Apart from a wooden bridge leading to the center of the lake, it was surrounded by water. A graceful lady next to Wei Zhuoran asked, General, can Wei Zhuoran fool that old villain? Wei Zhuoran was reclining on a wooden armchair, rocking it back and forth. Enjoying the sunlight, he said, since Wei Zhuoran has a death wish, and you've trained him well, there won't be a huge problem. Even if Wei Zhuoran fails to fool the old villain, I have nothing to lose. Judging by the old villain's temper, he'll surely kill Wei Zhuoran without any hesitation. However, it would be wise for us to prepare for all eventualities, the woman said. Wei Zhuoran smiled dryly and replied, There's no need to worry. I'm the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. If I die, I'll drag everyone down with me. His words made it clear that he did not mind doing injustice to others, but he could not tolerate the same being done to him. Wei Zhuoran turned to look at the woman next to him and said, Jingyi, you've been with me for many years. I know you're a cautious person, but you have a tendency to overthink things as well. You're right, General. Have you forgotten the previous lesson? The relationship between the second prince and Emoli isn't ordinary, Wei Zhuoran said with a mysterious and knowing smile. I have been overthinking things. Wei Zhuoran rose to his feet and surveyed the lake. How many years does the old villain of the evil Sky Pavilion have left? I can spend this time cultivating in seclusion at the center of Blue Sun Lake. 10 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the old villain will probably be busy with his personal affairs during these 10 years and won't have the time to bother with me. Rumor had it that the old villain only had 10 more years to live. Additionally, a cultivator's cultivation base deteriorates with age. It was likely that someone from the cultivation world would strike first to get their hands on the evil Sky Pavilion's treasures. At that time, the evil Sky Pavilion would cease to exist in this world. It's just 10 years. Wei Zhuoran said with vigor. I can wait it out. Nobody will be able to do anything to me. Since his voice was laced with primal qi, it spread throughout the lake's surroundings, causing ripples on the calm surface. That's a brilliant plan, General, Li Jingyi said, bowing slightly. Wei Zhuoran glanced at Li Jingyi with a pleased look and said, Are there any updates about the second prince? His Highness was saddened to hear that you went to the evil Sky Pavilion to admit to your sin, General. He wanted to personally lead an army against the evil Sky Pavilion, but he was dissuaded by Emoli, Li Jingyi replied. He certainly put on a good show, Wei Zhuoran said with a smile. Did anyone else learn about my whereabouts? This is what worries me the most. General, don't worry. Aside from your 4 deputies and myself, no one else knows about your whereabouts. Li Jingyi assured him. Very good, Wei Zhuoran nodded. Even if someone were to come for me at Blue Sun Lake, it doesn't matter. I'm like a tiger that has been given wings. He was a 7-leaf avatar elite, after all. Regardless of who came, they might not be able to do anything to him. Wei Zhuoran was extremely pleased with his plans. He pointed at the azure sky in the distance and said, Jingyi, don't you think the scenery here is very captivating? Yes, General, Li Jingyi agreed. Look, even the meteor is falling for me. In the distant skies, a meteor was moving toward them. Li Jingyi looked up. Being a woman, she was prone to girlish thoughts and wanted to see the meteor. However, when she looked at it, she could not help but frown. The meteor, with a long tail behind it, grew larger and larger. It seemed strange, as it was not as short-lived as ordinary meteors. After all, meteors typically disappeared in a flash. Li Jingyi frowned and said, General, something's not right. That looks like a flying chariot. A flying chariot? Wei Zhuyan's eyes widened as he turned to look. Now that the meteor had gotten much closer, he realized it was a huge flying chariot all along. Only a select few possessed such a chariot. At that moment, one of his deputies rushed into the cottage, bowed, and said, General, we've detected the evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot. Please execute our evacuation plan, General. Wei Zhuyan shook his head and said, No need for that. General? How could the evil Sky Pavilion know of my whereabouts? They must be passing through Blue Sun on their way to the divine capital, Wei Zhuyan said confidently. Li Jingyi bowed and said, I think something is amiss. It wouldn't hurt to hide, so you won't be seen, General. Do you think I'm afraid of the puny evil Sky Pavilion? From their vantage point, the flying chariot was still quite far away. No matter how keen one's eyesight, it was impossible to see Wei Zhuyan from that distance. Moreover, Wei Zhuyan had a 7-leaf avatar. The old villain might not even be in the flying chariot. If he fled at the mere sight of the evil Sky Pavilion's chariot, how would he command the 3 armies in the future? For this reason, he stood proudly, watching the cloud-splitting chariot in the sky. The chariot did not slow down. Wei Zhuyan pointed at it and said, just as I expected. You're wise, General, his 2 subordinates said in unison, bowing. Indeed, the cloud-splitting flying chariot did not slow down nor did it lower its altitude. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, a faint golden cluster of light dropped from the chariot. One of his keen-eyed subordinates asked, What's that? The golden radiance seemed like a leaf as it fell toward Blue Sun Lake. At the same time, another leaf, shrouded in golden light, fell as well. This is bad. It's a Taoist seal. The first golden light had already grown to the height of a tree, revealing to everyone what it was. A soul diamond seal, surrounded by the shining golden scripts of power, was shooting toward them, clearly targeted at Wei Zhuyan. Wei Zhuyan was thoroughly shocked. This meant that all his seemingly meticulous plans had failed. He quickly raised his hand to defend against the descending soul diamond seal. Bam! The soul diamond seal sent Wei Zhuyan flying back. Boom! Wei Zhuyan crashed into the building in the middle of the lake, which immediately collapsed into rubble. At the same time, his 2 subordinates were also sent flying. Meanwhile, a great blitz treasure seal, surrounded by shining golden energy scripts, followed the first seal and flew toward Wei Zhuyan. Bam! Wei Zhuyan retreated further. A murderous expression appeared on his face as he mobilized his energy. 100 Tribulation's insight. As soon as Wei Zhuyan's 7-leaf avatar appeared, it gathered more energy toward him. General! General! Wei Zhuyan's 4 deputies and Ling Jingyi, who saw Wei Zhuyan being sent flying by the seals, had frightened expressions on their faces. They were all in disbelief. There's more! Someone cried out. More Taoist seals began to descend like leaves, reminiscent of a flock of cranes flying in a neat formation during their migration to the south. The leaves kept falling. Including the initial 2, there were a total of 9. These were the Outer Circle Mystic Seal, the Inner 8-Word Seal, the Fetterless Seal, the Pantheon Seal, the 8 Trigram Seal, the Magic Gourd Seal, and the Sun Moon Seal. The 7 Taoist seals seemed to have eyes of their own, completely ignoring the 4 deputies and Ling Jingyi. They bypassed the crumbling building and shot toward Wei Zhuyan. Boom! Boom! Each seal unleashed a loud explosion upon contact, forming a wall of energy. 9 cuts hand seals. A Buddhist grandmaster? The 4 deputies were horrified. Although they were elites, when they saw the 9 cuts hand seals, they gave up any notion of fighting. Who would dare to block such a high-level skill? After him. We can't let the general die. Ling Jingyi was the first to react, rushing toward where the 9 cuts hand seals had landed. Blue Sun Lake was surrounded by dense forests. Wei Zhuyan was sent flying into the forest, leaving a path in his wake that seemed as though it had been created by humans. None of them would believe this if they did not witness it with their own eyes. The 4 deputies and Li Jingyi sped toward Wei Zhuyan. The lake was too wide, making it feel as though they were running for a long time before finally reaching the long path cleared by the 9 cuts hand seals. They knew the situation boded ill for the great general, Wei Zhuyan. However, they did not dare to charge recklessly into the path. They moved slowly when they entered the dense forest, worried that the villains would leap off the cloud-splitting chariot and take them all out in one fell swoop. The evil Sky Pavilion was so powerful that they were almost paralyzed with fear. Any 6, 7, or 8-leaf cultivator could be destroyed with the flick of a finger. Li Jingyi's frown deepened as she looked ahead. She placed a finger on her lips to hush everyone. Her ears moved, as if she had picked up some movements on the path ahead. The movements came from deep within the dense forest. Her heart quickened, meaning Wei Zhuyan was probably still alive. The 4 deputies trailed behind Li Jingyi, clearly trusting her. They would do anything she told them. The deeper they entered the forest, the darker it became. At some point, it was so dark that they could barely see anything. The leaves from the trees were too dense, blocking most of the light. Whiz. A low drone from a flying object rang above their heads. Li Jingyi and the 4 deputies looked up. Due to the obstructions, they could only see a flash of light passing by. It's the flying chariot. It's the evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot. The sounds and lights are the same. They went back. Went back? Li Jingyi frowned again. She turned to look behind her with a suspicious gaze. Was the evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot merely passing by? That's not likely. There were sounds from deep within the forest again. Someone's here. Li Jingyi and the 4 deputies prepared for combat. The 4 deputies had already drawn their swords to guard against any enemy. Tap. 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 A figure appeared. The sight of this figure made the 5 of them feel uneasy, causing them to take a step backward despite themselves. The figure was well built. Eventually, the figure walked into their line of sight. They were stunned when they saw the person's face. General? Li Jingyi looked up and saw Wei Zhuyan, a familiar face. The 9 cuts hand seals was an extremely powerful technique, yet General Wei seemed to have only sustained a few scratches. A faint trace of blood could be seen on Wei Zhuyan's lips, but he appeared calm and unharmed despite his disheveled hair. Initially, Wei Zhuyan did not speak. Instead, he appraised the 5 individuals standing before him. After a moment, he finally said, "I'm tired." General. Wei Zhuyan's 4 deputies fell to their knees in unison. Only Li Jingyi remained standing. She said, worriedly, "General, this place isn't safe anymore. General, I'd rather die than let anything happen to you. Please return to the divine capital. Please return to the divine capital, General." The cries continued from Wei Zhuyan's subordinates. Wei Zhuyan glanced at his 4 subordinates before his eyes settled on Li Jingyi. "Return to the capital," he said. A peculiar gleam appeared in Li Jingyi's eyes at this moment. She seemed as though she wanted to say something, but thought better of it. In the end, she cupped her fists together and said, "Understood." Wei Zhuyan walked past the fallen and trampled trees around Blue Sun Lake. At the same time, Li Jingyi stared at Wei Zhuyan's retreating back with a complicated look in her eyes. She sternly reminded, "Remember, nothing happened here today." "Understood." The 4 subordinates replied in unison. Meanwhile, the cloud-splitting chariot flew past Blue Sun Mountain and Blue Sun Town, speeding toward the evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou stood atop the flying chariot with his arms behind his back. Mingshi bowed and said enthusiastically, "That was amazing, Master. You've truly widened my horizons." He found it difficult to calm down after witnessing the 9 cuts hand seals. After all, he knew how powerful they were after seeing the battle with the 10 shamans. Regardless, when he saw his master take down Wei Zhuyan from such a distance on the flying chariot, he was genuinely awed by the feat. "Such is his fate," Lu Zhou said monotonously. "It's true that he has a rotten fate. If he had remained in the divine capital, he might have been able to live longer." Mingshi seemed to realize he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. "However, even if he were in the divine capital, I'm sure you would still be able to take him down easily, Master." Duan Muxing, who was manning the cloud-splitting chariot, said, "Master, what if those people kill Wei Zhuan after we let him go?" Without waiting for Lu Zhou to reply, Mingshi said with a smile, "They won't. Even if they discover Wei Zhuan is only an impostor, they won't dare to expose him. They'll probably continue the farce. If it were known that Wei Zhuyan had died, the armies would no longer have a leader. Many would definitely covet that position." Even before this, Wei Zhuyan's achievements had already posed a threat to the monarchy. Wei Zhuan will definitely be more reserved after taking over Wei Zhuyan's palace. The imperial family of Great Yin would be happier with someone like Wei Zhuan in charge. From today onward, Wei Zhuan will be Wei Zhuyan. Little Yuan, sitting at the edge of the flying chariot with her legs dangling off the side, said, "Jiang Naijian says there's always a battle of mutual deception in the palace. The way you put it is quite boring, 4th senior brother. There are those who lust for power and authority, it can't be helped. It's a shame for a grand 7-leaf elite to meet such an end," Mingshi said, shaking his head and sighing. Lu Zhou remarked, "He's only a 5-leaf, not a 7-leaf. 5-leaf? Mingshi, Duan Muxing, and little Yuan were stunned. Regardless of the rumors flying around, Lu Zhou only believed what he saw. He had used a deadly strike card to kill Wei Zhuyan earlier. The reward was 1,000 points, but after deducting the card's cost, he only gained 400 points. Killing a 7-leaf elite should have earned him much more. What a sly man. Did we kill another impostor? Mingshi frowned, on the verge of losing his temper. After all, they were too far away earlier, so Mingshi and Duan Muxing couldn't clearly see the target. Mingshi wondered if his master's eyesight had deteriorated in his old age. Did his master get the wrong person? Naturally, he did not dare to voice his thoughts. Instead, he said, "It might be an impostor." "There's no doubt he's the real Wei Zhuyan," Lu Zhou said. "I think I understand what you mean now, Master. In the end, he's all bark and no bite. However, since he's only a 5-leaf cultivator, how did he rise to the position of commander-in-chief of the 3 armies?" Mingshi could not figure this out no matter how much he thought about it. Did someone secretly help him? Duan Muxing added, "Regardless, as long as they leave the evil Sky Pavilion alone, we won't look for trouble with them." Mingshi nodded and said, "I guess this is the end of the Fish Dragon Village incident. Junior sister Qianqin should feel at ease now." As he saw the cloud-splitting chariot flying past the mountains, an idea suddenly came to his mind, and he asked, "Master, since we're out of the evil Sky Pavilion now, why don't we use this opportunity to capture Old 8th? With the cloud-splitting chariot, they could reach Tiger Ridge in no time at all." Lu Zhou remained silent as he stroked his beard, pondering Mingshi words. Initially, he had planned to leave his disciples alone. However, whenever he looked at the system dashboard, the mission to discipline his disciples was always at the top. He had made some progress in disciplining Mingshi, Duan Muxing, and little Yuan, but it was clear they no longer earned him as many merit points as before. Old 7th should have enough strength to rescue Old 8th. Why did he inform the evil Sky Pavilion about this? He recalled the contents of Jiang Naijian's letter. Is Old 7th really trying to cause chaos? Lu Zhou hesitated about whether he should capture Old 8th or not. Zhu Honggong, Old 8th, would be valuable to Lu Zhou. He could gain merit points from Old 8th before disciplining him. Additionally, Old 8th rarely committed crimes on his own, it was usually Si Wuya, Old 7th, who instigated him. Rumors suggested that Old 7th's darknet was located at the Crouching Dragon, but no one had ever found it. All they knew was that the darknet was omnipresent and had a vast information network, making it difficult to catch Old 7th. Moreover, Lu Zhou had more pressing needs. He needed to improve his strength first. Rumors were rampant that he would meet his end in 10 years, and everyone was just waiting for him to die. In fact, given human greed, some wouldn't even wait 10 years. Someone might attempt to lay hands on the evil Sky Pavilion's treasures in 5, 7, or 8 years. After all, most people believed Lu Zhou's cultivation base was deteriorating. Therefore, it was crucial for Lu Zhou to enhance his strength. An endless stream of cultivators would come after him, and relying solely on item cards wouldn't be enough to deal with so many. After a while, Lu Zhou glanced at Mingxirin and said, he got lucky and escaped at Green Jade Altar. I think Old 7th is up to something by sending this letter. I want you to investigate this. Mingxirin beamed and replied, yes, Master. I'll carry out this task perfectly. Old 4th, I think it's better if I go with you. Old 8th might seem stupid, but he's actually quite sly. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. I'll investigate Old 7th's plot for now. When the time is right, we'll capture them both, Mingxirin said. Duan Muxing seemed dejected as he replied, when you're gone, I won't have any sparring partners. Elder Hua was still recuperating from his injuries and was in no condition to spar. Little junior sister had not yet reached the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm and did not possess a heaven-grade weapon, so she was not a match for him. Similarly, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were in the Divine Court realm and were also no match for him. The only person left was Leng Luo, the former leader of the Black Knights and the newest member of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Unfortunately, he was gravely injured at the moment. Mingxirin rolled his eyes and said, no one is as crazy as you. All you think about is training. You should use your brain more often. It didn't take long for the cloud-splitting chariot to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingxirin, following his master's orders, left Golden Court Mountain and headed for Tiger Ridge. Inside the Tiger Ridge gang's stronghold, Zhu Honggong was fast asleep in his chair. Mingxirin, now familiar with the area from his previous visits, appeared outside the stronghold and bellowed, Old 8th. I'm back. His voice echoed through the mountain forest. Zhu Honggong, who had been deeply asleep, woke with a start, nearly falling off his chair. Who? Who is it? Is it my master? Is he here? Zhu Honggong hurriedly rose to his feet and looked around. His gang members, stationed outside the stronghold, swarmed in. Gang leader. Run, gang leader. The cultivation bases of Tiger Ridge gang's members were shallow, making them no match for Mingxirin. However, those who recognized Mingxirin did not flee. Mingxirin moved swiftly and appeared before the others. Step aside. The small fries immediately gave way. Fourth senior brother? Zhu Honggong rubbed his eyes. Regaining his senses, he said charmingly, what brings you here? Mingxirin sauntered over, and Zhu Honggong hastily vacated the chair. Mingxirin said, didn't you say that you'd welcome me as a guest at any time? Those were just formalities. Zhu Honggong muttered under his breath before smiling and saying, I mean, yes, of course. You're welcome to visit whenever you want. Mingxirin was in no hurry. He surveyed the surroundings and said, your stronghold was nearly flattened by someone earlier. It seems like you've completely restored it. Of course. My gang members are skilled in this regard, Zhu Honggong said. Old 7th sent a letter to Master. He said the Clarity sect is coming to look for trouble with you. Aren't you afraid at all? Zhu Honggong was startled. No way. They're coming for me? Why are you surprised? You killed Zhang Chunlai, the righteous sect's elder. Do you think they'll let the matter go? Didn't you kill the righteous sex elder, Zhang Qiuqi, as well? You and your glib tongue. Ming Shirin kicked Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong neither avoided the kick nor retaliated. He fell to his knees obediently. Meanwhile, in the evil sky pavilion. Ding. Disciplining the 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong. Reward, 100 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded with a pleased expression upon hearing the notification. Back in the tiger den. They can't do anything to me even if I annihilate the entire righteous sect. Who are you going to rely on to protect you? Eldest senior brother? Second senior brother? Or is it old 7th, who spends his days hiding away in some part of the world? Ming Shirin asked Zhu Honggong in rapid succession. Zhu Honggong's face fell. Reflecting on this, he felt a deep sadness. He wanted a protector, too. The problem was that everyone looked down on him. Ming Shirin shook his head and said, Old 8th, tell me the truth. What are you and old 7th planning this time? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I swear to the heavens, Zhu Honggong replied hastily. Why did this scene seem so familiar? This is exactly how he swore the last time. 8th junior brother, this is for your own good. Your current situation is extremely perilous. Old 7th could handle the small fries before, but this time it's the Clarity sect. Apart from the evil sky pavilion, no one can help you. Listen to my advice, disband your gang and obediently return to the evil sky pavilion with me to repent, Ming Shirin advised. Repent? Zhu Honggong shuddered. His expression was one of incredulity as he said, with master's temper, wouldn't he flay my skin and pull out my tendons? Ming Shirin placed his hands on his back and replied, that's possible. Who knows what master is thinking these days? It depends on your luck. If master's not in a good mood when you return, there's nothing you can do about it. Ming Shirin recalled the scene where Xinqian and Li Qing, one of the 3 godly archers and a member of the Black Knights, were killed with just a single palm strike. Knowing that, you're still trying to convince me to return to the evil sky pavilion and repent. You don't have a say in this. Ming Shirin said with a smile. You shouldn't wait for master to personally make a move. Ren Buping, the master of Fiend Temple, was killed by master with just a single palm strike. What? Zhu Honggong was even more frightened when he heard this. If he returned, wouldn't he be turned into a meat pie? Ming Shirin continued to study Zhu Honggong. He did not expect old 8th to be so stubborn. It seemed old 7th had successfully brainwashed him. It's fine if you don't want to return with me. Tell me where the dark net is located in Crouching Dragon. E province. You dumb pig, be more specific. You might as well say it's in Great Yen, Ming Shirin said irritably, giving Zhu Honggong another kick. How would I know? 7th senior brother has always been secretive about his movements. If I could easily find him, would I need to fear the Clarity sect? Zhu Honggong said with an aggrieved expression. Dream on. Do you think old 7th is omnipotent? Ming Shiyin's voice had barely faded when a figure slowly entered the stronghold. The small fries instantly made way for him. At this moment, silence descended on the stronghold. Ming Shirin and Zhu Honggong looked at the newcomer. Old 7th? 7th senior brother? Speak of the devil. Si Wuya was smiling as he walked. He wore long robes and a brocade crown on his head, as if he were dressed for an official ceremony. He cupped his fists at Ming Shirin and said, Greetings, 4th senior brother. Ming Shirin did not like Si Wuya very much. He looked away and sat down without paying much attention to Si Wuya. You dare show your face here? If master had come here, I wouldn't show myself. Since it's you, it's fine if I show myself. You're a sly one, Ming Shirin said as he leaned to the side. Si Wuya strode forward and ascended the stairs. He sat down slowly beside Ming Shirin and said with a smile, I heard that Wei Zhuyan has gone to the evil sky pavilion. Old 7th, save your breath. You won't get anything out of me, Ming Shirin replied, fourth senior brother. We're from the same pavilion after all. There's no need for us to act like strangers. I'm asking this for the evil Sky Pavilion's sake as well. My ass. Mingxian spat on the floor. If you truly have the evil Sky Pavilion in your heart, you'll return and accept your punishment immediately. The heavens will decide your life and death. Zhu Honggong felt a fresh surge of fear. His fourth senior brother was talking about life and death now. He was convinced that nothing good would be waiting for him if he returned to the evil Sky Pavilion. Si Wuya smiled dryly. There's no need to be so hostile, fourth senior brother. Losing your temper is meaningless. I have so many things yet to accomplish, how can I return to the evil Sky Pavilion? Well then, what's the purpose of sending the letter to the evil Sky Pavilion? Mingxian asked, confused. It's simple, Si Wuya pointed at Zhu Honggong, old 8th, who was next to him. The Clarity sect wants to attack the Tiger Ridge gang. Old 8th would not survive without the evil Sky Pavilion's protection. That's it? There's nothing else? Mingxian asked skeptically. Si Wuya shook his head. Why do you think of me as a sinister and filthy person, fourth senior brother? That's my only intention. Why didn't you seek help from second senior brother or eldest senior brother instead? Among the three, it was clearly the most difficult to ask their master for help. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother were both capable of dealing with the Clarity sect. Eldest senior brother is occupied with various tasks every day and doesn't have time for old 8th. Second senior brother travels all over the place, and his movements are often unknown. He doesn't have a fixed place. The evil Sky Pavilion is the most suitable candidate under these circumstances. After hearing all this, I don't think I want to bring old 8th back with me right now. Mingxian merely wanted to oppose Si Wuya. Si Wuya said, old 8th will die. Let him die, then. Zhu Honggong was baffled. What did I do? Enough is enough. He straightened his back and said loudly, my dear senior brothers. I'm not going anywhere. Besides, this is my problem. What does it have to do with either of you? Shut up. Si Wuya and Mingxian snapped in unison. Zhu Honggong sat back down. He did not like this. Si Wuya's expression was calm as he looked at Mingxian and said, are you going to sit back and do nothing while old 8th dies, fourth senior brother? Zhu Honggong gave up trying to interject. He seemed to have grown numb to the word die. Mingxian said, old 8th is considered dead the moment he betrayed master. If he dies, it's because he deserves it. Si Wuya's expression showed no change as he continued, in that case, we'll let him die, then. It was meaningless to argue with Mingxian. Si Wuya rose to his feet and walked out of the stronghold, hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Si Wuya leave, Mingxian said in a deceptively gentle tone, old 7th, heed my advice. You should stop this. Si Wuya stopped in his tracks and said drily, master has 15 years left to live, 10 years, 8 years, maybe even sooner. The evil Sky Pavilion will surely face a tribulation. Mingxian knew this too, so he remained silent. Si Wuya continued, fourth senior brother, what would you do then? Let's leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow, Mingxian replied. Forget it, forget that I was even here today. Si Wuya left the stronghold with blinding speed. Mingxian did not stop him. With his current strength and cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to catch Si Wuya. After a moment of silence, he finally said, disband the gang. Come with me. Huh? Don't you hug me. Master has ordered me to bring you back to the evil Sky Pavilion, Mingxian said. Zhu Honggong was on the verge of tears. Thinking of his master's various methods filled him with fear. He shook his head frantically. Forget it. Fourth senior brother, why do you have to put me in a difficult position when we're on the same side? As he spoke, he took 2 steps back. Old 8th. What are you trying to do? I'm sorry, senior brother. I really don't want to return. Farewell. Zhu Honggong turned and ran. His speed made the others' hair stand on end. A faint smile spread across Mingshi Yin's face. Let's see where you can run to. With swift movements, Mingshi Yin pursued him. Zhu Honggong was, after all, a divine court realm cultivator. In terms of speed, he was no match for Mingshi Yin, who was in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. In just a blink, Mingshi Yin was right behind Zhu Honggong. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck with his palm. Bam! Mingshi Yin's palm landed on Zhu Honggong's back, causing him to stumble forward from the impact. Mingshi Yin felt that his palm strike had been blocked by some special object. At that moment, Zhu Honggong was sprawled on the ground. He quickly rose to his feet and began to run again. Block him. Quick. Now. Gang leader, this way. Mingshi Yin was rendered speechless by this. Although his combat style often depended on his whim, he would never turn and run like this. For a disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion to behave in this manner was truly a disgrace to the evil Sky Pavilion. There's nowhere to run. Mingshi Yin's voice echoed throughout the stronghold. Zhu Honggong sprinted toward the back of the mountain. However, Mingshi Yin moved swiftly and appeared before him again. At the same time, vines sprouted around and began to grow rapidly. The path leading to the back of the mountain was swiftly blocked by the vines. Zhu Honggong staggered and retreated. This is bad. The octagon formation. Zhu Honggong's expression changed. Fourth senior brother, don't make me do this. Don't think you can scare me with that formation. Please don't think that I'm heartless. When I was here previously, I made some changes. Mingshi Yin walked toward him with a half-smile. Zhu Honggong felt like crying. The gang members behind him shuddered with fear. Gang leader. Why don't you surrender yourself? Zhu Honggong was speechless. Mingshi Yin nodded and said, you have sensible and understanding subordinates. Creak. 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 Zhu Honggong's retreat was also blocked by the vines. Mingshi Yin's Bluewood Heart technique had reached perfection. His primal chi flowed into his surroundings like an incoming tide. Wherever it touched, vines sprouted and grew. This technique, spring upon 1,000 vines, could even challenge a 4-leaf nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivator, let alone Zhu Honggong, who was in the Divine Court realm. Zhu Honggong's Zen tunic could only reduce the damage he received to a certain degree, it did nothing to enhance his combat strength. He could only watch helplessly as Mingshi Yin approached. Without the octagon formation, the disparity between them was immense, like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhu Honggong felt like crying, all his escape routes seemed to have been cut off. Say. Senior brother, Mingshi Yin patted his shoulder. He sighed softly. Just do as you're told. After saying this, he turned to the Tiger Ridge gang members and declared loudly, all of you should find other ways to make a living. Gang leader. Gang leader. Mingshi Yin was inwardly shocked when he saw these cowardly gang members fall to their knees in unison. Zhu Honggong swept his gaze across them and said, divide the valuables in the stronghold among yourselves. Then, get lost. Zhu Honggong was taken aback. Shouldn't they be covered in snot and tears and feel reluctant to leave after listening to my touching words? Get lost. You bunch of heartless fiends. The gang members hastily got up and dispersed. Mingshi Yin waved his hand, and the vines blocking the paths vanished immediately. He had no reason to fight these small fries, especially since they were Zhu Honggong's subordinates. It was a good thing to let them go. Forget about this shoddy stronghold. You have a place in the evil Sky Pavilion, Mingshi Yin said, seeing Zhu Honggong's crestfallen and reluctant expression. Senior brother. I've worked hard for everything here. I feel a connection with every single plant. Oh, shut up. Mingshi Yin rolled his eyes. I can't believe he's being pretentious even at this moment. Zhu Honggong said reluctantly, let's go then. The two of them proceeded to leave Tiger Ridge. While walking, Ming Shirin recalled the sensation he felt when he struck Zhu Honggong's back with his palm. Old Eighth, what are you wearing? Zhu Honggong hastily pulled his robes over his tunic and said, Senior brother, don't you dare have any covetous thoughts. Ming Shirin shook his head and said, that's enough. You can stop trying to hide it. I didn't expect Old Seventh would procure a Zen tunic for you, that's all. I'm impressed that you weren't beaten to death by that pack of bald mules. Ming Shirin gave him a thumbs up. Zhu Honggong chuckled. It's all in a day's work. The two of them stepped into the air. Meanwhile, ding. Captured the rascal, Zhu Honggong. Reward, 1,000 merit points. This surprised Lu Zhou. Initially, he only intended for Ming Shirin to find out about Old Seventh's plan. Who knew Ming Shirin would manage to capture Old Eighth? It was definitely a good thing that Old Eighth was captured. This way, he wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. Lu Zhou looked at the system dashboard. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, Brahmin C8 meridians. Merit points, 13,312. Avatar, 6 recombinant trigram lines. Remaining life, 5,988 days. Items, Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Binding Cage X4, Refining Talisman X2, Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1, Wizard, Resting, Buy-in. Weapon, Unnamed, Amorous Hoop, Owner, Yi Tianxin. Requires refining before use, Life Cutter, Nirvana Sash, Tear Stain Box. Cultivation method, 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. It had been 2 days, and Wizard was still resting. Lu Zhou shook his head. Perhaps it had spent too much energy battling the 10 shamans. He wondered how long it would take to fully recuperate. Lu Zhou glanced at the systems mall again. There were no time-limited boxes. After some thought, he decided to try his luck with the lucky draws. After 5 consecutive draws, his luck was raised to 19 points. His current merit points allowed for some margin of error in the lucky draw. Naturally, the above point was an exception. Elder Hua requests an audience, a voice rang from outside. Hua Wudao walked in, clearly exhausted. His battle with Sword Saint Luosher-san seemed to have drained him of all his energy. When he walked into the great hall, he bowed reverently to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou asked in confusion, "What's the matter, Elder Hua?" Hua Wudao cupped his fists together and said, "I've been thinking over these past few days, and there's something that I can't get off my mind." Hua Wudao continued, "What this old man wishes to request is related to Ding Fanqiu." "Oh?" "Ding Fanqiu is from the Yun sect and acted under my instructions. Ultimately, I am the true perpetrator." "This has nothing to do with him," Hua Wudao said. Lu Zhou did not have time to reply before Duan Muxing's voice, laden with fury, rang from outside the great hall. "Elder Hua, forgive me, but I cannot agree with you on this." Hua Wudao turned to look at the furious Duan Muxing, who was walking in with his overlord's spear in hand. He looked majestic and formidable. Ding Fanqiu impersonated the evil Sky Pavilion. According to our rules, he should be cut into 8 pieces and fed to the dogs. You are a member of the evil Sky Pavilion, yet you are siding with an outsider? Duan Muxing asked furiously. Hua Wudao's wizened face flushed. Duan Muxing continued, "I don't care who won between you and Luosher-san, but I do not agree to Ding Fanqiu's release." Thunk. Duan Muxing slammed his overlord's spear into the floor. Hua Wudao said remorsefully, "Since I have left the Yun sect, I should sever all ties with it." "Ding Fanqiu is the final tie, that's great. Elder Hua, you should kill him to sever your ties with the Yun sect." Duan Muxing said. Hua Wudao was rendered speechless. Duan Muxing was destined to be the bane of his life. For some reason, Hua Wudao felt flustered every time he met him. The sparring sessions did nothing to alleviate this. Ever since he became Duan Muxing's training partner, Duan Muxing would seek him out to spar at every opportunity. Despite continual setbacks, he would keep fighting. Sometimes, Wudao wondered if Duan Muxing was annoyed by him because he had lost too many times. Forget it, Wudao cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. He descended the stairs with his hands on his back. He looked at Wudao with a level gaze and said gently, I can release Ding Fanqiu. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxing's eyes widened. Wudao was stunned. Pavilion Master, before they could continue, Lu Zhou said, with his hands on his back, on one condition, please enlighten me, Pavilion Master. Although I left the Yun sect, my words still hold some weight there. I'm sure some of the elders will do me a favor. Wudao thought that Lu Zhou wanted something from the Yun sect. All I want is the Sable Magnolia. Wudao was dumbfounded. Duan Muxing was taken aback as well. Wudao's old eyes widened as he said, Pavilion Master, Sable Magnolias are extremely precious. The Yun sect will never exchange a Sable Magnolia for Ding Fanqiu. This? Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, there's no need to turn down my offer right away. Think about it when you get back. No matter how thick-skinned Wudao was, he was too embarrassed to say anything else. He cupped his fists and left the hall respectfully. Duan Muxing cupped his fists and said, Master, this old man isn't loyal. Why don't we? There's no need for that, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Just give him more time. Duan Muxing naturally did not dare to protest. Instead, he asked, Master, why do you want the Sable Magnolia? Your little junior sister's Sea of Qi isn't opened yet. The Sable Magnolia is a heaven and earth treasure, best suited to activate one's Sea of Qi, Lu Zhou explained. Your cultivation base is profound, Master. Why would you need to rely on the Sable Magnolia? Forcibly opening her Sea of Qi won't be as ideal as using a Sable Magnolia, Lu Zhou replied. Now you understand. At that moment, little Yuana rushed into the Great Hall, giggling as she said, Master, fourth senior brother is back. Outside the Great Hall, Mingxirin and Zhu Honggong, old eighth, walked at an unbelievably slow pace. The way Zhu Honggong shuffled into the Great Hall made him look bashful, almost like a bride on her wedding day. Mingxirin glared at him and said, Since we're already here, quit dragging your feet. Would you rather I break them and carry you over? No. I need to pee. Zhu Honggong surveyed the familiar surroundings. He saw the buildings and the evil sky pavilion that he feared the most. Zhu Honggong gulped. He looked at the three huge characters that hung over the entrance to the Great Hall, Evil Sky Pavilion. It was the Evil Sky Pavilion, feared and coveted by many. Zhu Honggong could not remember how many times he had dreamed of this place. Now that he was finally here, his feelings were conflicted. They finally entered the hall, and Zhu Honggong moved faster. He knew his master hated those who dallied the most. He followed closely behind Mingxirin, walking past two huge pillars to the center of the Great Hall. He looked up. A lively elder, who did not seem that old, was seated at the high seat in the Great Hall. His eyes were deep and piercing. Thud. Zhu Honggong was so frightened by Lu Zhou's gaze that he fell to his knees immediately. He quickly kowtowed. Greetings, Master. May you live a long and prosperous life. Upon hearing this, Mingxirin felt his eyelids twitch. He felt as though he had met his match. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, You rascal. Master. I can explain. I didn't betray you. I had no choice but to leave. Please forgive me, Master. Zhu Honggong did not even dare to breathe loudly. Duan Muxing, Mingxirin, Little Yuaner, and Zhao Yu, who had just arrived, stared at Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou said, You had no choice? I was tricked by seventh senior brother. Why were you the only one who was tricked? Lu Zhou's words were clearly meant for his other disciples as well. When he had first transmigrated, apart from Little Yuaner, Zhu Honggong was not the only disciple who had been swayed. Upon hearing this, Mingxirin looked at Zhu Honggong with an unnatural gaze. Zhu Honggong said loudly, "My sincere heart shines as bright as the sun and the moon. Please judge me fairly, master." Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back as he walked toward Zhu Honggong. At this moment, Zhu Honggong was trembling in fear. He lowered his head, afraid to meet Lu Zhou's eyes. "Old Eighth. Don't you wish for me to die as soon as possible?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Honggong trembled even harder. He cowed out again and said, "I don't dare." Lu Zhou shook his head. He did not know what was going through Ji Tiandao's mind back then. He recruited so many outstanding disciples, but why was Old Eighth as cowardly as a mouse? In recent years, with Old Seventh's help, you've made quite a name for yourself. The crimes you've committed were petty. The evil Sky Pavilion will bear the responsibility for those crimes you've committed, Lu Zhou said, his hands on his back. It was the truth. Even if Lu Zhou was unwilling, outsiders would still shift the blame of his 9 disciples' deeds to the evil Sky Pavilion. That was how the evil Sky Pavilion got its bad reputation. Ji Tiandao was ranked first on the blacklist because of this as well. I've made a grave mistake. Zhu Honggong genuinely admitted his wrongs. Ding. Disciplined Zhu Honggong. Reward, 100 merit points. What kind of plans is Old Seventh hatching these days? Lu Zhou asked. Since Si Wuyao was Darknet's sect leader, why would he be stirring up a storm? Old Eighth and Si Wuyao were close. Perhaps Old Eighth might know something about it. Seventh senior brother has never spoken to me about these things, Zhu Honggong replied. I honestly don't know. He has a closer relationship with eldest and second senior brother. They often meet to discuss major events under the heavens. I don't even understand what they discuss, Zhu Honggong answered honestly. Why were you at the Green Jade altar the other day? Lu Zhou asked again. Seventh senior brother said the Fiend Temple was going to join forces with the Righteous sect. They intended to isolate the Darknet and the Nether sect. Seventh senior brother would never let them do as they pleased, Zhu Honggong replied. Lu Zhou stared at Old Eighth. He knew each of his disciples well. Zhu Honggong's cultivation base was at the peak of the Divine Court realm. This was naturally due to flaws in his cultivation method. Unlike his other disciples, Lu Zhou remembered that Zhu Honggong practiced the 9 tribulations Thunder Blast. He was missing the last 2 tribulations, which were crucial to his cultivation method. Old Eighth was destined not to enter the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Everyone said that Old Eighth's cultivation talent was poor, but no one knew it was due to the flawed cultivation method. It was clear that the evil Sky Pavilion disciples were carefully selected from the masses. Lu Zhou was taken aback by Old Eighth's 5% loyalty. This was different from Yi Tianqin. Yi Tianqin had harbored hatred toward him after betraying the pavilion. Although she no longer hated Lu Zhou, she was not yet considered a true disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion. However, Old Eighth had maintained a 5% loyalty all along, indicating that he had always been concerned about the evil Sky Pavilion. Since you know you're wrong, your punishment is to stay in the Cave of Reflection for now, Lu Zhou said, waving his hand. Zhu Honggong was slightly stunned. He remembered what his 4th senior brother had reminded him during their journey. He did not dare to be careless. He cowed out again and said, Master, this disciple knows he has committed a grave sin. Please punish me harshly. Everyone else was taken aback by this. To think that there's someone who's not satisfied with a light sentence. The Cave of Reflection was not exactly the best place. It was extremely cold, the kind of cold that seeped into the bones. Even those with a cultivation base had to circulate their primal chi constantly to keep warm. The process of constantly circulating one's primal chi was long-term torture. Apart from Yi Tianqin, Lu Zhou had never truly punished his disciples harshly. Master, Old Eighth has committed a grave sin. He should be punished harshly. I agree. He should be punished harshly. 8th Senior Brother's skin is thick. The Cave of Reflection is too easy for him. Master, why don't you break his legs so he won't be able to run around in the future? Little Yuan suggested. Zhu Honggong felt like crying. They say little junior sister is naive and pure of heart. Why don't I get that vibe from her? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, 50 strokes of the plank, refurbish Golden Court Mountain, and 3 years in the Cave of Reflection with your cultivation base sealed. Huh? Zhu Honggong was beginning to regret his words. He could endure the first 2 punishments with his thick skin, but spending 3 years in the Cave of Reflection with his cultivation base sealed was harsh. He was worried he would be frozen to an icicle. What? You have something to say about it? Lu Zhou asked. Zhu Honggong hastily bowed and said, I accept my punishment. Take him away. Yes, master. Mingxian walked up to Zhu Honggong, tapped his shoulder, and said, move. Zhu Honggong did not budge. You dumb pig. Are you so frightened that you can't even walk? Mingxian made a lifting gesture with his hand. A surge of energy enveloped Zhu Honggong and lifted him up. He walked out of the great hall. They arrived at the back of the mountain. At this moment, Zhu Honggong began to pant heavily. Master didn't beat me up? Master didn't beat me up. Senior brother. Am I dreaming? Pinch me, quick. Mingxian rolled his eyes and said, Are you that afraid of being clobbered? Of course, I am. Master's temper. No, I think Master's temper is different from before. Consider yourself lucky. I told you, if you begged for mercy the way I taught you, Master won't punish you too harshly, Mingxian said, feeling slightly pleased with himself. For the sins you've committed, spending time in the Cave of Reflection with your cultivation base sealed is far too lenient a sentence. You're right, 4th Senior Brother. Thank you for helping me avoid a harsh punishment. I'll forever remember this favor. Zhu Honggong said. While they were discussing the punishment their master had meted out, Pan Zhong suddenly appeared with the 6-yang technique in his hands. When he saw Zhu Honggong, he spoke in a sinister tone, 4th Senior Brother, we have a newcomer. Perhaps it had been too uneventful on the Golden Court Mountain lately, and they were not allowed to leave the mountain freely. When Pan Zhong saw new blood, he was naturally curious. Mingxian merely nodded. Pan Zhong walked up to Zhu Honggong and sized him up. He's chubby, and not very tall. He looks a bit slow. How adorable. He should be a pushover, he thought. My name's Pan Zhong. What's your name, brother? Pan Zhong said in a familiar tone. Zhu Honggong rolled his eyes. His temper was about to erupt, but Mingxian promptly cleared his throat, and Zhu Honggong could only swallow his indignation. Pan Zhong was not stupid. He was inwardly amazed that Mr. Fourth could suppress this newcomer with just a throat clear. He nudged Zhu Honggong with his elbow and said, Newcomer, Mr. Fourth is actually a nice person, don't worry. From today on, we're all brothers. Zhu Honggong could not take this anymore and retorted scornfully, Who's your brother? Pan Zhong said, That's not the way to talk around here. You're lucky it's Mr. Fourth. If it were Mr. Third or Miss Ninth, you'd regret saying anything. Where did this lunatic come from? Look at him acting like he's my teacher, Zhu Honggong thought. Mingxian raised his hand and said, Off to work. Zhu Honggong replied obediently, Oh. Seeing the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators repairing the steps nearby, his mood lifted, and he quickly ran over. When Pan Zhong saw this, he said in a hushed tone, Mr. Fourth, this newcomer is something else. He seems like a hard worker. This isn't all he has to do. From this day on, he'll be spending his free time in the Cave of Reflection. The Cave of Reflection? When Pan Zhong heard this, his heart raced. It's not easy for the evil Sky Pavilion to recruit a new member. Isn't the pavilion master worried about putting this newcomer off by doing this? Don't worry. He won't be put off. Instead, he's grateful. Ming Shirin left after he finished speaking. Pan Zhong was baffled by Ming Shiyin's words. He decided not to cultivate his Six-Yang technique for the time being and instead observe Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong worked hard and did everything he was supposed to. He took on all the laborious jobs. Even after half a day had passed, there was not a word of complaint from Zhu Honggong's mouth. When the sun was setting, Zhu Honggong finally sat down to rest. Pan Zhong walked over, gave him a thumbs up, and said, "Brother, you're amazing." "What do you mean?" "A newcomer should have a newcomer's resolve. I really admire you." "This is nothing," Zhu Honggong said, feeling pleased with himself. Pan Zhong sighed and said, "When I first climbed this mountain, I didn't have your resolve, and I suffered greatly for it." "Suffered?" "Yes." Pan Zhong looked around and lowered his voice. "Brother, the evil Sky Pavilion's disciples are all eccentric characters. You'll bring trouble upon yourself if you're not careful enough." Zhu Honggong frowned. He gave Pan Zhong an appraising look before he said in confusion, "Eccentric characters? You've seen it for yourself. For example, the evil Sky Pavilion's fourth disciple, Ming Shirin. He looks like a gentle person, but he's actually cold and heartless. Mr. Third, Duan Muxing, is better. At least he doesn't put on a mask, but he adheres strictly to his principles. Also, the evil Sky Pavilion's youngest disciple, Little Yuaner, don't be fooled by her petite and cute appearance. That girl has erratic mood swings and a short fuse. You should stay away from her," Pan Zhong said solemnly. When Pan Zhong mentioned Little Yuaner, Zhu Honggong was stunned. Indeed, Little Yuaner did behave fiercely in the Great Hall earlier. Zhu Honggong looked at Pan Zhong, who seemed like a gossip monger, and asked, curiously, "Have you heard of the evil king?" "The evil king?" An expression of disapproval appeared on Pan Zhong's face as he said, "The evil Sky Pavilion doesn't think much of him. The evil king is just a title used to scare others. He's only in the divine court realm, he might not even best me in a fight." "Are you okay? You don't look so good." Zhu Honggong was more than uncomfortable. Flames of fury burned in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, a cough was heard. Ming Shirin had appeared in the vicinity without them noticing. When he coughed, Zhu Honggong's flames of fury immediately subsided. When Pan Zhong saw this, he nodded inwardly. "A newcomer should have a newcomer's resolve," Ming Shirin said. "Pan Zhong. Anything, Mr. Fourth? Seal his cultivation base. He'll be sent to the Cave of Reflection to repent," Ming Shirin said. When Pan Zhong heard this, he was stunned. "Mr. Fourth, he's only a newcomer," he said, baffled. "Aren't you being too harsh on him? Just do it." "Understood." Pan Zhong had no choice but to walk up to Zhu Honggong. He whispered, "I'm sorry, brother. This might sting." Zhu Honggong did not seem bothered by it. This earned Pan Zhong's approval. This newcomer's resolve is somewhat extraordinary. Soon, he completely sealed Zhu Honggong's cultivation base. Zhu Honggong turned to face Pan Zhong, patted his shoulder, and said, "Wait for me, no need to be so formal." "We're on the same side," Pan Zhong said. Zhu Honggong stood up and walked toward the Cave of Reflection with Ming Shirin. At that moment, a figure in black robes flew above and shouted, "Eighth senior brother." "Eighth senior brother?" Pan Zhong turned to look. He saw the evil Sky Pavilion's ninth disciple, Little Yuaner. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at them. Zhu Honggong stopped in his tracks, turned, and said with a smile, "Little junior sister." "Little junior sister?" Little Yuaner said, "Master has ordered me to administer the beatings." "Have you forgotten, fourth senior brother?" If Pan Zhong did not understand the underlying meaning of this conversation, he would have lived in vain. His eyelids twitched, and his throat felt dry. Ming Shirin shook his head helplessly and said, "Old eighth. Don't blame me for this. Don't worry, I'll try to be as merciful as I can." Zhu Honggong felt like crying when he looked at his little junior sister. Mingxirin held Zhu Honggong in place as a series of beatings were carried out. Wails that resembled squeals resounded throughout the evil Sky Pavilion that day. Pan Zhong had to look away, his heart was shaking from this. This is what you meant by being merciful? It seems like you're giving it your all. Ding. Punished the 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong. Reward, 100 merit points. The beating ended. Mingxirin was pleased. He waved his hand and brought Zhu Honggong to the Cave of Reflection. Brother Pan? Zhou Jifeng walked over from afar with his sword on his back. Brother Pan, what's wrong? You look unwell. Are you sick? Zhou Jifeng approached Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong's eyes were wide as he mumbled, I think I'm in trouble. Meanwhile, in the hidden chamber of the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou entered his heavenly writings comprehension state for a while. After he was done, he felt invigorated and opened his eyes. At the same time, he heard the notification for the reward from punishing Zhu Honggong. He looked at the merit points on the system dashboard. I'm still more than 1,000 points short from being able to afford the 7-star soul avatar. Master. Wudao requests an audience. Little Yuaner's voice rang from outside. All right. Lu Zhou rose to his feet slowly and exited the hidden chamber, making his way to the Great Hall. Wudao was standing respectfully in the Great Hall. After a short wait, he saw Lu Zhou walking slowly toward him. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Wudao bowed and saluted. Have you thought things through? Lu Zhou asked. Wudao nodded. I have. Very well. I'm merely curious. With all its treasures, why does the evil Sky Pavilion need the Sable Magnolia? Wudao was puzzled. To open up a person's sea of qi, Lu Zhou answered honestly. Wudao was taken aback by Lu Zhou's candor. He sighed and shook his head. To be frank, the Yun sect only has one Sable Magnolia. We need at least 2 to open up a person's sea of qi. Sable Magnolias are extremely rare, there are no more than 5 in Great Yin. 1 is not enough. No matter whose sea of qi had to be opened, they would need at least 2 Sable Magnolias. That's why. I need 2. Lu Zhou's words were direct and to the point. This is extremely important. I've already informed the Yun sect's elders. They will discuss this soon, Wudao said. Lu Zhou nodded. Tell the Yun sect that my patience has its limits. I will acquire the Sable Magnolias no matter what. Wudao bowed. I'll do my best to mediate. I'll return to you with an answer within a month. All right. A month was an acceptable duration for Lu Zhou. His strength and cultivation base were relatively weak. If not for earning merit points, he would have stayed on Golden Court Mountain and not left. Recovering his cultivation base was his top priority. If it had been GT on Dao, he would not have waited a single day, let alone a month. Lu Zhou, however, was different. He was not short on time. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During that month, Lu Zhou spent his time disciplining his disciples and comprehending the heavenly writing. His accumulated merit points finally surpassed 15,000. In the Grand Hall, Lu Zhou stared at his merit points on the system dashboard. He muttered hesitantly, should I buy an avatar or attempt the lucky draws? Attempting the lucky draws carried risks, while buying an avatar would deplete all the merit points he had painstakingly saved. It made him feel insecure to have no merit points at all. After considering it for some time, Lu Zhou shook his head. He decided to make a decision after earning more merit points. After all, he could buy the avatar at any time, and he was not experiencing any obstacles in his cultivation. At that moment, Wudao and Mingxirin walked into the Great Hall. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Mingxirin and Wudao. Wudao's cultivation base was in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Though he tried his best to conceal his aura, he couldn't fool Lu Zhou. Recalling that Wudao had gained the 9th script under Wizard's influence the other day, Lu Zhou asked, "Did you have a breakthrough?" Wudao was shocked. His eyes widened as he looked up at Lu Zhou, seated high above. He had been tending to his injuries every day for the past month, after battling the 10 shamans and fighting Sword Saint Luosher-san for a long time. Under Wizard's auspicious chi, the knot he had been suppressing for 20 years had been undone while his injuries healed. However, no one should have known that he had sprouted another leaf. If he concealed his cultivation base, he should appear as a 3 or 4 leaf cultivator. He did not expect Lu Zhou to see through him so easily. How could he not feel shocked? When Mingshi-yin, Duan Muxing, and little Yuan heard this, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. "Congratulations, Elder Hua," they exclaimed. Duan Muxing was slightly envious, but he respected an expert like Wudao. He cupped his fists and said, "Congratulations, Elder Hua." Wudao waved his hands and said, "Thank you all for your kind words. If it weren't for Wizard's magic, I wouldn't have been able to untie this knot in my heart for 20 years. Ultimately, I must thank the Pavilion Master for this. Pavilion Master, thank you." As he finished speaking, he kneeled respectfully. No one stopped him. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou had every right to be thanked in this manner. Perhaps, due to the time he had spent as the Pavilion Master after his transmigration, he had grown accustomed to it. Thus, he was not flustered or uncomfortable by Wudao's display of gratitude. He remained calm. "Stand up and speak," Lu Zhou said, waving his arm calmly. Wudao stood up. "7 leaf?" Lu Zhou asked. The Eye of Truth merely revealed his realm, and he could only gauge the number of leaves from his aura. Since he was certain that Wudao had sprouted another leaf, he wanted to confirm it now. Wudao nodded, his eyes suddenly brightening. 100 Tribulations Insight. A 7-foot-tall avatar of 100 Tribulations Insight appeared behind Wudao, with a spinning, 7-leaf golden lotus blossoming under its feet. 6 Compatible Seal. Wudao lowered himself into a stance. The Anyang trigram appeared under his feet. With its black and white halves, the Taiji 8 trigrams shone dazzlingly bright. Shortly after, the scripts for heaven, earth, life, death, water, fire, being, non-being, and separation rose and revolved around Wudao. The 9 scripts 6 Compatible Seal. Mingshi-yin and little Yuan were awestruck. Duan Muxing, however, seemed excited, clearly itching to leap forward and spar with Wudao. His grip on the Overlord spear tightened. "Third senior brother, you've been left in the dust," Mingshi-yin said with a smile. "Although Elder Hua has gained his 7th leaf, one day, I'll be sure to break the 6th Compatible Seal," Duan Muxing said confidently. "Don't forget, you have the Overlord spear with you, but Elder Hua has none. Talk about hitting where it hurts." Duan Muxing glared at Mingshi-yin. "Since the strength gap between Elder Hua and me is so wide, I'll have to trouble you to be my sparring partner for the next month, 4th junior brother." Huh. Mingshi-yin had only meant to tease Duan Muxing. Who knew his words would bring such a consequence? He was truly speechless. Wudao shook his head and said, "Although Duan Muxing only has 2 leaves, he's capable of going up against 4 and even 5-leaf opponents. He's far more talented than I am. As they say, youth is wealth. It took me 20 years to gain another leaf. I think Duan Muxing will surpass me in a few years. There's no need to doubt that." Who knew if his words were just flattery? However, it was definitely pleasing to the ears. Upon hearing this, Duan Muxing had a proud expression on his face. "Elder Hua, I didn't expect you to hold Duan Muxing in such high regard." Lu Zhou was surprised. In his opinion, among his disciples, Duan Muxing was the least talented and had the worst insight. He attributed Duan Muxing's significant improvement to being freed from Ji Tiandao's suppression. It was worth noting that Mingshi-yin had long entered the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Lu Zhou suspected that the rascal, Mingshi-yin, was concealing his strength again. Perhaps, he had already sprouted 2 or 3 leaves. Wudao nodded. I frequently spar with Duamuxing. His fighting style is tough and enduring, his attacks forceful and decisive. I've never met such an opponent before. Duamuxing was starting to feel embarrassed by all the compliments. He cupped his fists and said, "You're too kind, Elder Hua." When little Yuaner saw everyone's cultivation making steady progress, she pouted, feeling slightly annoyed. However, without a sea of qi, she could not enter the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Against a nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivator, the Divine Court realm and below were as insignificant as ants. No matter how powerful a Divine Court realm cultivator was, they could never defeat a nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivator. To a certain extent, the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm marked the true beginning of one's cultivation path. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Back to the main topic." Wudao waved his hand, and his 100 Tribulations insight and 6 compatible seal disappeared. Fortunately, Wudao did not request a sparring session right then. Lu Zhou was uncertain if he should use a Thunderblast card in those circumstances. It would be a significant loss if he accidentally killed this powerful subordinate. Wudao said, "The Yun sect wrote back yesterday. They are willing to exchange the Sable Magnolia for Ding Fanqiu." Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. At least the people of the Yun sect were tactful. At that moment, Wudao added, "However, they have an additional condition." "What is it?" "Ding Fanqiu isn't enough. They're demanding a heaven-grade weapon," Wudao said, his voice faltering slightly. It seemed as if he were speaking on behalf of the Yun sect. This was, after all, the evil Sky Pavilion. No one could guarantee that the pavilion master wouldn't be angered by this demand. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. His weathered face couldn't show as many expressions as the younger generation. Mingxirin said, "Their greed knows no bounds. The evil Sky Pavilion is doing them a favor by considering this deal, and they still dare to demand a heaven-grade weapon? Do you know how precious heaven-grade weapons are?" Clearly, the Yun sect felt that Ding Fanqiu's value was too low, which was why they made a second demand. Although Ding Fanqiu was a 5-leaf elite, in their eyes, he was not worth a Sable Magnolia. "I know how precious heaven-grade weapons are. In fact, I don't recommend trading with them," Wudao said, seeming out of character. Mingxirin was surprised by this. "You're no longer worried about Ding Fanqiu?" "Although I do feel guilty, I know my place," Wudao replied. "Master, this is related to little junior sister's future. It's appropriate for you to make the decision," Mingxirin said, looking at Lu Zhou. Little Yuaner remained silent but had an expectant look in her eyes. Lu Zhou's disciples knew he owned many weapons. There was a rumor that Ji Tiandao had a fortuitous encounter and managed to obtain many treasures and weapons. This is how he had raised his villainous disciples to become so terrifying. The Yun sect knew about these rumors, so they wanted to use this opportunity to obtain a weapon. Moreover, they could improve their relationship with the evil Sky Pavilion at the same time. Even if the evil Sky Pavilion were to refuse, at worst, the status quo would remain the same. It would not significantly affect the Yun sect. It had to be said that the Yun sect had planned this well. Lu Zhou said, "I have many weapons. But that doesn't mean I'll give them away easily." Wudao was not surprised. He cupped his fists and said, "I'll inform the Yun sect about this as soon as possible. Since the Yun sect is unwilling to surrender the Sable Magnolia, I'll personally go there and retrieve it myself," Lu Zhou said. Wudao stiffened at Lu Zhou's words. Based on this situation, if Lu Zhou intended to go to the Yun sect to retrieve the Sable Magnolia, there was no doubt that Wudao would be the one to lead them there. How could he do something like this? He would die of shame. "You're dismissed," Lu Zhou said with finality. Wudao cupped his fists and remained silent. However, Mingxirin chimed in, "Master, this is a great idea. To be honest, I haven't gone robbing in a long time. If this continues, my ranking on the blacklist will surely drop." "Impudent." Lu Zhou raised his voice. Mingshi Yin trembled in fright. He fell to his knees immediately and said, I've misspoken. His mouth had landed him in trouble again. Little Yuan said, Master, I no longer want the Sable Magnolia. I don't believe that I must rely on it to open my seat of qi. Lu Zhou turned to look at Xiao Yuan and asked, Are you sure? Of course, little Yuan said with a smile. After all, I have you to protect me, Master. Little girl, Lu Zhou's expression was stern. You have exceptional talents. It's a shame if you can't enter the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The Sable Magnolia is a heaven and earth treasure that can help you open your sea of qi. You're growing up, and I can't protect you forever. Naturally, he couldn't say that he was weak and would need her protection, could he? Little Yuan was moved upon hearing these words. She said with a pout, You won't die so soon, Master. Little Yuan clearly meant well, but somehow, her words sounded wrong. Meanwhile, at the sword altar in the Yun sect, the Yun sect had 8 holy cultivation altars, and the sword altar was the least populated. This was because the sword altar belonged solely to the sword saint, Luo Shisan. Initially, the Yun sect had 7 holy altars, and the general workers, outer disciples, inner disciples, and the core members were assigned to the altars. However, the sword altar was the only one specially built for Luo Shisan. Luo Shisan was dedicated to attaining great heights with his sword techniques and also accepted a handful of disciples. Apart from the disciples who tended to the sword altar and those from other altars who came as apprentices, no one else was around. At this moment, black smoke rose from a massive incense cauldron in the center of the sword altar. It's been almost a month since Master went into seclusion for cultivation. His injuries should be healed by now. Wudao didn't wound Master. Master is merely trying to recover his cultivation base. He could have recovered his cultivation base in 7 days. Why would he need to stay in seclusion for so long? I have many questions about sword techniques I'd like to ask him. Master has said that someone will come to spar with him. He wants to be in peak condition when that time comes. Who is it? Master seems quite wary. If the opponent is really that powerful, all we have to do is move back to the main altar. Master said that we can't always run away when the going gets tough. The disciples were discussing this intently. They did not notice a man in green robes walking through the air toward them. The green-robed swordsman easily passed through the layers of barriers and wards. He finally came to a halt, hovering above the sword altar. Who's that? One disciple, seeing the green-robed swordsman, was frightened out of his wits. The other disciples drew their swords, treating him as a powerful enemy. Their opponent was far stronger than they could imagine, having breezed through the barriers and wards without anyone noticing. The green-robed swordsman spoke gently, There's no need to be flustered, everyone. I have an appointment with the sword saint. Could you announce my arrival to him? The disciples sighed with relief. Fortunately, this green-robed swordsman was not an enemy. Sword Saint Luo Shisan had been famous for a long time, and it was no surprise that his friend was such an elite. Oh, you're a friend of our master. Please wait for a moment, Senior. I'll inform my master now. Thank you. The disciple ran to the place where Luo Shisan was cultivating in seclusion. A surge of powerful primal qi blasted the door away. Several energy blades shot out from within. Whoosh! 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 The energy blades flew to the sword altar and rose into the air, toward the horizons. The disciples were flustered. The energy blades were aimed at the green-robed swordsman. Bam! 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 The green-robed swordsman seemed to take this easily. A wall of energy appeared before him, keeping the energy blades at bay. In the blink of an eye, the energy blades vanished into thin air. Sword Saint Luo Shisan stepped out of the room and flew into the air with his hands behind his back. Master! Master! The disciples greeted him. Luo Shisan ignored them. He rose to a spot a few dozen meters away from the green-robed swordsman before he stopped. You've come. As the green-robed swordsman looked at Luo Shirshan, who was slightly aged but unmistakably an elite, a faint, satisfied smile appeared on his face. The current you are acceptable. This will be interesting. I thought you'd be too afraid to come. Although there aren't many insect cultivators in the Sword Altar, this isn't a place any scoundrel can easily trespass upon. Aren't you worried that I might have laid a trap for you? I'll just have to kill you another time, then. Luo Shirshan nodded and said, I've been in the cultivation world for a long time. I don't stoop so low. I'm different from the likes of you, who's from the fiend path. If there's a fight, I would fight fairly. That's good. Luo Shirshan did not dare to let his guard down against this seemingly casual green-robed swordsman. He cupped his fists respectfully and declared loudly, the insect sword altar's first seat, Luo Shirshan, is here to fight as promised. Yu Shangrong, the green-robed swordsman smiled and cupped his fists perfunctorily. When he spoke his name, his voice was soft and light. However, it echoed throughout the sword altar. The disciples on the altar believed their master and the green-robed swordsman were exchanging greetings. But when they heard the green-robed swordsman's name, it was as if they had been struck by lightning, standing rooted to the spot. Yu Shangrong was a name that could strip away one's courage. Yu Shangrong, the evil Sky Pavilion's second disciple, was a skilled swordsman known for challenging various elites. He was also a notorious villain, quick to kill over minor disagreements, earning him the title of Sword Devil. The disciples did not expect this courteous and humble swordsman to be the infamous second disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion, Yu Shangrong. Younger generations used to hear stories about villains, always imagining them to look menacing and evil, thinking they would recognize them if they ever met one. But this green-robed swordsman, who could have guessed he was the Sword Devil? One of the disciples finally reacted and whispered, send word to the main altar. Tell the elder to come and deal with the Sword Devil. However, before he could finish speaking, Luo Shirshan waved his arm, sending a palm strike. Smack! It hit the disciple mercilessly on the cheek, sending him flipping through the air, before he landed limply on the ground, his face red and swollen. Silence fell over the sword altar. Luo Shirshan said indifferently, I said I wanted a fair fight. Yu Shangrong merely kept the faint smile on his face, his eyes showing no trace of disturbance. He had never paid attention to small fries. Whenever you're ready. Luo Shirshan gestured with his right hand, palm facing upward. A flash emanated from the incense cauldron at the center of the sword altar. A sword gleamed and flew into Luo Shirshan's hand. It was a peak Earth-grade weapon. Yu Shangrong remained indifferent, the sword did not merit his attention. Sensing Yu Shangrong's disregard, Luo Shirshan felt naturally offended. He waved his arms, and the sword split into 10. The 10 swords, enveloped in dense energies, resonated in the air. The disciples on the sword altar seemed excited, feeling privileged to witness a fight between their master and the Sword Devil. Unlike the 13 swords, which were formed by condensed primal chi, these 10 swords had actual swords as conduits, making them far more powerful. The importance of a weapon was once again evident. Everyone stared at the 10 swords. Sword Saint Luo Shirshan scoffed. The 10 swords, following his command, shot toward Yu Shangrong's face in random movements. The surge of energy created a strong wind, lifting Yu Shangrong's hair. Despite this, Yu Shangrong still wore a gentle smile, looking at Luo Shirshan with his arms crossed. The 10 swords buzzed and were instantly upon him. Buzz! A powerful surge of primal chi formed a wall, blocking the 10 swords. Yu Shangrong remained in his original spot, arms still crossed. The long red sword on his back waited silently for his command. However, Yu Shangrong showed no intention of attacking. Luo Shirshan said in a deep voice, You're too careless. The 10 swords split again, becoming 20. Luo Shirshan could control up to 13 energy blades, but with a weapon, he could increase this number. The 20 swords stabbed the wall with earth-shattering force. Asterisk bam. Bam. Bam! Yu Shangrong remained unmoved, standing there calmly and steady as a mountain. The energy surrounding the 10 swords merged and formed a turbulent flow above the sword altar. However, no matter how Luo Shisan attacked, Yu Shangrong dealt with the attacks calmly and easily. The energy blades around Luo Shisan increased, densely packed and resembling a wave of swords. In a battle of swords, the outcome often depended on one's ability to control energy blades, essentially, the skill in condensing primal chi into energy. For opponents of similar strength, the amount of primal chi was a measure of their cultivation depth in a battle of attrition. Of course, the main objective was simple, regardless of how flashy an attack might be, the goal was to defeat and kill the opponent. Finally, Yu Shangrong's wall of energy was being pushed back by Luo Shisan's vigorous and relentless attacks. Even so, Yu Shangrong stood with his arms crossed, not retaliating. To a sword saint, this was a humiliation. Luo Shisan rose higher, joined his palms, and recalled his 10 swords, merging them into one. With his palms joined and raised, the sword hovered above him. At the same time, the surrounding primal chi was quickly drawn in and wrapped around the sword. It's the master's ultimate skill. The disciples on the sword altar widened their eyes. This was the famous sword skill of the sword saint, the sword heart Gehenna. As the name suggested, it formed a huge enclosure where energy converged with the weapon at the center. The gathered energy ricocheted erratically, attacking all enemies within the space with energy blades. It was a powerful multiple-target skill. However, its true destructive power was revealed when the energy blades converged like reversed spikes into a massive energy blade. This skill seemed capable of splitting the heavens and the earth. 100 Tribulations Insight. BZZT. An avatar materialized, and the resonance of primal chi echoed across the sword altar. Luo Shisan's disciples were deeply moved by this scene. They were beside themselves with excitement. The 7-leaf golden lotus spun rapidly. Now that Luo Shisan had the support of his intimidating avatar, how would Yu Shangrong respond? Everyone's attention shifted toward Yu Shangrong. He raised his head slightly, looking at the massive energy blade formed by the sword heart Gehenna. Luo Shisan spoke in a deep voice, "I hope you'll be a worthy opponent." He brought his hands down in a slashing movement, and the sword heart Gehenna lunged toward Yu Shangrong. It moved so quickly that it seemed to reach its target in the blink of an eye. Yu Shangrong seemed to vanish suddenly, leaving afterimages behind. It appeared that Luo Shisan's ultimate skill, the sword heart Gehenna, had missed. Luo Shisan furrowed his brow slightly. A diversionary tactic? He did not expect that Yu Shangrong had cultivated his diversionary tactic to such a high degree while also excelling in sword skills. When the gale stirred up by sword heart Gehenna died down, visibility was restored. Yu Shangrong was still hovering in his original spot, arms crossed and a smile on his face. He stared at Luo Shisan. What happened? The disciples were shaken. Impossible. How did he do that? Luo Shisan was curious as well, but he remained much calmer than his disciples. He looked at Yu Shangrong and asked, "Are you planning on staying like that forever?" Yu Shangrong had a gentle, faint smile on his face as he stood facing the wind. "If I make a move, you won't stand a chance." How arrogant. You misunderstand me. If you know my intentions, you'd see I was being humble, enough. Luo Shisan moved swiftly, leaving afterimages everywhere. Enhanced by his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, his movements were as quick as lightning. This move greatly resembled the Dao invisibility technique. At the same time, energy blades formed around the afterimages, charging toward Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong nodded with a faint smile, seemingly pleased. The instant the energy wall before him shattered, he raised his right arm and swiftly brandished his sword. Left, middle, right. 3 figures flickered in the air, as if there were overlapping images. Return. Enter 3 souls. His scarlet longevity sword suddenly burst forth with a flash of blinding light, enveloping his surroundings. The space rippled like a wave. Luo Shisan merely heard a buzzing noise in his ears. His eyes could not keep up with the movements at all. Ever since Yu Shangrong left the evil Sky Pavilion, he has challenged countless elites from various backgrounds with his sword, never losing a single match. Whether it was Chen Wenjie, one of the 3 sword freaks, or a 6 or 7 leaf elite of the noble path, all his opponents died under his blade. As a result, he rose to 5th place on the blacklist. If he were not a lone wolf who preferred freedom, he would have climbed even higher on the list. Nobody knew the depth of Yu Shangrong's cultivation base. Rumor had it that it was on par with Yu Xinghai, the evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. Both of them joined the evil Sky Pavilion early and became Ji Tiandao's prized students. They inherited Ji Tiandao's mantle and were rumored to have surpassed their master. Yu Shangrong shot to fame after the battle at Great Yan's provisional capital in Upper Prime City. The sword skill, return, enter 3 souls, is what he became famous for. The abstract and the real overlapped as he moved swiftly, blurring Luo Shursan's vision. It felt as though he was in a dream. Alas, the environment created by Luo Shursan's sword Heart Gehenna provided the perfect conditions for his opponent to unleash his skill. If an elite did not move, everything would be fine. However, once an elite made a move, the outcome was clear. Luo Shursan's eyes widened. He instinctively recalled his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar and retreated as far as he could. However, 3 figures suddenly approached him from the left, right, and center. The scarlet sword gleamed as it cut through the massive energy blade and continued its momentum. The 3 figures merged into one. When the massive energy blade was sliced open by the scarlet sword. Bang! The peak Earthgrade weapon was broken into 2 by the longevity sword. Yu Shangrong's right arm was straight as he thrust the sword forward in an instant. At the same time, the fragments of the energy blade froze in the air, like glass before shattering. The sounds of battle stopped abruptly. The duration of the battle was barely enough for a pot of tea to cool down. The outcome of the battle was clear. The disciples on the sword altar held their breaths. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The disciples seemed to be having difficulty keeping up with the pace of the battle. They shifted their gazes toward their master, Sword Saint Luo Shursan. Luo Shursan's eyes widened as he stared at the scarlet sword before him. The tip of the sword was on his forehead, but it did not pierce him. This demonstrated Yu Shangrong's precise control over the sword. With just the slightest force, he could take Sword Saint Luo Shursan's life. Why Yu Shangrong did not do this, no one knew. Luo Shursan looked at the smiling Yu Shangrong in fear. The difference in our strength is too great, he did not understand this, and he could not comprehend it. They were in completely different leagues. The great Sword Saint Luo Shursan could not even withstand a single blow from the Sword Devil. If the world were to know about this, how would they rank his strength? A saint was called such because he or she had abilities that surpassed those of ordinary people. Under the skies of Great Yin, those who bore the title of saint were, without exception, grandmasters in their own right. Sword Saint was the highest praise Luo Shursan could receive for his sword skills. Even his eldest brother, Luo Chongqing, one of the 3 sword freaks, was not given this honor. And yet, the Sword Saint was defeated by the Sword Devil with just a single move. This was a huge mental blow to Luo Shursan. How was he supposed to live with this? After a long silence, Luo Shursan finally asked, "Why aren't you killing me?" Everybody knew about the Sword Devil's principles. He would kill those he had said he would kill, no matter where they were. He would pursue them to the ends of the earth. However, this time he did not stain his sword with blood. Yu Shangrong loosened his grip. The longevity sword rose higher into the air and returned to its scabbard. If I had followed through, you would have been another soul lost to my blade. But, Yu Shangrong's tone was gentle and soft. I'll make an exception and spare your life. Exception? Luo Shursan did not understand what Yu Shangrong meant. The disciples on the altar were dumbstruck. Their revered master had been defeated with a single move. How could they not be shocked? They sat limply on the ground, their knees giving way. From a distance, all they could see was Yu Shangrong hovering before their master, arms crossed, as if they were two friends having a conversation. They could not hear what was being said. Luo Shirshan asked in confusion, "What then?" "You have two choices," Yu Shangrong said. 1. Exchange your life for a Sable Magnolia. 2. You have the right to reject the first option, and I'll kill you in 3 days. I always respect my opponent's choices. Yu Shangrong's words sounded reasonable, but Luo Shirshan could not help but feel something was wrong. He frowned slightly. Sable Magnolias are precious items. Even those with their Dantian Sea of Qi destroyed can restore it with this item. What need does the Great Sword Devil have for it? Yu Shangrong's cultivation base and strength had been proven. Luo Shirshan felt that Yu Shangrong merely wanted the Sable Magnolia as a precautionary measure, so he could use it to save his own life if he was injured while fighting a powerful opponent. Yu Shangrong smiled and said, "You've misunderstood." "Oh? I have a little junior sister. Her name's Ciu Honor. She's pure, innocent, and gentle toward others. The Sable Magnolia is for her." Yu Shangrong turned to look in the direction of the evil sky pavilion. The sun's rays penetrated the rising mist and the sea of clouds, refracting into a rainbow-colored light that shone on Yu Shangrong's slender and straight back. "Little junior sister? Ciu Honor? Gentle? There's something I don't understand," Luo Shirshan said. "Please say it." Yu Shangrong's tone remained gentle. "Since you've left the evil sky pavilion, you're no longer one of its disciples. Why are you still helping her?" "Help?" Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly and said with a faint smile, "Luo Shirshan, what does it have to do with you whether I help her or not?" Luo Shirshan was stunned. He could not come up with a response. True. Who am I to dictate what he should or shouldn't do? Moreover, he had lost to him. "We don't know each other, and yet, from this battle, I can tell you're not a person who commits heinous crimes for no reason. Why do you choose to be a great villain who's scorned by everyone?" Luo Shirshan was puzzled. Yu Shangrong's expression remained calm as he asked, "Are you trying to convert me?" Luo Shirshan felt awkward. "I remember the last person who said such words to me was Kong Ming," Yu Shangrong said. "Kong Ming? The Temple of Great Emptiness's Kong Ming." Luo Shirshan was shocked. It was said that the Temple of Great Emptiness's Kong Ming had died at the hands of the evil Sky Pavilion's fifth disciple, Zhao Yu. He didn't expect that the true perpetrator was the Sword Devil, Yu Shangrong. However, that made sense. Kong Ming was an elite of the Temple of Great Emptiness. Zhao Yu would never have been able to kill Kong Ming with her strength and cultivation base. However, that was no longer important. No matter who the killer was, the world had placed the blame on the evil Sky Pavilion. Yu Shangrong continued, "Don't follow in Kong Ming's footsteps." Luo Shirshan wanted to say something but thought better of it. Could he convert this man? If the Temple of Great Emptiness's Kong Ming had tried to convert Yu Shangrong and failed, he was certain his words would have no effect. Luo Shirshan looked at the man before him. It was hard to imagine that this was the Sword Devil. Yu Shangrong walked away on air, arms crossed, at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. "I've always stood by my principles and have never made an exception. Since I'm making one now, you should cherish it. Farewell." Yu Shangrong turned to glance at the disciples on the sword altar and nodded at them perfunctorily, a faint smile on his face. His body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already 100 feet away. In the next second, he passed through the altar's barriers and vanished. Luo Shirshan felt the pressure lift from his shoulders. He quickly descended, and as soon as he landed, he staggered slightly. "Master!" Two of Luo Shirshan's disciples ran up to support him. Luo Shirshan calmed himself before saying, "Notify the elders that I've changed my mind. Ding Fanqiu is a core disciple of the Yun sect. The Sable Magnolia is just an object, and a man's life is worth much more. Agree to the exchange." Understood. In a pavilion among the mountains, several miles away from the sword altar, Si Wuyao looked in the direction of the sword altar and said with a smile, "Second senior brother, You made an exception for little junior sister. What a surprise. Yu Shangrong leaned on one of the pavilion's posts and said, little junior sister has extraordinary talents. It would be a waste if she couldn't open her sea of qi. Rules are made by humans, and human decisions can surpass the heavens. I heard that the Yin sect has refused to trade its Sable Magnolia with the evil Sky Pavilion. Now that you've found the flames, second senior brother, there will be two possible outcomes, Si Wuya said confidently. 1. The Yin sect will be driven into a corner and start a fight with the evil Sky Pavilion. 2. The Yin sect will submit and agree to the exchange. Second senior brother, aren't you worried the Yin sect will choose the first option? Old seventh, I know you're intelligent. You should understand the most basic reason in this world, Yu Shangrong said with a smile. Do enlighten me, second senior brother. If they're unwilling to submit, just clobber them. Yu Shangrong shook his head after he said this. However, I don't really like to resort to violence. When Si Wuya heard this, he cupped his fists and said, one statement from you is worth 10 years of study, second senior brother. Keep an eye on the Yin sect for me, Yu Shangrong said. Don't worry, second senior brother. I'll have to trouble you then. You're being too polite, senior brother. Si Wuya bowed and cupped his fists. When he looked up, Yu Shangrong's words were still echoing in his ears, but Yu Shangrong's figure had vanished. He said with a smile, I hope that little junior sister is truly as innocent and pure as my senior brothers think. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. The next day, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, the disciples stood in a line on each side. Lu Zhou was still pondering a way to negotiate with the Yin sect and obtain the Sable Magnolia. The Yin sect's 8 altars were brimming with experts, and the current Evil Sky Pavilion was not what it once was. If it had its first and second disciples, it would be invincible in Great Yin. Currently, Wudao was its strongest member. Fan Shouwen was still recuperating, and Yi Tianqin was reforming her Dantian Sea of Qi, so she didn't even count as an active Evil Sky Pavilion disciple. Zhao Yu had only recovered half of her cultivation base, and she had yet to enter the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Therefore, dealing with the Yun sect using force would not be wise. How about stealing? The unrealistic idea surfaced in Lu Zhou's mind. At this moment, a voice rang from outside. Elder Hua is here. Outside the great hall, Wudao appeared full of vigor, even with a spring in his step as he walked in. He cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Pavilion Master, the Yun sect has written back. They've agreed to trade their Sable Magnolia for Ding Fanqiu. Their special envoy is on the way, he said. Lu Zhou's heart fluttered slightly, but his wizened face remained calm. They've changed their mind? Well. Wudao was unsure why the Yun sect had suddenly changed its stance. Having once been part of the Yun sect, he knew how difficult it was for the 7 altars to reach a consensus. It was reasonable for the Yun sect to refuse the Evil Sky Pavilion's demand for a Sable Magnolia. Their sudden change was truly surprising. However, that was not important. Since they agreed to the exchange, it was for the best. Pavilion Master, since the Yin sect has agreed to the terms, why don't we seize this opportunity to improve our relationship? Although the Evil Sky Pavilion is powerful, it has too many enemies. In the future, when you... Pavilion Master. Wudao paused. He wanted to mention the 10-year limit, but he felt it would be inappropriate. He continued, having another ally is always better than another foe. Lu Zhou glanced at him. Elder Hua, it's good that you have such thoughts. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion has no need for such an ally, he said indifferently. In the future. We'll leave tomorrow's troubles for tomorrow, Lu Zhou said confidently. I have time on my hands. Wudao no longer dared to say anything else. Perhaps he was still new to the Evil Sky Pavilion, his style was not yet compatible with the pavilions. However, there was no rushing these things. He decided to take it slowly. At the very least, he could accept the way things were done in the Evil Sky Pavilion for now. Pavilion Master, even if the Yun sect is willing to trade their Sable Magnolia. One Magnolia is still not enough to open a person's sea of qi, Wudao pointed out. Luzhou nodded and said, do you know how many Sable Magnolias there are? Wudao replied, from what I know, there are 5. One is in the Yun sect, the second is in the hands of the Duanling branch southwest of Great Yin, the third is in Rongbei, the fourth is in the Heaven Choice Temple, and the fifth. Well, I don't know where it is. Wudao's words aligned with Luzhou's knowledge. Luzhou stroked his beard and said, in your opinion, from whom should I obtain the second Magnolia? The Duanling branch is far away in the southwest. Rongbei is beyond Great Yin, so, only the Heaven Choice Temple remains, Wudao said. The Heaven Choice Temple is on good terms with the Temple of Great Emptiness. They are both Buddhist temples. The Buddhist temples never involve themselves in the conflicts between the noble and fiend paths. If they're open to negotiations, we can try to negotiate with them. Wudao's words seemed reasonable. At this moment, Mingxirin, who had remained silent at the side for a long time, said, Master, I have a plan. What is it? Old Eighth has always been on good terms with the Heaven Choice Temple. We can send him to negotiate with them, Mingxirin said. Good terms? After Old Eighth left the Evil Sky Pavilion, he has made great efforts to win the favor of the Heaven Choice Temple, in order to obtain a method to save his own life. The Zen tunic he's wearing is from the Heaven Choice Temple, Mingxirin said. Bring him here, Luzhou said. Yes, Master. Mingxirin eagerly ran to fetch Zhu Honggong. In no time, Mingxirin was leading a puzzled Zhu Honggong into the Great Hall. Zhu Honggong had lost some weight over the past month. When he returned to the Great Hall, he still felt nervous. He was acting worse than a newcomer. His eyes darted around everywhere. He fell to his knees and said reverently, Greetings, Master. May you live to see 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. May you live forever and ever. Mingxirin frowned. This pig is really stealing my spotlight. Luzhou said, Old Eighth, since you were tricked into committing your sins, I'm now giving you a chance to redeem yourself. When Zhu Honggong heard this, he was overjoyed. I'm willing to redeem myself, he said. I won't even frown if I have to climb a mountain of blades, plunge into a sea of fire, or walk with knives on my sides. Very good, Luzhou said. I hereby choose you to bring back the Sable Magnolia from the Heaven Choice Temple. Zhu Honggong was puzzled. Heaven Choice Temple? He was momentarily stunned. A bitter expression appeared on his face, but he did not dare to oppose his master. When Luzhou saw the reluctance on Zhu Honggong's face, he asked, What? You're unwilling? No. I'm willing. I'll surely return with the Sable Magnolia. Zhu Honggong replied, pulling a long face and speaking with zero sincerity. Mingxirin said with a smile, Hurry up, then. It shouldn't be a problem for you, given your relationship with them. Believe me, we won't put you in harm's way. Remember, you're only there to negotiate. Send word to us if anything happens. I'll head out right away. Zhu Honggong nodded and bowed. He walked backward out of the Great Hall. Luzhou watched him leave until he was out of sight, then said, When will the Yun sect's special envoy arrive? In 6 hours. Zhu Honggong descended the mountain as soon as he received his order. Although he was reluctant to visit the Heaven Choice Temple, he did not dare to defy his master's commands. He had no choice but to agree to it. Moreover, this was a good opportunity for him to redeem himself. As he walked, he began to think about how he would negotiate with the Heaven Choice Temple. While Zhu Honggong was lost in thought, Pan Zhong suddenly appeared with an ingratiating smile on his face. Mr. Eighth? Who's there? It's me, Pan Zhong. Pan Zhong appeared before Zhu Honggong. When he saw Pan Zhong, Zhu Honggong said irritably, Get lost. I'm not done with you for what happened the other day. Please, Mr. Eighth. I'm sure you won't hold this against me, since you're magnanimous, beyond measure. From a single glance, I can tell you're different from the others, Mr. Eighth. There's no way you'd hold a grudge just because of a few words, Panzhong said. Save your flattery. I won't fall for it. Zhu Honggong said. Mr. Eighth, you've misunderstood me. If speaking the truth is considered flattery, am I supposed to lie to you whenever I see you? Panzhong said. That's more like it. Speak up, what's on your mind? Panzhong smiled and said, Mr. Fourth has said he would put in a good word for you to the Pavilion Master. All you have to do is head to the Heaven Choice Temple. Mr. Fourth will hold the fort in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zhu Honggong sighed and said, Fourth's senior brother is the only one who treats me well. Of course. Get out of my way. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you said a few nice words to me. Of course. Zhu Honggong walked to higher ground and glanced at Panzhong. When I was cultivating in the Evil Sky Pavilion, there was no place for people like you, he said haughtily. With a tap of his feet, he propelled himself forward. Swoosh! Upon seeing this, one might think Zhu Honggong was about to unleash an impressive movement skill. However, he took a nosedive and fell. Crash! Zhu Honggong tumbled down the slope, his squeals echoing throughout the mountain. Panzhong covered his face with his hand. Drat! I've forgotten what I was supposed to do. I'm supposed to unseal Mr. Eighth's cultivation base. 6 hours later. The Great Hall in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Pavilion Master, the Yunsec's special envoy, Li Yundao, requests an audience. Let him in. Li Yundao slowly made his way into the Great Hall, escorted by the derived Moon Palace's female cultivators. Those who visited the Evil Sky Pavilion couldn't help but appear nervous and curious. Li Yundao was also worried the villains might do something to him. He walked into the Great Hall with a flustered expression and stiff movements. Li Yundao did not dare to meet Lu Zhou's eyes. Instead, he bowed and said, Li Yundao of the Yun sect greets old Senior Ji. You may take a seat, Lu Zhou waved his arm. Li Yundao bowed again. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Ji. He sat down with stiff movements, before finally looking at the greatest villain under the heavens. He was shocked when he saw Lu Zhou's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. Everyone had been saying Ji Tiandao had less than 10 years to live, but he looked hale and hearty. He even had some dark hair. There was no sign that his time was almost up. When Li Yundao shifted his attention to Hua Wudao, a look of disappointment appeared on his face as he glanced at Hua Wudao from the corners of his eyes. A great elder of the Yun sect had truly joined the fiend path. How sad and lamentable. Senior Ji, as instructed by the sect master of Yun sect, I am here to offer the Sable Magnolia. He produced a brown brocade box in his hand. At this moment, he resembled a eunuch from the palace. However, before he could even get close, Mingshi snatched the brocade box away and presented it to Lu Zhou respectfully. Lu Zhou waved his arm gently, and the brocade box opened. Ding! Obtained item, Sable Magnolia X1. A heaven and earth treasure. Can be used for cultivation, healing, and opening a sea of qi ***. Lu Zhou was slightly disappointed that there was no merit points reward. He nodded in satisfaction and said frankly, I like people who keep their word. Bring Ding Fanqiu here. Understood. Soon, Zhou Jifeng brought Ding Fanqiu into the hall. After his cultivation base was sealed, Ding Fanqiu had been imprisoned, never seeing daylight or the blue sky. As a result, he now appeared like a madman, with disheveled hair and an emaciated body. Li Yundao glanced at him. Then, he cupped his fists and said, Thank you. Send our guest off. Li Yundao was slightly taken aback. He had traveled far, and yet, he was being sent away before his seat even turned warm. He hastily stood up and said, Old Senior Ji, I have something to say. What is it? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Senior Sword Devil defeated the Sword Altar's first seat, Senior Luo, a few days ago. Senior Luo has a message for you. If there's a chance, he'd like to spar with Senior Sword Devil again. Li Yundao bowed. Yu Shanrong went to the sword altar? Did you not know about this, old senior Ji? Li Yundao was shocked. Lu Zhou pondered the implications. No wonder the Yun sect suddenly changed their mind. Yu Shanrong was pressuring them. Remembering Yu Shanrong's past actions, Lu Zhou muttered, that rascal. Li Yundao hastily said, Senior Sword Devil's sword skills are amazing. His return enter 3 souls earned endless praise from Senior Sword Saint, Mingshi cursed, get lost. How dare you praise a traitor before my master? Are you out of your mind? Mingshi shouted again, off with you. Take Ding Fanqiu and scram. I will. Li Yundao took Ding Fanqiu by the arm and fled from the hall. At the same time, he cursed the sword altar under his breath. Politeness meant nothing to the villains, they could never be offended. Li Yundao left with Ding Fanqiu. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to the Sable Magnolia inside the box and said, I never expected this tiny Sable Magnolia to have such potent properties. Even by looking at it, it was clear that the Sable Magnolia was a powerful herb. Master, can this Sable Magnolia really open up my sea of qi? Little Yuaner asked, curiously, regarding the Sable Magnolia with interest. Mingshi smiled and said, the Sable Magnolia is a heaven and earth treasure. Eating this can even pull you back from the brink of death, let alone opening your sea of qi. Hearing this, little Yuaner was overjoyed. She fell to her knees and said, thank you, master. Loyalty plus 2%. Lu Zhou glanced at the number. Little Yuaner's loyalty was over 85%, making her the most loyal of all his disciples. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, saying, my treatment of you has not been in vain. I won't let you down, master, she replied. At this moment, Pan Zhong hurried into the great hall, bowed, and said, Pavilion Master, there's a letter from the Heaven Choice Temple. Bring it to me, Lu Zhou instructed. Pan Zhong reverently presented the letter from the Heaven Choice Temple to Lu Zhou, who opened it and scanned its contents. How audacious! Smack! Lu Zhou threw the letter onto the table. It slipped off and fell to the floor. Mingshi waved his arm, and a wave of energy brought the letter to him. After reading it, Mingshi said indignantly, the Heaven Choice Temple is demanding an exorbitant price. They want 3 heaven-grade weapons and 8th junior brother to return the Zen tunic. But didn't you say he's on good terms with the Heaven Choice Temple? Wudao asked, puzzled. Perhaps that pighead is hiding something. Mingshi scratched his head and looked at Lu Zhou. Master. Old 8th is now a captive. The Heaven Choice Temple is clearly looking down on the evil Sky Pavilion. Wudao was confused. He cupped his fists and said, where did the Heaven Choice Temple get the confidence to challenge the evil Sky Pavilion? Perhaps they are stupid and foolish, Mingshi replied. The Heaven Choice Temple could not compare to the Temple of Great Emptiness, especially in recent years. There had not been a Buddhist Grandmaster from the Heaven Choice Temple at all. They only had a few elites at the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm and lacked new blood. They were not in the same league as the Temple of Great Emptiness. As one of the 4 great Buddhist temples, the current Heaven Choice Temple was a mere shadow of its former glory. Moreover, the temple was showing signs of becoming a subsidiary of the Temple of Great Emptiness. For this reason, Mingshi could not understand their confidence and concluded that they must be stupid and foolish. Master, I'm willing to accompany 3rd senior brother to the Heaven Choice Temple and teach those bald donkeys a lesson. We'll show them that the evil Sky Pavilion is not to be trifled with, Mingshi said indignantly. Wudao was speechless. Duan Muxing brandished his overlord spear and said, 8th junior brother went there on orders and represents the evil Sky Pavilion. Now that he's in trouble, I can't sit back and do nothing as his senior brother. I'm willing to accompany 4th junior brother there to grind those bald donkeys' bones into dust. Wudao was even more speechless. Zhao Yu bowed slightly and said, I know I've committed sins in the past. However, I am willing to redeem myself with this mission and fight alongside my 2 senior brothers. I swear to wipe out the Heaven Choice Temple, to vent your anger, Master. Wudao was confused. He cupped his fists and asked, where did the Heaven Choice Temple get their confidence from to challenge the evil Sky Pavilion? Perhaps they're stupid and foolish, Mingxirin said. The Heaven Choice Temple could not be compared to the Temple of Great Emptiness. This was especially true in recent years. There had not been a single Buddhist Grandmaster from the Heaven Choice Temple at all. They merely had a handful of nascent Divinity Tribulation realm elites. Wudao was speechless again. Little Yuan was toying with her hair, looking lost. Wudao did not know what Lu Zhou was thinking at this moment. He was baffled by their reactions. It was on this day that he felt the evil Sky Pavilion was truly acting like the evil Sky Pavilion. Although Wudao did not distinguish between the noble and fiend paths, he was not someone who would kill on a whim. Was it not too violent to want to wipe someone out at the slightest provocation? Wudao looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was also slightly speechless. He might have influenced his disciples lately, but under these circumstances, it seemed more appropriate for him to act like the old Tiandao. However, since it was the Heaven Choice Temple's choice, there was no helping it. The Heaven Choice Temple and the Temple of Great Emptiness are of the same line. The Temple of Great Emptiness's Kong Yuan has been in seclusion for a long time. It's said that he achieved a breakthrough long ago. If they join forces, you might not be able to come back from this, Lu Zhou said. Mingxirin and Duanmu Xing exchanged glances. Master, we're not afraid of death. I agree. I agree. Duanmu Xing and Zhao Yu chimed in. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, in that case, I'll visit the Heaven Choice Temple as well. Master, you're coming as well? Mingxirin was shocked. He immediately started to flatter his master. With Master here, those bald donkeys will be killed with a single palm strike. If he didn't flatter his master while Old Eighth was absent, he wouldn't have a chance in the future. Lu Zhou only looked at Mingxirin indifferently. At that moment, he noticed there was a new mission on the system dashboard. The objective was to retrieve the Sable Magnolia, and the reward was 1,500 merit points. If he could get his hands on the Sable Magnolia, he would be able to purchase the 7-star soul avatar. It had been a few months since Lu Zhou transmigrated here. He reckoned that even Ji Tiandao couldn't have made progress as quickly as he did, from basic Taiji to 7-star soul. For this reason, Lu Zhou was determined to obtain the Sable Magnolia. Early the next morning, the evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot was prepared. Mingxirin, Duanmu Xing, Zhao Yu, and little Yuan were waiting for their master. Elder Hua, you're advanced in age, and your legs aren't what they used to be. You should stay in the evil Sky Pavilion and rest, Lu Zhou said to Wudao. Then, he turned around and boarded the flying chariot. Wudao's wizened face was etched with a shocked expression. He felt like something was amiss. Indeed, I'm old, but I think you're older, Pavilion Master. He cupped his fists and said, I'll wait for your good news, Pavilion Master. Mingxirin nudged Duanmu Xing and said, Third senior brother, do you know that there are many benefits to manning the helm? Manning the helm is a good way to hone the harmonization of your primal chi. When steering the flying chariot, its speed and rumbling are controlled by the person at the helm. If you keep at it long enough, it's good training for your endurance. Besides, the view from the helm is the best, Mingxirin said. It's that great? Of course. I'd never lie to you, third senior brother. Eldest senior brother didn't become as powerful as he is now without a reason. He did not man the helm for 10 years for nothing, Mingxirin said. That makes sense. Duanmu Xing nodded and patted Mingxiyin's shoulder. With a serious and sincere tone, he said, Junior brother, your cultivation base is weaker. I'll leave these benefits for you. Mingxirin was speechless. Was this what it felt like to carry a heavy boulder and to drop it on one's own foot? Apart from the 4 disciples, more than 10 female cultivators also boarded the flying chariot. An hour later, the flying chariot arrived at the southwest area of Great Yanjing province at breakneck speed. Mingxian maintained steady control over the flying chariot, ensuring a smooth journey. Master, we're already at Clear Source Mountain. The Heaven Choice Temple is at the peak. Slow down. I. Mingxian turned to look at the others. Third senior brother, little junior sister, how do you find my helming of the flying chariot? He sounded pleased with himself. Little Yuaner gave him a thumbs up and said, fourth senior brother, your helming is perfect. You're a master at this. Your skill is amazing, junior brother. You managed to keep the flying chariot so steady on your second try, Duan Muxing praised. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and glanced at Mingxian. In that case, you'll be the permanent helmsman from now on. Mingxian was speechless. Meanwhile, at the Mountain Gate Hall of Heaven Choice Temple in Clear Source Mountain. Master. The evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot is here. It was as if a stone had stirred up 1,000 waves. Wearing a kasaya and holding a staff, the abbot of Heaven Choice Temple lowered his prayer beads and stopped chanting the sutras. Inform the disciples to greet our special guests. Understood. Soon after, the bell on the mountain rang, resounding across Clear Source Mountain. Dong. 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 The sound gathered the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples outside the Hall of Great Strength. Some carried rods, while others came empty-handed. All wore monk robes, and a few in kasayas sauntered over. The disciples looked up and exclaimed in wonder at the cloud-splitting chariot slowly making its way toward them. The Heaven Choice Temple did not possess such things. At this moment, the abbot, Grandmaster Su Jing, appeared on the steps of the Hall of Great Strength. Master. Abbot. Senior brother abbot. The monks, of different ranks, addressed the abbot differently but greeted him in unison. Su Jing looked up and said, just as I expected. Master, the evil Sky Pavilion seems hostile. What do we do now? Su Jing's gaze swept across the 4 individuals before him, and he said, our visitor is the greatest villain in the world. Aside from Su Shun, Su Fan, and Su Hai, the rest are to stay silent. The disciples nodded. The cloud-splitting chariot was descending. The dense energy that flowed around the flying chariot amazed the temple's disciples. Without waiting for the flying chariot to stop completely, Su Jing raised an arm and projected his voice with sound waves. Heaven Choice Temple's abbot, Su Jing, welcomes you, dear benefactors. His voice was rich and penetrating, reaching the top of the flying chariot. Mingxian frowned and said, Master, these bald donkeys are utter hypocrites. How dare they mock the evil Sky Pavilion like that? He felt their hypocrisy was a blatant taunt, especially after kidnapping his 8th junior brother and demanding an exorbitant price. I had no choice but to do this. Mingxian had to man the helm. This gave him access to the best vantage point on the flying chariot. From his position at the helm, he could see the Heaven Worship platform and the plaza around it being filled with the Heaven Choice Temple's rod-wielding monks. They waited with serious expressions, their eyes burning with readiness, as if prepared to fight to the death. Mingxian did not curse at them. Instead, he turned and said, Master, I suspect they've laid a trap for us somewhere. Should we land elsewhere? With their strength and cultivation, they could leave on their own even if there was a trap. However, the cloud-splitting chariot was precious to them, and it would be a shame if it was damaged. Lu Zhou walked to the edge of the flying chariot, his hands behind his back, and looked down. He scanned the Heaven Worship platform and the rod-wielding monks on the plaza. Then, he said, Su Jing, it has been a while. Su Jing looked up at Lu Zhou, standing proudly on the flying chariot. A look of shock flashed across his face as he said, I thought the evil Sky Pavilion master would find this humble temple beneath him to visit. You have indeed honored us with your presence, old benefactor. Land, Lu Zhou ordered calmly. Yes, master, Mingxian replied. He brought the cloud-splitting chariot lower and landed on the Heaven Worship platform. He had intentionally chosen this spot. The heaven worship platform was traditionally used by the Heaven Choice Temple for worshipping the heavens. By landing there, it was a deliberate act of defiance. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples, young and full of vigor, were naturally provoked by this display, eager to rush up to the flying chariot for a fight. However, before they could make a move, they were reprimanded by the 4 seniors whose names included the character Su. The young disciples were too inexperienced. Moreover, the Heaven Choice Temple had never intervened in the conflicts between the noble and fiend paths. Many of the disciples knew next to nothing about the greatest villain in the cultivation world. The young were fearless, but they should still understand their opponents before recklessly making a move. There was no difference between being reckless and rushing to one's death. The flying chariot landed steadily. Lu Zhou led the others out of the chariot. Contrary to their expectations, the monks of the Heaven Choice Temple did not charge at them. The monks stood in neat ranks. Su Jing walked up to the heaven worship platform, straightened his palm, and said, "Amba Buddha. Welcome to our humble temple, benefactors." Su Jing's attitude puzzled the others. They could not tell what he was up to. Lu Zhou did not seem bothered. He walked up to Su Jing with his hands behind his back. When he was a few meters from Su Jing, he glanced at him. Su Jing said again, "I had no choice. We truly have no other option than to hold the benefactor hostage. Please let us adjourn to the Hall of Great Strength. We'll speak at length there. Bald donkey, you'll release my 8th junior brother right now. You even have the gall to demand 3 heaven-grade weapons. Who gave you this courage?" Ming Shirin cursed. Su Jing was clearly discomfited. "If I didn't say that, I wouldn't have been able to provoke the evil Sky Pavilion. You did it deliberately? Dear benefactors, this way, please." Su Jing stepped aside. The other disciples followed suit. "The Hall of Great Strength isn't some kind of imprisoning entrapment, right?" Ming Shirin mused, staring at the Hall of Great Strength in the distance. His suspicion was not unfounded. After experiencing several grand battles, many cultivators had mastered shackling techniques, such as formations. The barriers of the Green Jade Altar or Golden Court Mountain could never be shattered by ordinary cultivators. There was also the Grand Witchcraft Formation at Measure Heaven River and the Grand Predecessor Formation in Tomzi Town. It was possible that there could be a Grand Formation under the Hall of Great Strength, given its importance to the Heaven Choice Temple. Su Jing said, "You've misunderstood me, dear benefactors. Even if there's a restricting trap there, it would need to be activated by powerful cultivators. The Heaven Choice Temple, with its current strength, could never use such a powerful formation. Moreover, everyone knows about the evil Sky Pavilion's strength. Even if I'm foolish, I'd never strike a rock with an egg." Ming Shirin looked at Su Jing and said, "In that case, you mean you lured my master over for another matter?" "Yes." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "I hope that's the case." This way, Su Jing made an inviting gesture. Lu Zhou and the others followed Su Jing into the Hall of Great Strength. The other rod-wielding monks waited outside, while only a few core disciples remained inside the Hall of Great Strength. Su Jing took his seat and called out, "Monks. Master. Bring the benefactor here." Understood. In no time, Zhu Honggong was brought to them by 2 monks. Zhu Honggong felt aggrieved. His hands and feet were tightly bound. The monks loosened the bonds at the entrance of the hall. "I had no choice but to resort to this. Please forgive me, Benefactor Ji. I'll take responsibility for this offense." Zhu Honggong heard these words as he entered the hall. He swept his gaze across the room and saw Lu Zhou seated regally, surrounded by his disciples. "Master, you're finally here. I've been tortured and beaten by this old bald donkey. I'm now heavily injured. It was a hellish experience. Master, you must seek justice for me." Zhu Honggong fell to his knees before Lu Zhou, tears and snot streaking his face. Ming Shirin was speechless. "What a damn actor." Su Jing seemed taken aback. He looked at Zhu Honggong and said, I am the abbot of the Heaven Choice Temple. This is a place of Buddhist values. I would never act violently against you, benefactor. Are you still trying to argue? I'm suffering from internal injuries. Don't you think I know my body well? Zhu Honggong glared at Su Jing. He knew Ji Tiandao all too well, revenge was in his nature. Stand up and speak, Lu Zhou said. If what you said is true, I'll seek justice for you. Yes, master. Zhu Honggong suddenly felt that returning to the evil sky pavilion had been worth it. Su Jing was speechless. However, due to his status and position, he felt it was inappropriate to defend himself. He said, kindly judge this matter wisely, benefactor Ji. Let's talk business. Lu Zhou paused, then changed his tone. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, the Heaven Choice Temple will surely pay the price. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Jing's forehead. However, he spoke calmly, I know you want the Sable Magnolia, benefactor Ji. We can hand it over to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the anger of the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples abated, and they nodded. That's more like it. Lu Zhou did not expect Su Jing to be this generous. In that case, why would they beat around the bush and come up with these tricks? I have always been reasonable. I can let bygones be bygones regarding your imprisonment of Zhu Honggong. No matter how Lu Zhou looked at it, Old Eighth's mistreatment was worth it in exchange for the Sable Magnolia. Zhu Honggong was baffled. Didn't Master say he was going to seek justice for me? Su Jing straightened his palm and said, it's fortunate for me that you're highly principled, old benefactor. That aside, I do have one request. Mingxirin cursed, bald donkey, I knew you were up to no good. It's useless for you to tell us your request. The Evil Sky Pavilion won't agree to it. Su Jing suddenly rose to his feet and walked up to Lu Zhou. Then, he said respectfully, indeed, I have not thought things through in regard to this incident. Apart from the Sable Magnolia, the Heaven Choice Temple will drop the matter regarding the Zen tunic. Zhu Honggong hastily lowered his head and pulled his clothes tighter to himself. I'm curious, said Lu Zhou. What made the Heaven Choice Temple bow and bend the knee? Su Jing sighed and said, it was to preserve our lives. He made a gesture, and a few young disciples ran out of the Hall of Great Strength. They soon returned with several stretchers carrying the bodies of the dead. Judging from their outfits, they must have been core disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple, perhaps even elders. Su Jing pointed at the corpses and said, the Heaven Choice Temple's Discipline Hall's first seat, Kong Liao, and the Scripture Hall's first seat, Kong Jian. 8 attendants of the Supervision Court and the 12 temple seats. They were all killed by the Temple of Great Emptiness 4 divine monks. There were not many corpses brought into the hall, yet Su Jing listed so many names. As he spoke, his expression was calm, as though he was used to dealing with deaths. The Temple of Great Emptiness and the Heaven Choice Temple are of the same lineage. Why would the Temple of Great Emptiness kill its own? Lu Zhou asked. It's a long story, Su Jing slowly said. Ever since Grandmaster Kong Xian of the Temple of Great Emptiness emerged from his cultivation and seclusion, the Temple of Great Emptiness has changed its attitude toward worldly affairs. They pride themselves on converting the masses and bringing salvation to all. The Heaven Choice Temple and the Temple of Great Emptiness have never interfered with each other, but, he paused for a moment before continuing, the Temple of Great Emptiness is convinced that I killed Kong Xian. Lu Zhou listened to his story, stroking his beard. The memories of the incident at Renan's holy altar were still fresh in his mind. However, he did not expect it would spark conflict between the Temple of Great Emptiness and the Heaven Choice Temple. They wouldn't believe me no matter what I said. On top of that, many noble path cultivators at the holy altar witnessed it. The Temple of Great Emptiness is using this as an excuse to go against us. This Heaven Choice Temple is no longer what it once was. How can we stand against the 4 divine monks? Su Jing said. That's why you thought of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou said. Precisely. Su Jing bowed slightly. I heard the Temple of Great Emptiness is on bad terms with the evil Sky Pavilion. I truly have no choice. There are over 1,000 lives in this temple, so I had to resort to this. If the evil Sky Pavilion removes the 4 divine monks, I'll not only surrender the Sable Magnolia and the Zen Tunic, the Heaven Choice Temple will also submit to the evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshi and the others were taken aback. Just how much courage did Su Jing muster to make this decision? Under the skies of Great Yin, the noble and fiend paths did not tolerate each other. The Buddhist societies had always been neutral. If the Heaven Choice Temple truly joined the evil Sky Pavilion, they would be condemned by those on the noble path. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "You're the abbot of the Heaven Choice Temple and have always been closer to the noble path. If you choose to submit to the evil Sky Pavilion, aren't you worried that you'll become the laughingstock of the world?" Su Jing scoffed and said in a slightly contemptuous tone, "There's a fine line between becoming a Buddha and becoming a devil." He remembered the scene of being accused by the people of the noble path, including those from the Clarity sect and Righteous sect. He remembered the scene where the 4 divine monks of the Temple of Great Emptiness mercilessly killed the disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple. He also recalled the banners hung throughout Jing province, calling for the destruction of the Heaven Choice Temple. In contrast, the evil Sky Pavilion had never done anything harmful to the Heaven Choice Temple. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Zhu Honggong has stolen the Zen Tunic from the Heaven Choice Temple. Aren't you going to hold it against him?" If the Zen Tunic had remained in the Heaven Choice Temple, it would have been taken by the Temple of Great Emptiness long ago. "It's fortunate that it's in the benefactor's hands," Su Jing replied. Zhu Honggong was delighted to hear this. "I was wondering why I wasn't disrobed." Mingshi and Duanmu Xing were speechless. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhu Honggong and said, "There are more sects in the noble path than just the Clarity and Righteous sects. Why didn't you seek their help instead? There are many in the noble path, but few can compare to the Temple of Great Emptiness. Besides, it's better to avoid unnecessary troubles." Who would side with the Heaven Choice Temple and defend the Temple of Great Emptiness? Su Jing replied. "Why are you so certain the evil Sky Pavilion will intervene in this matter?" Lu Zhou asked. Silence fell in the Hall of Great Strength. The disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple stood still, not making a sound. Su Jing responded, "I have 3 reasons. First, the Sable Magnolia. Second, I know that Kong Xian was killed by the evil Sky Pavilion. Third, the Zen Tunic." The abbot was not stupid, his mind was clear and logical. Mingshi resisted the urge to applaud. "Well said," Lu Zhou commented. After a slight pause, he asked, "What would you do if the evil Sky Pavilion chooses to stand on the Temple of Great Emptiness's side?" Su Jing was dumbstruck. The temple disciples were shocked, their eyes wide as they glared at the evil Sky Pavilion, unsure if they were afraid or angry. Su Jing fell silent for a moment, then heaved a long sigh. He shook his head and said, "If that's the case, I'll become the condemned abbot of the Heaven Choice Temple. I'll repent before Buddha." "Master! Abbot!" The Heaven Choice Temple disciples in the hall exclaimed in unison. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Calm down," he said slowly. "Old benefactor." Su Jing was so nervous that his hands were shaking. How could he calm down? He was genuinely afraid that Lu Zhou would side with the Temple of Great Emptiness. "I like tactful people," Lu Zhou continued. The Heaven Choice Temple was willing to surrender the Sable Magnolia, the Zen Tunic, and even submit to the evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip through his fingers. Benefactor? Su Jing, naturally, felt uneasy since he still hadn't received a clear answer. "Where's the Temple of Great Emptiness?" Lu Zhou asked. Upon hearing this, Su Jing was overjoyed. "The Temple of Great Emptiness has given us 3 days, and today is the last of the 3. Their 4 divine monks will arrive early tomorrow morning." Lu Zhou nodded. Mingshi. "Yes, master." "Hide the flying chariot." "Yes, master." Mingshi was his usual, flashy self. He swaggered and glanced at the monks as he walked. With a swift movement, he unleashed his grand technique. Duan Muxing felt speechless when he saw it. Did he have to use his grand technique? Su Jing hastily said, "Prepare the lodgings." Understood. Lu Zhou remained calm. He stayed the night at the Heaven Choice Temple. The people left the Hall of Great Strength, and it was now completely dark. Su Jing stood alone in the hall. He sighed and murmured, "There's a fine line between becoming a Buddha and becoming a devil." Early the next morning, dong, dong, dong. The morning bell was rung. The tolling of the bell resounded throughout Clear Source Mountain and reverberated through the Heaven Choice Temple. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples swiftly gathered and prepared in full battle array. Report to me once the Temple of Great Emptiness flying chariot appears. Understood. The Brahman Sea Realm monks of the Heaven Choice Temple scattered in all directions in the air. The disciples whose cultivation bases were in the sense-condensing realm and below gathered before the Hall of Great Strength. Su Jing wore his kasaya, held his staff, prayer beads, and skull cap, dressed more formally than usual. "Benefactor Ji, this way, please." Lu Zhou and the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples accepted the invitation and entered the Hall of Great Strength. When the sun was high in the sky, a flying chariot appeared on the horizon and advanced toward them at a steady pace. "Abbot! The Temple of Great Emptiness flying chariot is here." One of the disciples rushed into the Hall of Great Strength. When Mingxirin heard this, he smiled faintly and was the first to leave the Hall of Great Strength. He stood at the top of the stairs and looked up. The Temple of Great Emptiness is clearly richer than the Heaven Choice Temple. Not bad, but it's a bit on the small side. The flying chariot was not huge, it was ivory, and about 30 monks flanked it. Before it even reached the Heaven Choice Temple, a domineering voice rang out from it. "Su Jing, aren't you coming out to welcome us?" The sound wave rolled toward them from the horizon. The trees before the Hall of Great Strength rustled noisily from the force of the voice. Su Jing and his core disciples rushed out of the hall and looked up at the sky. "Are all 4 divine monks here? Are the 4 divine monks so powerful?" Lu Zhou sauntered over with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhao Yu, Duan Muxing, and Little Yuaner followed closely behind him. Su Jing said, "Kong Ju, Kong Wen, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang. They're all first seats, only second to Abbot Kong Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, they've entered the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm a long time ago." For Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elites? Not bad. Entering the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm was akin to stepping into the most dangerous territory in Great Yin. In the Heaven Choice Temple, Su Jing was the only one who had entered the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. The others were too insignificant to mention. There were not even many Divine Court Realm monks. Out of about 1,000 disciples, not a single one had reached the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. However, the Temple of Great Emptiness had easily sent out 4 Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elites. The disparity between the 2 temples was too obvious. It was no wonder the Heaven Choice Temple had to resort to such a decision to deal with the Temple of Great Emptiness. After all, death was preferable to dishonor. As they spoke, the forceful sound wave rang out from the sky again. The disciples before the Hall of Great Strength had strained expressions on their faces as they tried to resist the sound wave with their weak cultivation bases. "Kong Ji and Kong Zhang?" Lu Zhou repeated the names. "Look, they're retards. The person who gave these names must be a genius." Mingxirin said dismissively, "There are powerful ones and weaklings in the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Are you telling me they're all 8-leaf experts?" Su Jing shook his head and said, "The 4 divine monks aren't too powerful on their own. The strongest is a 5-leaf expert, while the weakest is a 2-leaf expert. Kong Yi is a 3-leaf expert, and Kong Zhang is a 4-leaf expert. That's nothing. I can take on 2 of them." Mingxirin could hardly contain his urge to show off. "What's your cultivation base, benefactor?" Abbot Su Jing asked. Two-leaf. Indeed, the four divine monks aren't powerful when separated. They're only terrifying when they work together. Together, their strength is on par with a seven-leaf cultivator, Jing said. They're that strong? Mingxian was shocked. Jing began to explain, with a hint of anxiety, when the four of them join forces, they can unleash a powerful Buddhist hand seal. I fought them once when they worked together, and I was injured. At this point, it was pointless to worry about dignity or modesty. Jing pulled his kasaya to the side, revealing an angry palm print on his chest. Mingxian and Duanmuxing were inwardly shocked by this. Setting aside Jing's strength and cultivation base, he had shown tremendous willpower by not showing any signs of pain from the wound on his chest all this while. You're cool. Mingxian gave the abbot a thumbs up. I hate monks the most, but you're the first one I find tolerable. Are you confident in taking them on, Benefactor Ji? Jing asked. After all, the lives of more than 1,000 disciples were at stake. If he lost, he would be condemned for generations to come. Although Jing had heard that the evil Sky Pavilion's Tiandao was still the greatest and peerless villain in the world, the problem was that his life limit was almost upon him. As he aged, his cultivation base would deteriorate. He was not certain if this old villain still possessed his former strength. Without waiting for Lu Zhou to respond, Mingxian said, My master's cultivation base is unfathomable, you can rest assured. Perhaps, my master doesn't even need to do anything. I bet third senior brother and I can handle this. Jing said, In that case, I'm relieved. I hope that none of us will underestimate our enemies. At this moment, the sound from the horizon intensified. Jing. 3 days have passed. Do you have an answer? Whiz. The flying chariot hovered in the air. 4 monks and kasayas stood in front, their palms straightened before themselves. They descended slowly in the air. Several monks landed behind them as well. Only a handful remained to maintain the flying chariot in the sky. The disciples before the Hall of Great Strength retreated, moving backward until they were at the edges of the compound. The 4 divine monks landed with 20 other monks on the center of the plaza, before the incense cauldron. The 4 of them positioned themselves at the corners of a square. At first glance, they looked somewhat identical, with similar statures and facial features, making it difficult to tell them apart. However, the 4 divine monks were not young. Their brows almost touched their beards, and their faces were wizened. Kongwen, who stood at the lead, said, Jing. Lu Zhou stood beside Jing, looked down, and shook his head. The 4 of them were in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. Clearly, the Temple of Great Emptiness was wary of the Heaven Choice Temple, sending out the 4 divine monks. Su Liao, Su Fan, Su Hai, Su Jing called. Senior brother abbot. The 3 of them bowed simultaneously. I'll leave the safety of the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples to the 3 of you, Jing said solemnly. Don't worry, senior brother abbot. Although we are only in the divine court realm, we will do everything in our power to keep them safe. I can die in peace knowing the 3 of you are around. The 4 divine monks standing before the incense cauldron smiled scornfully. Kongwen sneered and said, Jing, surrender the Sable Magnolia and the Zen tunic. From this day on, you will be part of the Temple of Great Emptiness. Why are you being so stubborn? You evil creature. Jing cursed. Are you insulting me? You are less than an evil creature for bullying your senior. Jing had long lost the patience to reason with them. He began attacking them with words. After all, the generational name Kong was below the generational name Su. However, it was clear that none of the 4 divine monks cared about the seniority in generational names. Kongwen chuckled and said, I thought that during these 3 days, you would think things through and obediently surrender. I'm surprised that not only did you fail to think things through, but you remained so obstinate. Kongju said bluntly. If that's the case, let's send them on their way. We just need to put in a bit more effort. Su Jing was about to retort when he saw Lu Zhou moving forward. You want the Sable Magnolia as well? Lu Zhou asked. Kong Wen shifted his gaze to Lu Zhou, finally noticing him and the others. Su Jing stood to the side and said in a hushed tone, they want to use the Sable Magnolia to deal with the evil Sky Pavilion. They know that Kong Xian was killed by the evil Sky Pavilion, but they are deliberately shifting the blame onto the Heaven Choice Temple. Kong Wen looked at Lu Zhou and said, Su Jing, have you found some help? Indeed, I have, Su Jing replied. Kong Wen, the 4 of you won't leave this place alive. The 4 divine monks stepped forward, and the 20 monks behind them stood in a neat row. They joined their palms together, and their robes began to flutter in the air as primal chi surged. Show me, then, Kong Wen said, what kind of people you have brought to help you. Kong Wen had already appraised them. There was an old, decrepit man, 2 dolts, a fat fool, a young girl, and a group of weak female cultivators. Seeing this, he felt like laughing out loud. Su Jing had endured his injuries until now, but the wound was bothering him, and he could no longer hold out. He took a step back and said, Benefactor Ji, I'll have to trouble you. Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai were stunned. I'll grant you your wish. Lu Zhou said, stroking his beard. It was a double entendre meant to be heard by Su Jing and the 4 divine monks. The disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple retreated once more. Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai also moved backward. Ming Shirin understood his master's intentions. He cupped his fists and said, I'll be the vanguard and test their strength. With a light tap of his feet, he leaped from the top of the stairs to the base, jumping over dozens of steps. His primal chi surged and condensed into energy. HM? The 4 divine monks could sense that Ming Shirin's aura was different. They did not dare to let their guard down. At the same time, they retreated and moved further apart. A colossal square of energy appeared, with the 4 of them at the corners. They pushed their palms forward in synchronized movements. Buzz. The square of energy blocked Ming Shirin's advance. He frowned, raised his palms, and used the momentum to do a backflip, landing on his feet. I didn't expect that. This was the first time Ming Shirin had encountered this energy technique that the 4 monks cast together. Techniques requiring collaboration were unlike the Brahman lullaby, which could be amplified with more cultivators. A high degree of synchronicity was needed for close-quarter combat and the formation of energy and hand seals. For the 4 of them to conjure such a technique with a simple hand movement was surprising. Kong Wen raised his palm and said, Excellent, excellent. Your cultivation base isn't weak, benefactor. Why are you taking the side of the villains? They had sensed Ming Shirin's cultivation base and wanted to convince him to stand down. The thing I hate the most about you bald donkeys is your incessant preaching. Ming Shirin stomped his foot on the ground. Boom. A perfectly shaped footprint was left in his place. He leaped toward the 4 divine monks and engaged them in a fierce battle. The other monks nearby moved back, but the 20 monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness did not budge. They remained rooted to their spots, waiting for orders. Condescension. Kong Ju moved from his corner and launched a palm strike at Ming Shirin. The other 3 monks worked together in perfect harmony, pressuring Ming Shirin and keeping him occupied. After all, Ming Shirin had only a pair of hands, while he faced 4 pairs. The palm strike landed on his shoulder, causing him to stumble back and fall on the edge of the steps. They had breached his protective energy. Ming Shirin frowned in pain. Fortunately, the palm strike was not too powerful, and his body, tempering muscles and bones, absorbed most of the impact. Duan Muxing wielded his overlord spear, visibly eager to join the fray. These 4 monks are something else, he observed. Babuda. Why do you obstinately persist in going about things the wrong way, benefactor? Kong Wen asked, his palm outstretched. You're the obstinate one, Ming Shirin replied, pushing away from the floor and leaving afterimages in his wake. Bang! 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 The separation hook and scabbard materialized in his hands. He stabbed at Kong Wen with tempestuous strikes. The onlookers could only see vague shadows moving in the air and hear the sharp noises from the collision between the blade and the energy. Kong Wen did not expect Mingshi Yin's attacks to be so aggressive. Caught off guard, he slid backward. After sliding for some distance, he flew into the air, flipped, and landed on his feet. Mingshi Yin could have followed up with more attacks, but the palm prints from the other 3 divine monks were already shooting toward him. He had to retreat. Too late, Kong Ju's energy-wrapped palm print grew in intensity. Hollow echo. The 3 of them pushed their palms forward in unison. Bam! Mingshi Yin blocked it with his separation hook. Dong, a peculiar sound sent a jolt of pain through Mingshi Yin's head, causing him to stagger backward. The 4 divine monks were back in their formation, each standing at their own corner as if they had never moved. Benefactor, I was kind enough to persuade you, but you refused to listen. You're not a match for us, Kong Wen said, looking at Mingshi Yin. Mingshi Yin did not expect that he was still no match for the 4 divine monks, even with his heaven-grade weapon, the separation hook and scabbard. Individually, they were neither strong nor powerful, but there was something strange about them. Mingshi Yin could see many openings, but he felt that they were traps. Kong Wen ignored Mingshi Yin and shifted his gaze towards Su Jing and Lu Zhou, who stood before the Hall of Great Strength. Seeing Su Jing's weak appearance, Kong Wen said with a smile, Su Jing, I thought you managed to block that hit. It seems we managed to injure you. It must not have been easy for you to hold out until now. At this moment, Su Jing was supported by a young disciple and was not in good shape. Kong Wen turned toward Lu Zhou and said, Old benefactor, what did he offer you in exchange for your help? Well, Abbot Su Jing has promised me the Sable Magnolia and the Zen tunic with such sincerity. How can I refuse him? Lu Zhou replied. Sable Magnolia? Kong Wen's eyes widened as he looked at Su Jing. Su Jing, are you mad? You'd rather give such a precious item to an outsider than to me? Su Jing cursed with a weak voice, evil creature. Cursing was all he could manage now. Kong Wen looked at Lu Zhou and said, Old benefactor, an innocent man may get into trouble for possessing a precious item. The Temple of Great Emptiness is also set on obtaining this item. Why don't you help us fulfill our wish, old benefactor? What does the Temple of Great Emptiness want with the Sable Magnolia? Lu Zhou asked. Have you heard of the evil Sky Pavilion, old benefactor? Kong Wen inquired arrogantly. I've heard of it. The Yin sect has let slip that the evil Sky Pavilion is searching for Sable Magnolias. The evil Sky Pavilion belongs to the Fiend Path. People of the Noble Path must take them down if they encounter them. The Great Temple of Emptiness will never let the evil Sky Pavilion get what it wants. Kong Wen said. The Temple of Great Emptiness has always held back from intervening in worldly affairs, and yet, you're going to make an enemy out of the evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou asked indifferently. The 4 divine monks had used Kong Xian's death as a pretext to lead a punitive expedition against the Heaven Choice Temple. They would never publicly admit that Kong Xian was killed by the evil Sky Pavilion. The Buddha is merciful. It's only right to punish the evil Sky Pavilion for the countless crimes they've committed, Kong Wen said righteously. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Alas, I really want the Sable Magnolia as well, he said. Kong Wen's expression froze, and he replied, Old benefactor, I've given you a chance. Since you refuse to cherish it, you'll share the same fate as the others. He waved his hand. The 20 disciples from the Temple of Great Emptiness joined their palms before them. A buzzing noise, like that of a mosquito, filled the air. The Temple of Great Emptiness's Brahman lullaby? This scene was reminiscent of the one on Runan's holy altar. However, the Brahman lullaby unleashed by these 20 monks was clearly more powerful than the one cast by the disciples Kong Xian had brought with him that time. With a force capable of creating hurricanes and disturbing the clouds, the deafening buzz of the Brahman lullaby filled the area before the Hall of Great Strength. The cultivation bases of the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples were not profound, many were not even in the sense-condensing realm. Naturally, they could not withstand the Brahman lullaby. Lu Zhou stood still, completely unaffected. The heavenly writing's extraordinary power was evident at this moment. Zhao Yu and the female cultivators retreated into the Hall of Great Strength. With a wave of her arm, a wall of energy was erected before the female cultivators. Duan Muxing and Mingshi Yin, both in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm, were not overly affected. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples held their heads and fell to the ground. Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai were barely holding on, their faces twisted with pain. Duan Muxing was annoyed by the sound. He could not stand it anymore. He brandished his overlord spear and shouted, "What a bunch of noisy, bald donkeys!" He mobilized some of his energy and wrapped it around his spear before releasing them. He kept his body straight, holding his spear with one hand, and stabbed toward the heart of the Temple of Great Emptiness's Brahman lullaby. "Block it!" The four divine monks switched positions. They raised their hands, and a huge square of energy blocked the Overlord Spear's attack. "It's futile." But bam! The Overlord Spear split into 10 and breached the square of energy. What's wrong? Why can't we block it? Duan Muxing's countless sparring sessions with Wudao seemed to have borne fruit. This skill of his was not powerful enough to break through the 6 compatible seal, but it had no trouble breaching this energy wall. Mingshi Yin, filled with indignation after being suppressed earlier, grinned when he saw Duan Muxing gain the upper hand. "Don't forget about me." The Overlord Spear was, after all, a heaven-grade weapon. It was natural that it granted its user a greater ability to pierce through energy. Duan Muxing's performance had boosted Mingshi Yi's confidence and motivated him. Like a fired arrow, he shot toward Kong Ji and Kong Zhang, crying out, "I'll take on the retards." Duan Muxing understood what he meant. Divide and conquer. Since the 4 divine monks worked together, all they had to do was separate them. He moved his arm and conjured an energy barrier with a wave of the Overlord Spear, pushing Kong Wen and Kong Ju back. At the same time, a palm print appeared. Kong Wen and Kong Ju kept sending out dozens of palm prints that seemed to dance in the air. It was a fierce battle. Kong Ji and Kong Zhang retreated as they parried the formidable blows from the heaven-grade weapon. Buzz. 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 The grating hums from the Brahman lullaby could still be heard loud and clear. The battle was reaching its climax. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples were all lying on the ground. Some were even sent flying by the sound technique. Those with weak cultivation bases fainted, foaming at the mouth. A powerful sound technique was no different from a physical attack. The incense cauldron was sent flying by dozens of palm prints and shattered before it hit the ground. The ground was damaged beyond recognition, not a single square of land was spared. It was not easy for Duan Muxing and Mingshi Yi to pull this off. After all, they were each fighting against 2 opponents. The 4 divine monks were different from the 4 dark knights. The 4 dark knights were solo fighters. Even when they worked together, they were unable to release any collaborative techniques. Although the 4 divine monks were separated by Duan Muxing and Mingshi Yin, they still managed to unleash larger hand seals occasionally, pushing Duan Muxing and Mingshi Yin back. Duan Muxing's ferocious nature was on full display during the battle. The stronger his opponent, the stronger he became. Although he took a few hits from the hand seals, he merely grunted and continued his attacks. The blows that landed on him did not disrupt the rhythm and force of his assault. Mingshi Yin's nature was more cunning. He dodged the incoming blows with nimble movements and sought openings to strike. The 4 of them seemed to be tossing flashing hidden weapons and shooting hand seals that ricocheted everywhere. The area within 10 meters of the Hall of Great Strength was filled with dazzling golden hand seals. As the battle progressed, the 4 divine monks were amazed, despite themselves, by the combat strength of Duan Muxing and Mingshi Yin. They could tell that Duan Muxing and Mingshi Yin were not ordinary nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivators. After all, they wielded heaven-grade weapons. Ordinarily, the 4 divine monks would not have spent so much time and effort dealing with typical 2- and 3-leaf opponents. Kongwen did not want to prolong the battle. He spoke in a deep voice, "Ward Madra." The 4 monks moved back in unison, swiveling on their feet as Madras appeared. They resembled 4 translucent cocoons spinning on their respective axes. Some of the Madras were accompanied by energy wind. Duan Muxing shouted, "I've been waiting for this tortoise technique." His spear shadows lashed out again. He paid no attention to any kind of defenses. He stabbed with his spear, creating shadows. Bam! Kongju stomped on the ground, and the earth cracked. The Ward Madra clanged loudly, known for its immovability, like a mountain. Thus, it could withstand powerful attacks. Kongju thought this skill would end everything. He did not expect Duan Muxing to keep stabbing at the Ward Madra. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The Overlord's spear moved with terrifying swiftness, like a barely visible shadow. Bam! The spear shadows converged and stabbed at the Ward Madra. Kongju reeled back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, drawing an arc in the sky. Did Duan Muxing break through the Ward Madra? Those who witnessed the scene had difficulty believing what had just happened. After all, the Ward Madra was an extremely powerful defensive skill of the Zen sect. Alas, no Ward Madras could compare to Wudao's 6 compatible seal. If Duan Muxing showed no improvement after sparring with Wudao for so long, he would become a laughingstock. Mingshi turned to look before leaping back. Although Su Jing was weak, he still had the energy to keep his eyes open. With a shaky voice, he warned, "Look out." Look out? Lu Zhou, unaffected by the Brahman lullaby, could see everything clearly. From the current situation, everything was under the evil Sky Pavilion's control. With his 2 disciples holding the fort, he felt no need to waste his item cards. Kongwen, Kongji, and Kongzhang frowned. Kongju landed on his feet. With one hand on his chest, he waved his left hand to conjure up energy, shielding his body, before he levitated. He wiped the trail of blood from the edge of his lips. He stared ahead and said, "Let's do it." "Understood," Kongwen replied. Kongji and Kongzhang nodded. Mingshi was puzzled. Do what? The 20 disciples from the Temple of Great Emptiness suddenly sat down. Boom! An oval energy wave spread out in all directions. Taiyan mantra? The Brahman lullaby faded with the wind as chants of the Taiyan mantra spread in the surroundings. They were going in for the kill. Lu Zhou did not expect the people from the Temple of Great Emptiness to have mastered the Taiyan mantra as well. There were many types of Buddhist sound techniques. Whether it was the Great Meditation Learning or the Brahman lullaby, both were suppressive sound techniques with wide-ranging effects. The Taiyan mantra was different. It could be fatal. Eliminate all evils, discard insincerities. The smallest doubts will result in failure. The 4 divine monks seemed to be strengthened by the Taiyan mantra. Mingshi Yin's and Duan Muxing's auras weakened greatly. None of the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples were standing now. If this continued, they would all die. At this moment, a glimmer appeared in Lu Zhou's palm. The sound technique, the Taiyan mantra, was like a much stronger, more fatal version of the Brahman lullaby. It attacked a person's 7 orifices directly. Lu Zhou felt a chill in his mind. He now understood why Su Jing had warned them. If the 4 divine monks truly joined forces, Duan Muxing and Mingshi would surely be gravely injured. Lu Zhou would never let that happen. Lu Zhou stood at the top of the steps. He looked down at the 20 monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness who were chanting the Taiyan mantra and said in a deep voice, "Thunderblast." 5 Thunderblast cards disappeared in Lu Zhou's hand. 5 vortexes swirled counterclockwise and shot out, growing in size and force. Master has made a move. Mingshi and Duan Muxing retreated and looked up. 5 bolts of lightning struck down from the heavens. Boom! At seemingly the same instant, the chanting intensified for a moment. Lu Zhou's attacks landed on 5 of the monks. 2 of them were blasted into the ground, while the other 3 reeled back. The remaining 15 monks had frightened expressions on their faces and abruptly stopped chanting the Taiyan mantra. Lu Zhou shook his head. That's some bad luck. The 1% sure kill rate wasn't triggered. At the same time, he glanced at the price of the Thunderblast card, relieved to find that it had not increased. The 4 divine monks exchanged a look. Without the enhancement from the Taiyan mantra, they were suddenly at a loss. Lu Zhou walked down the steps slowly with his hands behind his back. It was so quiet now that not a single sound could be heard. Kongwen was suddenly overcome with the feeling that the old man approaching them was not as weak as his aura suggested. He cried out, "Take down the leader to take down the lackeys. Foresees and Vanities. Ward Madra." Whoosh. The 4 old divine monks' auras suddenly surged out. Their eyes darkened, glowing with a deep blue radiance. Primal chi condensed into energy, and a supersized Ward Madra appeared from their joint effort. Unlike the previous Madra, this one was as dark as ink. Fiend Zen, Mingshi said in shock. They really hid themselves well. Depraved Zen. For all this time, the world had only known Zhou Xinchan as the sole cultivator to reach the nascent divinity Tribulation realm with Fiend Zen. It seemed the world was greatly mistaken. The vast world held all kinds of strange phenomena. Meanwhile, 4 figures shrouded in the Ward Madra charged at Duanmuxing and Mingshi from 4 directions. 4 golden Arhat bodies. Look out! Su Jing cried with his last bit of strength. As the 4 golden Arhat bodies appeared, Duanmuxing raised his overlord spear before him. At the same time, countless vines grew around Mingshi, forming a protective cocoon. However, what shocked the others was that the 4 golden Arhat bodies merged into one, with a golden lotus blossoming beneath its feet. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves, 4 leaves. Lu Zhou had already thought of a countermeasure before this. He was even prepared to use 4 critical strike cards. Alternatively, he could kill one of them first. The remaining 3 monks' strength would be greatly weakened once one of them died. He was quite certain Duanmuxing and Mingshi would be able to handle the remaining 3. However, unexpectedly, the 4 Arhat golden bodies merged. The golden lotus under their feet was still blooming, with 5 leaves, then 6 leaves. At this moment, Lu Zhou was in no hurry to act. He wanted to see how many leaves the combined golden bodies would sprout. When the golden lotus finally stopped blooming at the 6th leaf, the 4 divine monks shot past Duanmuxing and Mingshi. Bam! 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 Duanmuxing's cultivation base was only at the 2-leaf level. Kong Ju and Kongwen attacked him with the Ward Madra, sending him flying. Mingshi blocked the first wave of attacks with his bluewood, fortified with primal chi. However, the bluewood crumbled soon after. Naturally, he was not as straightforward as Duanmuxing. When the bluewood crumbled, he was nowhere to be seen. The 4 divine monks no longer targeted Duanmuxing or Mingshi. Their deaths were meaningless. Instead, they shifted their focus to Lu Zhou, who stood with his hands on his back at the bottom of the Hall of Great Strength steps. As the saying goes, kill the horse to get to the rider. Seal of Fearlessness. Kongwen, Kongju, Kongji, and Kongzhang clapped in unison. 4 seals of fearlessness merged into one, like the golden Arhat bodies. After merging, the seal of fearlessness was half the height of an adult. However, it still could not compare to a great seal of fearlessness. Nonetheless, even without the support of the Taiyan mantra, this attack could still claim many lives. The disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple seemed resigned to their fates. The shining, golden seal of fearlessness shot toward the greatest villain in the world. To be more precise, the strike was aimed at Lu Zhou's head. The evil Sky Pavilion's disciples did not seem worried at all at this moment. Lu Zhou had intended to land a hit on the golden Arhat body. However, when the seal of fearlessness was shooting toward him, "Su Liao, what are you waiting for?" Without anyone else noticing, Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai charged toward Lu Zhou. A greenish glow appeared in Su Liao's hand. A sneak attack? Lu Zhou did not expect the three people by Su Jing's side to launch a sneak attack at this moment. It was now obvious that Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai had already betrayed the Heaven Choice Temple. He did not have time to think and instantly shattered an item card in his hand. A 100-foot-tall golden Buddha body appeared. Impeccable card. Bam. 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 The seal of fearlessness landed harmlessly on the 100-foot-tall golden Buddha body. Next, Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai's weapons landed on the golden Buddha body with a loud clang. Two of the weapons shattered, while the green light in Su Liao's hand shot inside the golden Buddha body and disappeared. Ding! Recovered a Sky Fragment. Reward, 100 merit points. Lu Zhou did not even have the time to inspect the Sky Fragment. Get lost. Lu Zhou snarled. Thunderblast. 3 heavenly bolts of lightning struck, sending Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai flying back. 2 of them spat out blood that arced through the sky, while the other died instantly. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to the 4 divine monks. The 4 divine monks stared at the colossal golden Buddha body with eyes filled with shock. A Buddhist grandmaster? Kongwen felt his throat dry up. His eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. The impeccable card could only last for 10 seconds, and Lu Zhou had to cherish every second he was given. He quickly raised his hand, and another item card appeared. How dare this puny temple of great emptiness provoke me? A vortex appeared in Lu Zhou's palm, and a grand-sized great seal of fearlessness, much larger than the 4 divine monks, shot toward them. Boom! The 4-in-1 golden Arhat body shattered upon contact with the great seal of fearlessness, causing primal chi to spill out into the surroundings. As soon as the grand-sized great seal of fearlessness destroyed the golden Arhat body, Kong Wen, Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang spat out blood and were sent flying back. Lu Zhou wondered, can I take them down with a single strike? If he could, it would be a significant win for him. He stared at the direction the great seal of fearlessness was heading. Kong Wen, Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang were reeling in different directions. Suddenly, the great seal of fearlessness shot toward Kong Wen. The giant palm print resembled the hand of Buddha that had caught a monkey. Dong! There was a loud toll in the air that disappeared as soon as it appeared. Ding! Killed a nascent Divinity Tribulation realm target. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Zhou shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the Deadly Strike card's performance. It was evident that the Deadly Strike card could only take down a single target. While it would destroy any energy in its path, it had no lethal effect on anything that was not its target. The name Deadly Strike card was fitting, as it was designed to strike a single target, not multiple ones. The monks from the Temple of Great Emptiness were stunned, staring at the 4 divine monks who had been sent flying. Wait, it seemed like Kongwen had died. From start to finish, Lu Zhou had only used 2 skills, 1 defensive, the Golden Buddha body, and 1 offensive, the Great Seal of Fearlessness. The disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple gaped at Lu Zhou in amazement. Little Yuaner, however, was accustomed to this and did not seem surprised. Zhao Yu and the female cultivators could only see flashes of golden light from inside the Hall of Great Strength. They could not see the actual battle. Zhu Honggong, Old 8th, had never witnessed such a scene before. He stood rooted to the ground, in awe, unable to believe what he had just seen. Duan Muxing, Mingxirin, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Yes, Master, Duan Muxing replied, leaping over from the side with the Overlord spear in hand. Mingxirin emerged from the ground where he had disappeared earlier, bowing respectfully. Yes, Master. Lu Zhou glanced at Mingxirin. As far as he knew, there was no tunneling technique in the Bluewood Heart technique. When did this rascal learn it? However, this was not the time to think about this. He said, I'll leave these 3 to you. Yes, master. At this moment, Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang were frowning. The 3 were injured only by the backlash from the shattered golden Arhat body. The great seal of fearlessness did not affect them. They slammed their palms on the ground and stood up straight. Kong Ju coughed, bowed, and said, wait. We won't. Mingxirin, who had been suppressed a moment ago, was burning with fury and resentment. He exchanged a glance with Duan Muxing, and both pounced forward like famished wolves. The flying chariot in the sky, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, did not hesitate to turn and flee. In just a moment, it vanished into the horizon. The 20 monks on the ground were ghastly pale. They were like a plate of loose sand. When Kongwen was still around, Duan Muxing and Mingxirin could still somewhat hold their ground. Now that Kongwen was dead, they surely could do better. Both sides fought fiercely once more. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou shifted his focus from the battlefield and called out, Little Yuaner, Zhao Yu. Yes, master. The 2 disciples stepped forward. Clean this up. Yes, master. Zhao Yu bowed. At this moment, Zhu Honggong, old 8th, finally regained his senses. He hastily made a show of his loyalty. Master, master. What about me? I'm sure that I, old 8th, will be able to unleash my amazing strength and help lighten your burden. Only little Yuaner bared her canine teeth as she pointed at the monks who were chanting the great compassion mantra moments ago and said, I've had enough of all of you. I'll give you the beating of a lifetime. Little Yuaner and Zhao Yu had no trouble dealing with these monks. Lu Zhou looked at the injured Su Liao and Su Fan. He asked indifferently, why did you attack me? The 2 of them were trembling at this moment. Meanwhile, Su Jing was in shock. He did not expect the 3 remaining monks with the Su name in the Heaven Choice Temple to launch a sneak attack on the world's greatest villain. He coughed violently and spat out blood, unable to accept this. Why? You can stop pretending to be so righteous. Su Jing, you'd rather give the Sable Magnolia to the villain than to us. And you have the nerve to ask us why? Su Liao said with a sneer. Although he was afraid, there was no point in pretending now. Su Jing said exasperatedly, you evil creatures. How can you fall for the temple of great emptiness lies? If he had not hidden his injuries from everyone, these 2 would have acted against him long ago. They would not have waited until this moment. The fiend path is the fiend path. Su Jing, you've gone mad. If you have an ounce of goodness left in you, you would have ended your own life and repented before Buddha, Su Liao said. Su Jing continued to cough, agitated by his emotions. He was already injured, and these continuous blows made it even harder for him to endure. Lu Zhou shook his head. Every family has its own problems. In the end, he said, Su Liao, since you have a Sky Fragment, why didn't you attack Su Jing instead of attacking me? As soon as Lu Zhou mentioned the Sky Fragment, Su Liao faltered, his expression changing slightly. Su Jing glared at Su Liao and said, you evil creature. The Temple of Great Emptiness gave you a Sky Fragment to kill me? At this point, Su Liao had nothing left to hide. He said, so what if they did? The 3 of us have contributed and sacrificed much for the Heaven Choice Temple, and yet, you're willing to submit to the evil Sky Pavilion. I spit on you. Su Jing raised his hand and summoned a gust of energy that struck Su Liao's cheek. Bam! There are over 1,000 disciples in the Heaven Choice Temple. Aren't their lives just as precious? Su Jing questioned. If the Heaven Choice Temple merges with the Temple of Great Emptiness, there's no need for any of us to worry about our lives. Su Liao retorted. Smack. This time, Su Jing did not use his energy. Instead, he physically slapped Su Liao with his hand. Su Liao's expression darkened from these hits, and half of his face had turned red and swollen. Do you really think the Temple of Great Emptiness only has good intentions? Su Jing questioned. Their abbot, Kong Yuan, has cultivated fiend Zen and has long descended into depravity. All these years, he acts sanctimoniously, but there are no evil deeds he wouldn't do in the dark. He's been going around feeding on other people's primal qi and cultivation bases. When Su Liao heard this, his jaw dropped, clearly dumbfounded. That's a lie. I saw Grandmaster Kong Yuan's golden body with my own eyes. It's overwhelmingly pure. There's no way it's fake. You obstinate mule. Su Jing kicked Su Liao, without holding back. Bam, Su Liao was sent flying to the side and slid across the damaged floor. Although Su Jing was injured, he could still circulate his primal qi. Su Liao, who had been hit by the thunder blast, was greatly weakened and could not withstand another kick from Su Jing. He sat limply on the ground. The three of them had been waiting for an opportunity over the past 3 days to strike with the Sky Fragment. Unfortunately, they never found the chance. At the critical moment, they thought they could gain control of the situation and assist the 4 divine monks, eliminating Su Jing's helpers. But their opponent was truly too powerful. Su Jing's face contorted with pain as he said to Lu Zhou, "I'm sorry for this humiliating display, old benefactor. Our temple's dirty laundry has been exposed. After this incident is resolved, I'll personally deal with these two and give you a satisfactory explanation, old benefactor." Lu Zhou nodded. Su Jing was perhaps the only person in the Heaven Choice Temple who was tactful and reasonable. Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Su Liao and said, "The Temple of Great Emptiness gave you the Sky Fragment?" "Yes," Su Liao replied, sore all over and cowering in fear. Lu Zhou asked again, "Do you know where the other fragments are?" I don't know," Su Liao shook his head. "Really?" Su Liao nodded vigorously. "That makes sense. He's only a small fry. There's no way he'd know where the other Sky Fragments are." Lu Zhou stopped asking about the Sky Fragments and turned his gaze toward the Hall of Great Strength. Little Yuaner and Zhao Yu's battles were easier. They were almost done dealing with their opponents. The monks chanting the Taiyan mantra were just small fry with weak cultivation bases, minor characters not worth many merit points. Meanwhile, Duan Muxing and Mingshi Yin had completely seized the upper hand. With one of their members missing, the 4, now 3, monks' strength and cultivation bases were greatly weakened. Though they were doing their best to fend off the attacks, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Little Yuaner clapped gleefully, then ran back and declared proudly, "Master, these monks are wimps. I didn't even use my full strength, and they're already knocked out." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "They're only in the Brahman Sea realm." He wanted to say more, but remembering that he himself was also in the Brahman Sea 8 Meridians realm, he held his tongue. Ding. Killed a nascent Divinity Tribulation realm target. Reward, 1,000 merit points. 3 similar notifications rang one after another. Lu Zhou moved his gaze forward and saw that Kong Ju, Kong Ji, and Kong Zhang had fallen. Mingshi Yin's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he nodded and held the separation hook in his hands. Meanwhile, Duan Muxing was wiping dust from his overlord's spear. Apart from their slightly ruffled clothing, they seemed unharmed. After Mingshi Yin returned to Lu Zhou's side, he said, "I'm pleased to say I didn't let you down, Master. I've killed the targets." "Very good," Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi Yin and said, "However." Mingshi Yin's heart leaped. He thought his master would compliment him, but who knew there would be a however at the end. Lu Zhou continued, "However, it is strictly forbidden to cultivate another technique while practicing the Bluewood Heart technique." "Master. I was only curious and couldn't help myself, so I learned the tunneling art. I swear I have no other motives for learning it." Mingshi Yin explained. Lu Zhou said, "From now on, focus on cultivating the Bluewood Heart technique. Don't let yourself be divided." "Yes, Master." Mingshi Yin was overjoyed. Not only was he not punished, but his master had even given him advice. At this moment, the Hall of Great Strength was quiet. The Heaven Choice Temple's disciples, who had been tormented by the Taiyan mantra, were recovering after a moment of respite. They rose to their feet and looked at the damaged floor in front of the Hall of Great Strength, then shifted their gaze to the incense cauldron. They took in the sight of the Temple of Great Emptiness monks who had been defeated by the evil Sky Pavilion's disciples. This was the strength of the evil Sky Pavilion. The disciples from the Heaven Choice Temple gulped. Although they felt fearful, they also felt at ease. After all, they had seen Lu Zhou's golden Buddha body with their own eyes. Who said devils couldn't become Buddhas? Who said that all devils are evil? Of course, Lu Zhou did not want to become a Buddha. At that moment, the disciples from the Heaven Choice Temple gathered before the incense cauldron, just as they had before the battle began. Soon, the area before the Hall of Great Strength seemed to be filled with them. They were battered, exhausted, and weak, some could not even stand without their comrades' support. Yet, when the 1,000 of them stood together resolutely, it was a different story. They straightened their palms before themselves. Su Jing suddenly seemed invigorated. He looked at the disciples of the Heaven Choice Temple and said, "The Heaven Choice Temple is now safe." He turned slowly to face Lu Zhou, coughing again. "Thank you for your help, Benefactor Ji." At that moment, the 1,000 or so disciples before the Hall of Great Strength said in unison, "Thank you for your help, Benefactor Ji." Although some of their voices were weak or incomprehensible, their collective voice rang loud and clear in Lu Zhou's ears. It had an indescribable aura, as though they had been given a new lease on life. Ding. Received pious worship from 982 individuals. Reward, 9,820 merit points. Lu Zhou was pleased. In hindsight, it seemed that his initial choice had been the right one. "I'll take the Sable Magnolia now." Lu Zhou walked up the steps and entered the Hall of Great Strength. After witnessing his master's formidable strength, Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, hastily ran ahead, cleared the debris on the steps with his feet, and said with an ingratiating smile, "Master, your golden Buddha body has truly opened my eyes. Moreover, the Great Seal of Fearlessness is peerless in heaven and earth. Let me clear this debris for you." The other disciples from the evil Sky Pavilion were speechless at Zhu Honggong's antics. Although they would flatter their master sometimes, they were never as shameless as he was. They had to admit that their skin was not as thick as his. Lu Zhou ignored Zhu Honggong and sat down slowly. Apart from a few core disciples who waited within the hall, the other Heaven Choice Temple's disciples began clearing the area. The injured Su Jing, supported by 2 disciples, slowly entered the hall, holding a brocade box in his hand. "Are you not afraid of death?" Lu Zhou asked, stroking his beard. Su Jing replied, "There's nothing to fear about death. When the 4 divine monks came before, I suspected Su Liao and the others were up to no good. However, I never expected them to be so bold." "Is that why you concealed your injury from them?" "Precisely." Su Jing presented the brocade box with both hands. "This is the Sable Magnolia." Lu Zhou took the brocade box. When he opened it, a rich medicinal aroma filled his nostrils. The scent was quite strong. Ding. Obtained a Sable Magnolia. Completed the mission of obtaining a Sable Magnolia. Reward, 1,500 merit points. The notification was brief. Not even the item's effects were mentioned. Lu Zhou handed the Sable Magnolia to little Yuaner, who stood behind him. She held it carefully, as if she had just been given a rare treasure. No one cared more about this item than she did. Her master had obtained the Sable Magnolia without concern for the troubles it would bring, just so she could open her sea of qi. Soon after, Su Jing clasped his hands together and bowed at Lu Zhou. "On behalf of the Heaven Choice Temple, I hereby declare that we are now a subsidiary of the evil Sky Pavilion." The other disciples from the Heaven Choice Temple also bowed. However, Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "A devil can never be a Buddha. There is no need for this." The current Heaven Choice Temple consisted of a group of old and weak men. Su Jing would need considerable time to recover from his injury. The young disciples were too weak to shoulder any important responsibilities, and Su Liao, Su Fan, and Su Hai had betrayed the temple. This added to the already dire situation of the Heaven Choice Temple. Most importantly, these men were of no use to the evil Sky Pavilion. Su Jing sighed and said, Benefactor Ji, the current Heaven Choice Temple can hardly compete with the other temples. The Temple of Great Emptiness has returned after suffering a loss, but they will surely return in the future. At that time. He trailed off, shaking his head. He was worried that the Temple of Great Emptiness would target them again. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, The 4 divine monks of the Temple of Great Emptiness are no more. They have only one expert left, and that is Kong Yuan. That man is extremely cautious. At the very least, they won't be coming back in the near future. Moreover, Lu Zhou had displayed his strength, and the people on the flying chariot had definitely seen his golden Buddha body. Su Jing nodded, agreeing with Lu Zhou's words. As long as their enemies did not attack them in the near future, he would be able to think of many ways to avoid trouble. He finally said, Thank you for your enlightenment, Benefactor Ji. Lu Zhou waved his hand and stood up, saying, Let's go. Back to the pavilion. Zhu Honggong said enthusiastically. Old 8th. Can you give your flattery a rest? You don't behave like an evil Sky Pavilion disciple at all. I'm ashamed of you, I truly am. HM? Master. Just a moment, I'll get the flying chariot ready. I guarantee it'll be extremely steady. Mingshiryin ran out of the Hall of Great Strength. Mingshiryin moved quickly, and the cloud-splitting chariot landed before the Hall of Great Strength in no time. Lu Zhou looked around and said, Even if the Heaven Choice Temple doesn't have to bend its knees today, after today's incident, the outside world will surely talk about this. The Heaven Choice Temple will never be able to stand proudly in the cultivation world. Have you thought about the consequences? Su Jing replied, After this incident, I finally realized that these things are no longer important. After today, the Heaven Choice Temple will close its doors and focus on cultivation. The body followed the heart's desire. Lu Zhou nodded and said no more. He leaped onto the cloud-splitting chariot with nimble movements. After all, it was not difficult for a Brahman C8 Meridians cultivator to accomplish that feat. When Su Jing saw this, he joined his palms and said, Amitabha Buddha. The nearly 1,000 disciples joined their palms and began chanting. This was not an attack, a befuddling skill, or a defensive technique, they were purely chanting mantras. The mantras resounded clearly through the Hall of Great Strength, rising and falling in tone, and spread throughout Clear Source Mountain. This was the highest honor they could bestow upon a guest, a sign of their gratitude and respect toward Evil Sky Pavilion. Mingshiryin, Duanmu Xing, and the others felt awkward. This was the first time they had been treated this way, leaving them with a peculiar feeling they could not shake. The cloud-splitting chariot rose into the sky. Lu Zhou did not hear the notification ringtone, realizing that repeated worship would not grant him merit points. After the cloud-splitting chariot ascended, Mingshiryin sighed and shook his head, his voice full of emotion. Although these bald donkeys are too useless, they are better than the Clarity and Righteous sects in some ways. Duanmu Xing nodded. At least, they keep their word. The cloud-splitting chariot, trailing a meteor-like tail, sped toward Evil Sky Pavilion. 2 hours later, in the hidden chamber of Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou opened the system dashboard. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, Brahman C, 8 meridians. Merit points, 29,320. Avatar, 6 recombinant trigram lines. Remaining life, 5,955 days. Items, Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X2, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Binding Cage card X4, Refining Talisman X2, Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1, Wizard, Completed, Resting, Buy-in, Sky Fragment X1. Weapons, Unnamed, Amorous Hoop, Owner, Yi Tianxin, Requires Refinement, Before Use, Life Cutter, Nirvana Sash, Tear Stain Box. Cultivation method, 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. Lu Zhou looked at the numbers, feeling extremely pleased. 29,320 merit points. He had not expected to gain more merit points from the worship of the Heaven Choice Temple's disciples than from killing the 4 divine monks. Of course, Lu Zhou knew that these merit points were far from enough to restore him to his peak condition. However, compared to the time when he barely had enough to make ends meet, he now felt very wealthy. How should I spend them? Initially, he intended to buy an avatar. The 7-star soul is sold for 15,000 merit points. I'll have 14,000 points left after the purchase. Or I can choose to do a series of lucky draws. Lucky draw. A short while later, Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. Perhaps this is what they mean by one sure to lose after a huge gain. He did 60 draws and wasted 3,000 merit points, not winning anything. He kept being thanked throughout the lucky draws. Fortunately, the merit points he obtained from the monks' worship prevented him from being depressed by the outcome. Perhaps Lu Zhou was used to his bad luck, feeling somewhat numb. He remembered once accumulating 66 luck points when his luck was at its lowest. This time, he gained 79 luck points, which was worse than before. Stay calm, he thought. He had received a reversal card for 66 luck points. This time, it should be better, right? Maybe he would even be gifted 1,000 reversal cards. Lu Zhou calmed down, deciding not to try the lucky draws. Instead, he opened the mall tab and purchased the 7-star soul avatar. Ding! You have obtained the 7-star soul avatar. Would you like to equip it now? Equip. With the 7-star soul, Lu Zhou could officially step into the Divine Court realm. Lu Zhou saw the 6 recombinant trigram lines avatar being replaced by the 7-star soul. At the same time, he felt his extraordinary 8 meridians fill with a formidable power. For cultivators in the Brahman C8 meridians or lower, the tempering and improvements were limited to their bodies and consciousness. However, after that, a cultivator would officially step into the Divine Court realm. Typically, only one cultivator in several hundred within a single sect would reach the Divine Court realm. A Divine Court realm cultivator could control their cultivation method and would be taken more seriously in the cultivation world, surpassing Brahman C realm cultivators in both cultivation base and power. Meanwhile, energy surged around the evil sky pavilion, with some of it flowing in through the open doors and windows. Disciples who sensed the energy fluctuation turned to look in the pavilion's direction. Zhu Honggong asked, curiously, "Senior brother, has someone stepped into the Divine Court realm?" Ming Shirin, accustomed to this, said, "No need to be alarmed. Master does this all the time." Zhu Honggong scratched his head, baffled. He recalled the scene at the Heaven Choice Temple. He would never dare to doubt his master's cultivation base and abilities. His master could conjure a golden Buddha body, unleash the Great Seal of Fearlessness, and defeat the 4 divine monks. Based on these points alone, he no longer dared to comment on the matter. "Fourth senior brother, when did master give you the weapon?" Zhu Honggong asked, curiously. Ming Shirin raised his right arm. The separation hook and scabbard appeared above his hand and began to spin. Zhu Honggong was practically drooling in envy as he said, "I wonder when I'll get a nice weapon of my own." "You have the Zen tunic, don't you? By the way, let's go, 8th junior brother." Ming Shirin pulled Zhu Honggong and made his way toward the back of the mountain. "What is it?" "Spar with me." "Huh? 4th senior brother, there's no need to joke like this. I'm only in the Divine Court realm. I won't ever be a match for you who's in the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm." "Ow, senior brother. Ow, ow, ow." In the hidden chamber, Lu Zhou heaved a sigh of relief after entering the Divine Court realm. He sensed the changes in the energy inside his body, recognizing he was at the Dao shaping stage in various aspects. Unfortunately, his longevity was already at its limit when Jitian Dao was still in this body. Thus, he was merely recovering his cultivation base rather than increasing his lifespan. 5,955 days? Lu Zhou opened the item mall and purchased a reversal card. Use. As his life energy reversed, the numbers on the dashboard changed to 6,255 days, which was equivalent to more than 17 years. Lu Zhou stood up and stretched his limbs, feeling no obvious changes. After all, he had gained less than 1 year's worth of time. For a being that could live for a millennium, 17 years was nothing. He finally understood. This system was kind to newbies in lucky draws or special gift bags. As time went by and one's cultivation base improved, it would become more difficult to obtain anything good from the system. Sky Fragment? Isn't this the junk Wudao tossed away before this? He recalled the moment when Su Liao tried to attack him using the Sky Fragment. The Sky Fragments were fragments of a certain weapon that was extremely sharp. Even just one fragment was terrifying, as it could pierce through protective energies. It was a good weapon to kill someone. Lu Zhou had just recovered this knowledge from his memories. His memories were fuzzy, anything related to the system was blank. Wudao had obtained 8 fragments through some unknown method. Then, when he found no use for the fragments, he had tossed them away, treating them like trash. Outsiders regarded the evil Sky Pavilion as a treasure trove. Many secretly collected the treasures from the pavilion, including the Sky Fragments. Lu Zhou raised his hand slightly. A green Sky Fragment appeared in his palm. It was long, thin, and irregularly shaped along the edges, resembling a shard from a broken vase. Lu Zhou used his primal qi to gauge the Sky Fragment's quality. It's barely an Earth-grade material. Based on this, Lu Zhou would not bother with it. No wonder Wudao had tossed them away all those years ago. Soon after, Lu Zhou noticed a new mission in the system's mission list, collecting Sky Fragments, January 8. A stiff expression appeared on Lu Zhou's face. Searching for the Sky Fragments in this world was no different from fishing for a needle in the ocean. How am I going to complete this? Lu Zhou shook his head, cursing the system internally as he closed the dashboard. When he left the hidden chamber and entered the Great Hall, he saw Zhao Yu hurrying over. Zhao Yu bowed and said, "Master." "Little junior sister. Is she making trouble again?" Lu Zhou asked, his hands on his back. He honestly could not think of anyone who could bully her in the evil Sky Pavilion. No. Little junior sister consumed both Sable magnolias at once. Her condition doesn't seem too stable now, Zhao Yu said. Junior sister Tianqin has gone over. Her blue waves technique should help stabilize the herb's effects, Zhao Yu added. Lu Zhou frowned and said, "That little girl will never let me rest." He had underestimated little Yuaner's eagerness to improve her cultivation base. After receiving the Sable magnolias, she rushed back to the South Pavilion and ate both of them simultaneously. The issue was the Sable magnolias were incredibly potent and should have been consumed in smaller portions over several servings, much like drinking wine, which should be savored slowly. The faster one drank, the quicker they would get drunk, and things could even go awry. In the South Pavilion, Duan Muxing, Ming Shirin, Zhu Honggong, and others were waiting anxiously. Even Zhou Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and Hua Wudao were in the courtyard. Hua Wudao said, "The effects of the Sable magnolias are terrifying. However, this young girl's talent is not to be underestimated. I believe she will pull through." Elder Hua, you have a point. However, there is always the off chance that things might go wrong. We should think of a way to suppress the herb's effects on little junior sister. She has never experienced much hardship. I am worried that her weak willpower might not allow her to survive this, Ming Shirin said. How are we supposed to do that? Duan Muxing grabbed Ming Shirin's shoulder. Senior brother. There's no need to grip me like that. How should I know? Ming Shirin looked innocent. I'll do it. Under the support of 2 female cultivators, Yi Tianqin walked up to little Yuaner's door. You have a way? Ming Shirin asked, puzzled. My blue waves technique can lessen the herb's effects, Yi Tianqin said. As the name suggests, the blue waves technique utilized the power of water, the source of life. But your cultivation base is still recovering. Won't you damage your Taoist bone if you do that? How will you recover your cultivation base then? Mingxirin asked. Yi Tianqin replied, do you have any other ideas then? They did not. The others made way for Yi Tianqin. She opened the door with an indifferent expression, turned to the others, and said, don't forget, she's my little junior sister as well, before entering the room and closing the door. The others sighed and shook their heads, pacing the corridor like ants on a hot pan. What's taking Master so long? Mingxirin wondered, looking outside. Zhu Honggong said, don't worry, fifth senior sister has already gone to inform him about this. Master is old and his legs are weak. It's normal. Mingxirin crossed his arms and said, old eighth, you're really courageous to insult Master behind his back. Zhu Honggong shuddered and said, fourth senior brother, I wouldn't dare. Master is still in his prime. Although he's old, he's still full of vigor. At this moment, Hua Wudao, Zhou Jifeng, and Pan Zhong cupped their fists and bowed. Pavilion Master. Mingxirin, Duan Mujing, and Zhu Honggong hastily turned around and saw Lu Zhou sauntering toward them, with Zhao Yu following closely behind. After entering the courtyard, Lu Zhou saw that everyone was there. He asked, what's the situation? Junior sister Tianqin has gone in. Her blue waves technique can be used to lessen the medicine's effects. With junior sister helping out, there won't be a huge problem, Mingxirin said. Lu Zhou nodded and looked at everyone gathered there. His eyes finally landed on Zhu Honggong and asked, old eighth, why do you look so afraid? He had seen Zhu Honggong's knees shaking. Zhu Honggong wiped the sweat from his face and said, no, I'm just worried about junior sister. Inwardly, he felt like crying. I'm dead. With his master's strength and cultivation base in the nascent divinity tribulation realm, it was impossible for his master to miss his words. Yi Tianqin cultivates the blue waves technique. It's capable of reaching the extraordinary 8 meridians easily. There's no need to worry. Zhu Honggong was surprised by his master's reply. Meanwhile, Mingxirin coughed softly and took a step back, afraid he might get dragged into this matter. Lu Zhou was puzzled by their actions, but paid them no mind. At that moment, Hua Wudao walked over. He bowed before saying, indeed, Yi Tianqin can stabilize the herb's effects, but her cultivation base is weak. I'm worried she might not be able to handle it. Do you have any suggestions? To be safe. Pavilion Master, you should try stabilizing the medicine's effect instead. Everyone shifted their attention to Lu Zhou. You're Yi Tianqin's master. Since Tianqin knows the blue waves technique, it stands to reason that you know it as well. Moreover, you're stronger than her. You're definitely the most suitable candidate. Yi Tianqin is still a recovering patient. There's no way she'll be able to outdo her old master. Hua Wudao's suggestion seemed reasonable, and everyone clearly agreed with his words. However, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and shook his head. Yi Tianqin is enough. He had just recently entered the divine court realm and was only at the early Dao shaping stage. He had not even stabilized his own cultivation base, so how could he stabilize the herb's effects? Boom. Everyone was anxiously waiting outside when a ripple of energy spread from the room, rippling in all directions. They could clearly sense some Dao primal energy in the energy. The Dao primal energy was a sign of the nascent divinity tribulation realm, the foundation for cultivating the 100 tribulations inside Avatar. The golden strands of energy were the Dao primal energy. The nascent divinity tribulation realm was divided into 3 subrealms, the primal Dao, the primal chaos, and the combined Dao. The primal Dao was the first subrealm of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Based on this, it seemed someone had entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. It was clear that little Yuaner had successfully broken through. As the energy spilled into the surroundings, the sky above the southern pavilion was disturbed by the intense surge of power. Everyone appeared delighted. Little junior sister has achieved a breakthrough. We have another great fighter among our ranks now. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. When will I be able to achieve that? Naturally, some felt sad as well. Zhou Jifeng, who prided himself on being a genius, was slightly stunned as he looked at the energy spilling into the surroundings. Compared to Little Yuaner, he felt like nothing. Little Yuaner had entered the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm after only 5 years in the Evil Sky Pavilion. She must be a peerless genius to have achieved this. The door did not open. The energy seemed to spill continuously. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Tianqin crashed through the door and was sent flying back. Another strong surge of energy followed. Lu Zhou merely glanced at Yi Tianqin indifferently before he strode into the room. Upon entering, he saw Little Yuaner glowing with a golden radiance, enveloped in a peculiar energy. The remnants of the blue waves technique were visible under her feet, and the two energies seemed to harmonize. Little Yuaner, seated on the bed with her legs crossed, gradually calmed down. The aura she emitted was much more formidable than before. After a while, she finally opened her eyes. Master? Little Yuaner looked puzzled, as if she had just awoken from a dream. The primal chi around her dissipated. Congratulations, little junior sister. Congratulations, little junior sister, for entering the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Congratulations, little junior sister. The congratulatory messages from her seniors filled her ears. Little Yuaner looked at her hands and tried to circulate some primal chi. She raised her right hand and circulated some primal chi again. 100 tribulations inside Avatar, nearly her height, appeared. There was no golden lotus beneath the avatar, and it resembled a golden figure. She clenched her fist, and the avatar vanished. Little Yuaner leaped off the bed and exclaimed, Master! I've achieved a breakthrough. I'm now in the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm as well. Kneel, Lu Zhou's voice was gentle, yet stern. Little Yuaner was stunned. With an "oh," she kneeled obediently. Do you know what your mistake was? I do, Little Yuaner answered honestly. What is it? I don't know. Lu Zhou was speechless. Mingshi spoke from outside, Little junior sister, you were impatient and consumed the Sable Magnolias without consulting anyone. If junior sister Tianqin hadn't risked her life to stabilize and lessen the herb's effects, you wouldn't have been able to successfully break through. Senior sister Tianqin? She's injured, but it's not serious. She'll be fine after a few days of rest, Mingshi said. Hearing this, Little Yuaner regretted her actions. She lowered her head and said, I know I've done wrong. Please punish me, Master. The most important thing is that you recognize your mistake and are willing to repent. Rise and speak, Lu Zhou said, stroking his beard. Thud. Zhu Honggong sat on the floor. Mingshi frowned and said, Old Eighth, what are you doing? It's nothing. I just need some time to get used to this. Zhu Honggong had never heard his master say something like that. I'm warning you. You'd better stay away from me. Mingshi quickly moved away from Zhu Honggong, afraid that the fool would drag him down. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Little Yuaner, saying, You've just entered the Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm, so you should stabilize it first. Also, cultivate the Supreme Purity Jade Slip from the beginning according to the completed cultivation method I gave you. Little Yuaner nodded vigorously and said, I won't let you down, Master. She giggled before adding, Master, you're the best. Lu Zhou frowned and chided her, There's never a serious moment with you. Little Yuaner sat cross-legged and began stabilizing her cultivation base. Lu Zhou walked out of the room with his hands behind his back. When the others saw him coming, they retreated. Lu Zhou approached Yi Tianqin, who had a trail of blood at the edge of her lips. She was supported by 2 female cultivators and did not seem to be in good shape. She looked extremely exhausted, her aura weak and faltering. Yi Tianqin hastily kneeled and said, I know I've done wrong. I shouldn't have acted on my own accord. Master, junior sister Tianqin was only trying to help little junior sister. That's why she acted without asking. Mingxirin suddenly fell to his knees to plead for Yi Tianqin. Zhu Honggong, who was standing nearby, instantly fell to his knees as well. Duan Musheng cupped his fists and said, "Fourth junior brother has a point. Please consider it, master." Zhao Yu remained silent, kneeling on the ground. All of Lu Zhou's disciples were kneeling at this moment. Yi Tianqin's heart stirred slightly. She was unsure of the emotions welling up inside her. Mustering her courage, she said, "Master, I want to return to the evil sky pavilion. Please grant me this wish, master." The courtyard fell silent. Lu Zhou's gaze was fixed on Yi Tianqin. Lu Zhou looked around his surroundings. Even when he saw all his disciples kneeling on the ground, he remained quiet. His gaze shifted from Yi Tianqin to Pan Zhong before he called out, "Pan Zhong." "I'm here," Pan Zhong responded. "If you want to return to the Clarity sect, will they agree to it?" Lu Zhou asked indifferently. Pan Zhong immediately fell to his knees and declared his allegiance. "Pavilion Master, since I joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, I've never thought about leaving. If you hadn't given me the 6-yang technique, I would still be suffering from the bitter cold. As long as I live, I am a person of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If I die, I will be its ghost." "I was just wondering," Lu Zhou said. What if? What if? Pan Zhong scratched his head. "If I returned, I think I would be cut into 8 pieces before I even reached the main gate." Mingxirin rolled his eyes. "What did you do that you don't even deserve a second chance?" "It's not about deserving a second chance. This is just the Clarity sect's rule. The elders are very strict about it," Pan Zhong said. Lu Zhou turned to Zhou Jifeng and asked, "Zhou Jifeng, what about you?" Zhou Jifeng understood why Lu Zhou was asking these questions. He replied, "Although the Heavenly Sword sect has been good to me, we can no longer share the same sky. Even if I wanted to return, they would never take me back." Lu Zhou then looked at Hua Wudao and asked, "Elder Hua, what about you?" Hua Wudao seemed to have anticipated being asked the same question. He cupped his fists and said, "Would you like to hear the truth, Pavilion Master?" "Naturally. If I hadn't joined the Evil Sky Pavilion and was willing to return to the Yun sect, I think the Yun sect would accept me." Hua Wudao was, after all, a 6-leaf elite, and after his recent breakthrough, he had become a 7-leaf elite. A talent like himself would have been welcomed wherever he went. However, he had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, making it practically impossible for him to return to the Yun sect. The trio's answers reached everyone's ears. At that moment, none of Lu Zhou's disciples dared to speak. They did not want to interrupt whatever thoughts Lu Zhou was having. Their kneeling was the most they could do to plead for Yi Tianqin. Yi Tianqin clearly understood the implications of the questions. She felt even worse when she heard Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong's replies. She remained kneeling, her fingers interlaced. She had betrayed her master, denounced her ancestors, and left. She was no different from Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. She was not Hua Wudao. The Fish Dragon Village incident has been resolved. Wei Zhuyan, who framed me, has died. Do you have anything to say about it? Lu Zhou asked calmly. Yi Tianqin's body trembled. She did not dare to look at Lu Zhou and kept her head lowered as she said, "I know my sins are grave and unforgivable." Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. He waved his hand dismissively and said, without a hint of emotion, "Our ties have been severed. Leave." Hearing this, Yi Tianqin's heart sank. The others only looked up and sighed, wanting to help but feeling powerless to do so. Yi Tianqin rose to her feet with great difficulty. "Palace Master," she said. Her former subordinates were pained to see her like this. The only thing they could do was to support her. Yi Tianqin bowed deeply toward Li Zhou and said, "I joined the pavilion when I was 10 and have been cultivating for 20 years. I will never forget how you nurtured me, instructed me, and gave me the amorous hoop. I have committed a grave sin, and returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion was only wishful thinking. However, you responded to my hostility with kindness by getting to the bottom of the Fish Dragon Village incident and killing Wei Zhuyan. This favor grants me a new lease on life." Then, she kneeled on the ground again. "Please accept my final kowtow, master." She kowtowed loudly 3 times to Lu Zhou. Nobody stopped her, they only watched in silence. Ming Shirin wanted to plead at first, but Duan Muxing stopped him. Given the hour and the situation, it was not wise to oppose their master right now. Ming Shirin understood this and only shook his head helplessly. Lu Zhou seemed calm. Yi Tianqin rose to her feet after she finished kowtowing. "Since you saved little Yuaner, I'll give you the amorous hoop. You're on your own now." When Lu Zhou flipped his palm, the glittering amorous hoop materialized in the air, spinning slowly. He swung his arm, and the amorous hoop floated toward Yi Tianqin. Yi Tianqin was surprised. This was the weapon she had spent much time with, and she had long forged an exceptional bond with it. She would not have said a word even if her master had destroyed her weapon. She truly did not expect her master would give the amorous hoop to her. Yi Tianqin conjured up some weak primal qi to wrap around the amorous hoop. When she received the weapon, she could feel that her spirit, qi, and essence had undergone noticeable changes. The amorous hoop was made for junior sister Tianqin, Duan Muxing praised when he saw this. However, upon further thought, he felt the Overlord spear was also suitable. This thought made him feel much better. He then turned to look at Ming Shirin and sighed inwardly, poor 4th junior brother. He was given some junk, and yet, he's over the moon with happiness. Yi Tianqin bowed deeply to Lu Zhou again. All the words she wished to say were conveyed through this bow. Lu Zhou said nothing but watched her turn and leave the south pavilion. Wudao sighed. "I can see that the child genuinely regrets her actions. However, I agree with your decision, Pavilion Master. Deceiving one's master and renouncing one's ancestors are crimes that enrage both heaven and earth." Ming Shirin was about to plead further, but Wudao's words made him hold his tongue. "Forget it. She's gone. There's no need to waste any more words on this." He bowed to Lu Zhou and said, "Master, may I see her off, considering we spent many years as fellow disciples?" Lu Zhou nodded slightly. "He can do whatever he wants." Ming Shirin exited the south pavilion and saw the derived moon palace's female cultivators gathered outside. He frowned. "What are you all doing here?" The derived moon palace's female cultivators halted. "Fourth master," they greeted, saluting him. One of the female cultivators bowed to Ming Shirin and said, "We are grateful for your help back then, 4th master, and for all the care you've shown us all this time. We, the sisters, have followed the palace master for many years. Where the palace master goes, we will follow." Ming Shirin felt speechless. How touching. "Alas, you're too simple." Ming Shirin ran down the mountain and caught up to Yi Tianqin. "4th senior brother?" Yi Tianqin turned around, puzzled. "Junior sister. Don't hold this against the master. You saw how it was earlier. I tried to plead for you, but..." When Ming Shirin said this, he turned to look at the female cultivators and added, "You are planning to rebuild the derived moon palace, are you?" "What do you mean, 4th senior brother? Your cultivation base isn't restored yet. If you bring them along, you'll attract too much attention and easily become a target," Ming Shirin said. Yi Tianqin nodded. She was now a clay Buddha, trying to cross a river, barely able to fend for herself. She could not act as if she were her former self. Ming Shirin smiled faintly. "Don't be upset. The master didn't kill you and has taken care of Wei Zhuyan. This is a great show of grace. Moreover, the master only told you to leave. He didn't banish you from the pavilion, which shows he isn't completely heartless." Since Yi Tianqin was captured and brought back to the evil Sky Pavilion, she had rarely had contact with her master. She didn't know that he had changed. With a befuddled expression, she said, "4th senior brother, are you telling me that I still have a chance?" "Of course," Ming Shirin said with a nod. I'll try to slowly persuade Master. Perhaps his anger will fade in the future. I certainly hope so. Yi Tianqin's expression brightened immediately. Moreover, you saved little junior sister. Master is most fond of her. I'll do my best to, persuade little junior sister to put in a good word for you with Master, Ming Shirin said. When Yi Tianqin heard this, she bowed to Ming Shirin and said, Thank you, fourth senior brother. We're both fellow disciples, there's no need to thank me, Ming Shirin said, glancing beyond the barrier. Forget the main road, take the inconspicuous paths instead. Also, before your cultivation base is restored, you shouldn't show your face in public. Yi Tianqin nodded. Then, she faced the female cultivators. At that moment, she seemed to have transformed into a cold noble lady. Although we are sisters, following me will only put you in danger. You will remain here in the evil sky pavilion and look after Master on my behalf. Palace Master. All the female cultivators fell to their knees in unison. Yi Tianqin was a cold person. When she saw her sisters, who had been following her for a long time, kneeling down, she merely sighed and did not say anything. She bowed to her kneeling sisters and left the mountain. When Mingshi saw the female cultivators about to speak, he interjected, You guys really are stupid. Just do as you're told. The female cultivators stood rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, in the South Pavilion's courtyard, Wudao sighed and said, I can see the child genuinely wants to repent. What a shame, Ming Shirin seized the opportunity and said, Master. 6th junior sister's cultivation base has just recovered. She was even hit by the backlash from helping little junior sister. I'm worried it's dangerous for her to leave the Golden Court Mountain like this. Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Shirin and said, That's her fate. Zhu Honggong pulled the hem of Duanmu Xing's garment to stop him from speaking. Duanmu Xing stepped back and stood silently to the side. As Ming Shirin had said, the current Yi Tianqin was still weak. With her identity as a bai, if she left the evil sky pavilion, many would vie to kill her. However, if she had not picked up a few tricks over the years, she would not have been a disciple of the evil sky pavilion. Even Zhu Honggong, old 8th, whose cultivation base was only in the divine court realm, managed to establish a stronghold in Tiger Ridge and keep himself safe for so long. It was highly unlikely that the intelligent Yi Tianqin would run into trouble. Look after little Yuan. Yes, Master. Lu Zhou returned to the evil sky pavilion and entered the hidden chamber. There, he sat down cross-legged. Before comprehending the heavenly writing, Lu Zhou glanced at the mission list. Indeed, Yi Tianqin's name could no longer be found there. At this point, dwelling on these things was pointless. He opened the heavenly writings interface and began to comprehend it. By now, he had basically memorized the contents of the heavenly writing. Apart from the indecipherable scribblings, he was unsure if there would be any new content. He scrolled down. To gain the power of speech, even about unspeakable truths, and understand the words spoken by the tongues of beings in different worlds. To gain the power of immaterial existence, so that we may visit many places without having to move, reaping many benefits. To gain the power to foresee the future, even about unspeakable possibilities and the tribulations in different worlds. The contents were the same as before, with no additions or omissions. Naturally, it was still as incomprehensible as ever. His comprehension of the heavenly writing was currently on a loop. On the surface, it seemed extremely bland. However, the effects of comprehending the heavenly writing were becoming more noticeable. This motivated him to continue. But when would this end? As he looked at the rows of incomprehensible words in the heavenly writing, Lu Zhou shook his head. Then, he quickly entered his comprehension state. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, a day had passed. Early the next morning, as Lu Zhou emerged from his comprehension state, he heard voices from outside. Master, I've come to wish you a good morning. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and opened the door of the hidden chamber. His gaze fell on an excited little Yuaner, who squatted on the ground obediently. When she saw her master, she leaped to her feet and said enthusiastically, "Master, I can now easily unleash my 100 Tribulations insight." She casually waved her arm, and her 100 Tribulations insight avatar appeared. The golden avatar vanished as quickly as it had appeared. She could conjure and dismiss it at will. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction and said, "Entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm signifies that you are among the experts. However, you shouldn't become too prideful about this." "Understood," little Yuan'er replied. "The Sable Magnolias are extremely potent, and yet, you took them all at once." "If it weren't for," Lu Zhou paused, then said, "you nearly lost your life by consuming them in such a manner." Little Yuan'er mumbled, "Master, senior brother told me that senior sister Tianqin was the one who saved me." When he saw little Yuan'er about to plead for Yi Tianqin, he chided her, "Don't mention her. I've been extremely lenient with her." Little Yuan'er no longer dared to speak. Lu Zhou entered the great hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Apart from several female cultivators cleaning the hall, there was no one else around. Lu Zhou was puzzled. These female cultivators belonged to the derived Moon Palace. He did not expect them to remain there now that Yi Tianqin was gone. When they saw Lu Zhou, the female cultivators stopped their work and bowed to him. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou merely nodded and took his seat. Little Yuan'er approached him with an ingratiating smile. She began to knead Lu Zhou's shoulders, chuckling occasionally. Lu Zhou frowned. One who is overly friendly without reason must be hiding ulterior motives. He said in his deep voice, "Just say what you want. It's unbecoming to hide your true intentions." Little Yuan'er smiled and said, "Master, have you forgotten something?" Lu Zhou raised his hand and gently knocked little Yuan'er's forehead. "This girl." Of course, he knew what she meant. Back then, he had promised to give her a weapon once she reached the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Due to a fortunate turn of events, Lu Zhou had purchased a limited-time treasure box and obtained a weapon suitable for little Yuan'er. Neither the life cutter nor the other items in the hidden chamber seemed to fit her. Lu Zhou raised his palm slowly. With a thought, the scarlet Nirvana sash appeared in his hand. It was completely red, 7 feet long, with a hue like fire and a shape like a dragon. When little Yuan'er saw the Nirvana sash, she gazed at it, saying, Master, what's this?" "This is the Nirvana sash, a binding treasure. Its length is flexible and adapts to your cultivation base." Lu Zhou turned to look at little Yuan'er. "You don't like it?" "If it's from you, Master, there's no way I won't like it." Little Yuan'er's gaze remained fixed on the Nirvana sash. At first, it didn't seem too impressive, but the more she looked at it, the more she realized it was not as simple as it appeared. "In that case, I'll give you this Nirvana sash." He waved his hand, and the Nirvana sash did a 360-degree turn above his palm. Golden dragon veins shimmered along the sash, blending harmoniously with its red hue. The Nirvana sash flew toward little Yuan'er. It wrapped around her 3 times, from her waist to her upper body. Little Yuan'er exclaimed in surprise. Once the Nirvana sash finished wrapping itself around her, its radiance immediately disappeared. Ding! The Nirvana sash has successfully acknowledged its owner. Activated grade, Heaven grade. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Little Yuan'er was utterly thrilled. She held the Nirvana sash like a monkey. "Thank you, Master." Upon receiving the Nirvana sash, she bowed to Lu Zhou. "I won't let you down." Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, "The Nirvana sash has acknowledged you as its owner. You should get used to it as soon as possible and don't slack off." Little Yuan'er nodded vigorously. "I'll surely put it to good use." With a hint of impatience, she dashed out of the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou nodded, feeling pleased. He was filled with anticipation for little Yuan'er's future. With her talents, she would have no problem surpassing his other disciples in the near future. Just as he was about to return and comprehend the heavenly writing, he heard wails from outside. "Me miss 9th. No, don't." Lu Zhou saw Pan Zhong, bound by the Nirvana sash, as he shot past the doors of the Great Hall. He projected his voice, "Stop playing around." Little Yuan landed on the ground and responded with a slightly aggrieved tone, "Oh." Lu Zhou shook his head, returned to the hidden chamber, and continued his comprehension. Outside the Great Hall, Pan Zhong's face was bruised and swollen from being tossed around by the Nirvana sash. Under Little Yuan's control, the Nirvana sash unbound him and returned to its owner, wrapping around her before seemingly disappearing into her black robes. Little Yuan scratched her head and said, "Shall we try this again at the back of the mountain? I'm not familiar with it yet." Pan Zhong waved his hands frantically and said, "Miss Ninth, I'm no match for you." He begged for mercy, unwilling to spar with Little Yuan. Even if she hadn't had a breakthrough, he wouldn't be foolish enough to spar with her. "You're boring." Little Yuan placed her hands on her hips. Seeing this, Pan Zhong whispered, "Miss Ninth. Brother Zhou has been practicing the sword lately, and he seems to have improved a lot. He was the first disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and a genius in swordplay." "Where is he?" "At the back of the mountain." Pan Zhong pointed toward the back of the mountain without hesitation. He intended to offer more praise but turned around to find Little Yuan had left, leaving only a fleeting afterimage behind. Pan Zhong sighed, shook his head, and muttered, "I'm sorry, Brother Zhou." He touched the wounds on his face. "Fortunately, they aren't too serious." At that moment, Mingxirin, who happened to be flying by, saw Pan Zhong's bruised and swollen face. "Pan Zhong. What happened to you?" Pan Zhong bowed and said, "Hello, Fourth Master." "It's nothing, I just tripped and fell while walking." Mingxirin was no fool. No one could injure themselves so badly from a minor fall. He asked, "Where's my little junior sister?" Pan Zhong glanced toward the back of the mountain and said, "Ninth Miss obtained her heaven-grade weapon, the Nirvana sash, and was eager to find someone to spar with. I think she's gone to look for Zhou Jifeng." "What? The heaven-grade weapon, the Nirvana sash?" Mingxirin repeated, puzzled. "How could I forget that Third Master and Fourth Master both have profound cultivation and wield heaven-grade weapons? You two are the best candidates for Ninth Miss to spar with her new heaven-grade weapon," Pan Zhong said, smacking his forehead. Mingxirin landed on the ground and said nonchalantly, "It's fine. You can tell my little junior sister to look for third elder brother. If you see her, tell her I'm terribly busy." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared at lightning speed. Pan Zhong scratched his head. "Busy? Weren't you just looking for Ninth Miss?" A series of low wails rang from the back of the mountain, causing Pan Zhong to shudder. Realization dawned on him at that moment. "I should leave now." 5 days later, the Golden Court Mountain was in disarray. The Nirvana sash could be seen everywhere. In the hidden chamber of the evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou, who was comprehending the heavenly writing, was naturally unaware of what was happening outside. The Tao-shaping stage of his divine court realm was now stable. With just a thought, he launched the system interface. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, Tao-shaping stage, divine court realm. Merit points, 12,820. Avatar, 7-star soul. Remaining life, 6,249 days. Items, Deadly Strike card X1, Impeccable card X1, Critical Block card X7, Passive, Binding Cage card X4, Refining Talisman X2, Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1, Wizard, Rest completed, Buy-in, Sky Fragment X1. Weapon, Unnamed, Life Cutter, Tear Stain Box. Cultivation method, 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. Lu Zhou noticed that Wizard was fully rested. He did some calculations and discovered that it would take Wizard 5 days of rest to recover after unleashing a powerful support move. This was a surprise to Lu Zhou. Deciding to check for any new item cards, he opened the item mall. Unfortunately, the item cards remained the same. Nonetheless, it was still a boost to have these item cards around. He only wished the price was not so high. Sky Fragments. Zhou checked the mission list again. The missions for disciplining his disciples were still there. However, he did not know how to discipline his disciples to earn merit points. He could not just nitpick for no reason. Moreover, the system would never allow such a significant flaw. Zhou searched his memories for any information related to the Sky Fragments. Alas, Tiandao had never given much thought to the Sky Fragments. He did not even bother to look at them, leaving no clues at all. Perhaps Elder Hua might know something about it. Zhou got up slowly. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He raised his right hand, and Unnamed materialized in his grasp. With a wave of his left hand, the Sky Fragment appeared. Since the Sky Fragments are items from the system's mission, can they be broken by Unnamed? Zhou couldn't explain it, but he felt a growing obsession to test anything solid against Unnamed. Zhou raised his hand, and a cold gleam flashed past. Bam! To Zhou's surprise, the Sky Fragment broke and fell to the floor. The cut was clean, and Unnamed was unscathed. It's really junk? Zhou eyed the Sky Fragment with a suspicious look. Even if he gathered all 8 fragments, they would be nothing but a pile of junk. What's the point of collecting these? Zhou was inwardly mocking the items when the broken Sky Fragment slowly reconnected and restored its original form. What? It can repair itself? Zhou summoned some energy and picked up the Sky Fragment. He scrutinized it and saw that it was flawless, as if it had never been cut. What an interesting item. Zhou put the Sky Fragment away, turned around, and left the hidden chamber. He entered the Great Hall. As soon as he stepped in, he saw Mingshi pacing around. When Mingshi saw his master, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, master. May you live for 10,000 years and beyond." He must have picked that up from old 8th. Zhou asked, "What's the matter?" Mingshi replied, "I have 2 things to report. First, Pan Zhong returned home to pay his respects to his ancestors. When I saw you were resting, master, I told him to go. Pay respect to his ancestors? Ever since Pan Zhong cultivated the 3-yin technique, he had looked terrible. For this reason, he didn't return home for 3 years. Now that he has cultivated the 6-yang technique, he's looking much better," Mingshi said. However, he was from the Clarity sect, after all. I'm just worried the Clarity sect won't leave him alone when he's out there. Pan Zhong was now regarded as a villain, having joined the evil Sky Pavilion. The Clarity sect could not capture old 8th before this. There was no way they would let Pan Zhong slip through their fingers. Zhou nodded. The Clarity sect has already merged with the Righteous sect. That's not unexpected. The Clarity sect has already aligned itself with the Second Prince. I think Emoli is behind many of these incidents. Master, Emoli has been opposing us constantly. Why don't you go to the divine capital and directly kill her? Great Yan's imperial family isn't as simple as you think, Zhou replied. What's the second matter? The second matter is about little junior sister, Mingshi said with a smile. She's turning 16 in 3 days. 16 is an important age. I've discussed this with 3rd senior brother, 5th junior sister, and 8th junior brother, and we feel that we should do something to make her happy. Zhou sighed. Time flies. In just a blink of an eye, little Yuaner is now a young adult. At this moment, little Yuaner entered the evil Sky Pavilion's great hall with a few others. Master. Pavilion Master. Zhou glanced at them. He frowned slightly as he looked at Zhou Jifeng and asked, "How did you sustain these injuries?" Zhou Jifeng hastily bowed and said, "I fell." Zhou glanced at Duan Muxing, who was not injured but had a slight tear at the hem of his clothes. The female cultivators stood to the side, clearly too afraid to speak. Only little Yuaner lowered her head, shrugged, and stuck out her tongue for a moment. Troublemaker. Zhou chided. Little Yuaner spoke fearfully, "I'm wrong, master." Zhou shook his head. She was turning 16 soon and still had no respect for her seniors. This was unbecoming. After obtaining the Nirvana sash, she had become outrageous, showing no restraint or discipline. Moreover, with Duanmu Xing's cultivation base, there was no way he couldn't beat little Yuan'er. If she didn't respect her senior brothers, it meant she wouldn't respect her seniors in general, and she might even be disrespectful to him in the future. On your knees, Lu Zhou said. Thud. Zhou Jifeng kneeled instinctively toward little Yuan'er and said, Miss Ninth, I'm sorry. Lu Zhou was speechless. Kneeling must have been ingrained in Zhou Jifeng to the point where it had become a reflex. He must have been bullied often. In a slightly displeased tone, he said, Yuan'er, on your knees. Little Yuan'er shuddered and kneeled. Zhou Jifeng blushed from embarrassment when he realized what had happened. He quickly shuffled to the side on his knees. Lu Zhou chided, now that you're 16 and coming of age, you're no longer a child. How can you treat your seniors with such disrespect? Little Yuan'er pouted. Teaching another person had always been a great challenge since ancient times. Jia Tiandao had neglected this. Perhaps, he had his reasons for taking in all these rascals. However, Lu Zhou would not allow himself to repeat Jia Tiandao's mistakes. He said sternly, apologize. Little Yuan'er turned around obediently and said, I'm sorry, senior brother. Duanmu Xing merely waved his hand and said, it's all right. I wasn't hurt anyway. It's one of my duties to instruct you, little junior sister. An unnatural expression could be seen on Zhu Honggong's, old eighth's, face as he said, Master, little junior sister wasn't harsh. Mingshi Yin turned to glare at him. Zhu Honggong immediately clamped his hands over his mouth. Hadn't his words contradicted his master's? Lu Zhou did not mind this. After all, it was good for little Yuan'er's seniors to teach her and look after her. After she apologized, Lu Zhou said again, your punishment is to copy the Great Purity Jade Slip 200 times and face the wall inside the Cave of Reflection for 3 days. The others were shocked. Master is going all out. He has never punished little junior sister before. What's gotten into him today? Little Yuan'er was taken aback as well. She was like a child who had never been beaten in her life and was suddenly dealt a heavy punishment. It was only natural for her to feel aggrieved. However, she replied obediently, I accept the punishment. She rose to her feet and left the great hall for the south pavilion. Lu Zhou looked up and saw everyone's unnatural expressions. He asked, is there a problem? Master, little junior sister is still young, someone said. She's not a child anymore, Lu Zhou interrupted, raising a hand to cut Mingshi Yin's words short. A 16-year-old could no longer be considered a child in any era. When the others saw that Lu Zhou had made up his mind, they no longer dared to plead for little Yuan'er. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across them and asked, where is Elder Hua? I'll go and get him, Mingshi Yin replied, fleeing the hall. He had intended to discuss their celebration plans for little Yuan'er, but given the situation, he decided to let it go. A short while later, Mingshi Yin and Hua Wudao arrived in the great hall. Hua Wudao bowed to Lu Zhou and asked, what is it you've summoned me for, Pavilion Master? Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, and the Sky Fragment appeared. Do you recognize this? A Sky Fragment? Hua Wudao smiled. This is yours, to begin with, Pavilion Master. It said that the evil Sky Pavilion's barrier had gone down one day, and it was stolen by the pickpocket sex Yuanzi Yunsan. However, I have no idea if that's true or not. A curious expression was visible on his face. He clearly wanted to verify this with Lu Zhou. It was also evident that he found it amusing that a petty thief had stolen something from the great evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou said honestly, I've never cared about it and have tossed it away without much thought. It's only natural that it was stolen. Hua Wudao opened his mouth, but decided to close it in the end. Treasures that everyone else raced to obtain were just trash to him, tossed away without a second thought. Perhaps only the master of the evil Sky Pavilion could speak like this. Why are you asking about this, Pavilion Master? Wudao was curious. I'm looking for them. Why is he looking for something he had tossed away? Wudao, naturally, did not dare to voice his thoughts. Instead, he said, it's said that there are 8 Sky Fragments. I'm not entirely sure where they are right now. I'm afraid it will be difficult to find them. Lu Zhou nodded. He was not surprised. It was normal for Wudao to not know about this. Rather than look for a needle in the ocean, it might be quicker to find the thief who stole them initially. Yanzi Yunsan? That's right. The Sky Fragments are precious items in the outside world. They wouldn't have disappeared without a good reason, Wudao said. However, the pickpocket sect has vanished from the cultivation world. It won't be easy to locate Yanzi Yunsan. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou said, Mingxirin. Yes, Master. Old Seventh's information network is everywhere. Tell him to find Yunsan, Lu Zhou said. Mingxirin felt slightly nervous. Siwuya, Old Seventh, had left the evil Sky Pavilion. On all accounts, he was also a traitor. Was it not inappropriate to solicit a traitor's help? Master. What if Old Seventh refuses to help? He's an intelligent person. The problem is, I can't even find him. Mingxirin scratched his head. Zhu Honggong raised his hand, I know. Seventh Senior Brother's darknet is spread out in all corners of Great Yin. They have a base in Anyang as well, Zhu Honggong said. Siwuya was a cunning person. There was no need to ask, the others knew he only told Zhu Honggong about one of the bases. Mingxirin said, I'll send a letter now. Then, he turned to Zhu Honggong and said, Old Eighth, what are you standing around for? Wudao smiled brightly and said, I heard that the evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple is treacherous and cunning, resourceful. Looks like the rumors are true. If Mingxirin can't find him, no one can. Indeed, Old Seventh is cunning, Lu Zhou said with a nod. I've always been curious. Based on my recent observations, you aren't someone who would commit all kinds of evils, Pavilion Master, contrary to the rumors. Although there are certain things I don't agree with, I would still support them wholeheartedly with a clear conscience. Why did you drive your disciples out of the evil Sky Pavilion in the first place? Wudao asked. Lu Zhou's expression was calm. As soon as Wudao finished speaking, the others shifted their attention to Lu Zhou as well. Duan Muxing and Zhao Yu looked especially eager to hear the answer. Elder Hua, you're being particularly talkative today, Lu Zhou commented. Wudao realized he had overstepped his bounds and hastily cupped his fists, stepping back. When Lu Zhou saw that Wudao had left the Great Hall, he said, Send word to Jiang Aijin. Tell him to investigate Yunsan's whereabouts. Master, there's a letter from Jiang Aijin, Mingxirin and Zhu Honggong announced as they returned. Lu Zhou was suspicious. How does that fellow always manage to appear at the right time? Read it. Mingxirin unfolded the letter and read aloud, Old Senior Ji, I've missed you since we last parted. I'm impressed by your method of stealing the rafter and replacing it with a pillar. I can't help but applaud what you've done. Pa. Mingxirin held the letter in one hand and clapped with the other. The others looked at him as if he were a fool. It's one thing to read it, but what gave you the nerve to actually clap? Lu Zhou did not mind this. Instead, he said, continue. 3 days ago, Wei Zhuyan was ordered to quell the disturbance in Anyang. Emily and Consort E are trying to meddle in this affair using their influence. The stars are aligning, and there are many things that cannot be conveyed through writing. I wish to meet you. Looking forward to your reply. When he finished reading, Mingxirin said, This Jiang Aijin is too full of himself. Master isn't someone he can meet just because he wants to. Zhu Honggong looked perplexed. He inquired in a low voice, 4th Senior Brother, who's Jiang Aijin? Lu Chen, the 3rd Prince of Great Yan's imperial family, Mingxirin replied offhandedly. Jiang Lijian's real name was Lu Qin. Zhu Honggong was speechless. He's quite the character. Has anyone discovered the truth about Wei Zhuyan? Duan Muxing asked. Ming Shirin said, well, previously, Jiang Lijian told us about the real Wei Zhuyan's location. This time, it seems like he knows Wei Zhuyan is a fake. This means he has eyes around Wei Zhuyan. Lu Zhou was deep in thought. Ming Shirin's inference made sense. Even if the upper echelons of the palace knew that Wei Zhuyan was a fake, they would never acknowledge it officially. The commander-in-chief of the three armies could never be touched. They would prioritize the bigger picture. Those who intended to expose Wei Zhuyan would be those who wanted to cause a disruption. Is Consort Yi trying to plunge Great Yan into chaos? She's from the western regions, after all. She has the strongest motive to do this. No matter how at odds Emoli and Wei Zhuyan were, they're still part of the second prince's faction. They wouldn't turn against each other. In that case, who would want Wei Zhuyan dead? Lu Zhou could not come up with an answer no matter how much he thought about it. Instead of guessing blindly, it's much better to meet him and ask him about it directly. At this moment, a female cultivator entered the hall and said, at the base of the mountain, Cian requests an audience. Cian? Who's that? Ming Shirin scratched his head. Then, he smacked his forehead and said, Master. It's little junior sister's relative. He came here before. Duan Muxing frowned and said, did something happen? Let him in, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Understood. Soon, a visibly nervous Cian arrived in the great hall. His eyes darted around warily, as if he expected a villain to jump out and kick him. He stammered, Greetings, senior. Ming Shirin asked, what's wrong? Is someone kidnapped again? It was no wonder their master had established a rule for those who wished to join the evil Sky Pavilion to sever ties with their past. Little Yuaner's relatives alone had gotten into trouble several times. Ordinary people could never endure this. They might be used as hostages to threaten the disciples. Panzhong was the same. He would have to be severely warned when he returned. Cian hastily waved his hands and said, no. It's not a kidnapping. Then what is it? Ming Shirin asked. Cian sighed and said, the old master and madam plan to leave Anyang. They miss the young lady and wish to see her one last time before they leave. Do you know about the evil Sky Pavilion's rules? Ming Shirin asked. I do. Then how dare you come here? Ever since the incident in Blue Sun, the old master and madam have been missing the young lady. Now that she's turning 16, they desperately want to meet her. They'll never see her again after this meeting. Please be magnanimous, Pavilion Master, Cian said as he fell to his knees. Lu Zhou was curious. The mortals would not dare to contact the evil Sky Pavilion, let alone do so repeatedly. It was truly strange. The old master of the Ci family had been unconscious throughout the kidnapping incident on Blue Sun Mountain and did not get a chance to see little Yuaner at all. However, according to the evil Sky Pavilion's rules, a disciple would have to sever ties with their past once they joined. He could not make an exception just because they were related by blood. If all of his disciples had that many ties to the secular world, it would be difficult for the evil Sky Pavilion. However, he was not in a hurry to turn Cian away. Why are they moving? Lu Zhou asked. Cian replied, Anyang hasn't been peaceful as of late. Murders keep happening every now and then. It's said that the other tribes are responsible for this. Previously, the Ci family had the protection of the officials, but those people have fled. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Combined with Jiang Aijin's information that Wei Zhuyan had been ordered to quell the disturbance in Anyang, Cian should be telling the truth. Cian lowered his head and trembled. The great hall was quiet. Cian glanced at the greatest villain in the world furtively before hastily lowering his head again. He did not know what was going through Lu Zhou's mind and found the silence stifling. After a long pause, Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, Send the guest away. Ming Shirin cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Then, he made an inviting gesture towards Xian this way. Pavilion Master? Xian did not seem to have heard if his request was granted or not. When he heard Lu Zhou ordering his disciple to send him away, he was slightly stunned. A hint of annoyance crept into Ming Shirin's voice as he said, "Aren't you leaving?" Xian hastily rose to his feet and followed Ming Shirin out of the great hall. The others bowed and left as well. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the Darknet's headquarters, Crouching Dragon, a messenger said, "Sect Master, Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Fourth has sent a letter." "What's the matter?" Si Wuya stood up slowly, slightly curious. He had left the Evil Sky Pavilion a long time ago, and they had never contacted him since. This was unprecedented. The letter was sent to the contact point in Anyang and redirected here. The Evil Sky Pavilion wants you to investigate Yunsan's whereabouts. Yunsan? Yes. The only descendant of the pickpocket sect, Yanzi Yunsan. The pickpocket sect is no more. Yunsan is the only member left. What business does my master have with him? Si Wuya found this very strange. I'm not sure, calling Yunsan the descendant of the pickpocket sect was a polite way of putting it. To be direct, he was just a thief. That Tiandao would contact Si Wuya just for a thief was beyond Si Wuya's comprehension. One of his subordinates, standing nearby, bowed and said, "I heard that Yunsan has stolen something from the Evil Sky Pavilion before. Could this be related to that incident?" Si Wuya nodded with a smile. "Oh, Master, your heart grows less generous by the day." Sect Master, should we investigate Yunsan? After all, the Darknet did not belong to the Evil Sky Pavilion. They could reject this request without any qualms. "Let's fulfill his wish," Si Wuya said lightly. "After all, he's getting old. I wish he could live out his final years comfortably." Understood. The subordinate was just about to turn around and leave. "Hold on. Your orders, Sect Master? Have the Clarity and Righteous sects been up to anything lately?" Si Wuya asked, hands clasped behind his back. The Clarity and Righteous sects assembled and went to Tiger Ridge, but found nothing. They returned yesterday and are likely seething with anger right now. Very good. Si Wuya twirled his peacock plume and asked, "Anything from the palace?" Wei Zhuyan has left the divine capital and is heading to Anyang to quell the disturbance. When Si Wuya heard this, he chuckled. That little impostor sure has guts. Sect Master, should we do anything about it? There's no need for that. Understood. Also, spread the word that the giant silkworm gloves have been sighted in Anyang. The subordinate was stunned. Sect Master, to lure Yunsan with this method. Isn't it too? It's true that Yunsan is skilled in thievery, but he's also extremely proud. Since my master wants to find Yunsan as his disciple, I can't sit back and do nothing. The giant silkworm gloves are the best bait, understood. I'll see to it right away. During these 3 days, little Yuaner had been copying the Supreme Purity Jade slip. She copied it throughout the days, her back aching and her hands spasming. Moreover, she was punished to stay in the cave of reflection. Fortunately, she obediently completed her punishments. The others could not help her, but her senior sister, Zhao Yu, offered some words of comfort by her side. Senior sister. Is Master really mad at me? Little Yuaner asked after finishing the 100th copy of the Supreme Purity Jade slip. Master is doing this for your own good, so you won't make the same mistakes in the future, Zhao Yu replied. Little Yuaner nodded and muttered, how am I going to practice with the Nirvana sash from now on? You can still practice, but you should know how to hold back. Personally, it doesn't bother me if Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong are beaten up. However, since you attacked your senior brothers, it's no wonder Master is angry, Zhao Yu explained. You're right. I'll be less harsh next time, Little Yuaner agreed. After Little Yuaner put the Supreme Purity Jade slip away, Zhao Yu said, go on. MHM. Wait for me, senior sister. I'm getting quite good with my Nirvana sash now. Zhao Yu gestured for her to go. Little Yuan walked to the evil sky pavilion with 100 copies of the Supreme Purity Jade slip in her hands. She followed the small path, the corridor, and the pavilion, arriving at the great hall. Seeing her master, who seemed deep in thought, she smiled and approached him. Greetings, master. She propped the 100 copies of the Supreme Purity Jade slips above her head with her small hands as a sign of repentance. Lu Zhou turned and glanced at her. Have you thought things through? He asked. Little Yuan declared, I will respect my senior brothers and sisters and honor you, master. It's good that you've thought things through. If you repeat this offense, I won't be so merciful, Lu Zhou said. I understand. If she was disrespectful in the evil sky pavilion, her senior siblings could still cover for her. However, if she ventured into the cultivation world, full of sinister people, no one would be able to protect her. 10 years? 100 years? 1,000 years? Lu Zhou was uncertain if he could exploit the system's loophole and continue to live on forever as he had imagined. Since discovering that the item cards' prices could rise, he had become extremely cautious and used them sparingly. At 16, little Yuan's cultivation path was only beginning. It was a teacher's duty to instruct and clear up confusion. Instructions were there for a reason. Yuan, you're 16 now. Do you have any wishes? Lu Zhou asked, stroking his beard. I have but one wish. I hope that you'll live a long life, master. This answer surprised Lu Zhou. Why? Everyone's saying that your time is almost up, and you'll only live for more than 10 years at most. I don't believe them. You'll still be around even after those people wither and die in their old age, little Yuan said confidently. Clearly, this little girl had a good heart. Moreover, his little disciple had also given him much help all this time. Now that she had entered the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm and possessed the Nirvana Sash, he could not let her wander down the wrong path. If she could be taught, she would have a future worth looking forward to. Yuan, have you thought about your family members? Lu Zhou asked. Little Yuan shook her head, putting down her copies of the Supreme Purity Jade slip. It seemed she had never felt homesick. Perhaps she had been too young when she left home and had grown accustomed to life in the evil sky pavilion. Her concept of home might be different. Master, since I joined the evil sky pavilion, I know the rules, little Yuan said. Lu Zhou sighed softly. You're different from your senior siblings. They were alone and had no one to depend on since they were young. They have nothing to tie them to the world. Just as the master and disciple were conversing, Ming Shirin and Zhu Honggong walked in. They bowed to Lu Zhou before greeting him. Master, as you said, Old Seventh has replied and agreed to help us find Yunsan, Ming Shirin reported. Good, Lu Zhou replied calmly. Ming Shirin glanced at little Yuan and said, Master, about little junior sister. Lu Zhou raised a hand to cut him short. Send word to Jian Aijin, he said. Ming Shirin hastily bowed. Lu Zhou continued, ask him to meet me in Anyang City. Ming Shirin appeared delighted and hastily said, Little junior sister, why are you standing there? Thank master, quickly. Little Yuan was confused but did as she was told. Thank you, master. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, turned around, and returned to the hidden chamber. Currently, apart from comprehending the heavenly writing, he could only try his luck with the lucky draws. After a while, he realized his bad luck with the system seemed endless. Despite his luck points being at 89, he had not won anything. It was more practical to focus on comprehending the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou closed the system dashboard and began the tedious process of comprehension. The densely packed glyphs and symbols appeared vividly. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, an entire night had slipped by. Ding! You have read the human scroll of the heavenly writing 100 times. Reward, 100 merit points. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He had read the scroll innumerable times over a long period, yet he had only finished the human scroll? He found it hard to understand. However, he could clearly feel his mental state was much clearer than before, as if he had returned to his younger days. He touched his beard and skin. Well, he still looked old. Lu Zhou stood up slowly, stretching his limbs. He examined his body, but there seemed to be no physical changes. In other words, comprehending the heavenly writing only improved his mental state. He recalled that the heavenly writing was effective against witchcraft and the Brahmin lullaby. Lu Zhou guessed that the power of the heavenly writing was probably related to his mental clarity. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard. Everything appeared normal. He noticed a short reminder on the item card section. Item card prices were adjusted based on the user's cultivation level and purchasing frequency. He looked at the prices. As expected, they have risen again. The Deadly Strike card was sold at 800 points, the Impeccable card at 600 points, and even the Thunderblast card at 400 points. It felt like 10,000 llamas were stampeding across Lu Zhou's heart. This is such bullsh**. It was now clear that the prices of the item cards were not just related to the frequency of purchase, but also to his strength. He had thought it was only about the frequency of his purchases, but that was clearly wishful thinking. The combination of these two factors would prevent the host from becoming too reliant on item cards and would motivate him to improve his strength as quickly as possible. It also provided the host with a means of self-defense when he was still weak. The system won't even let me exploit any loophole. Lu Zhou instinctively glanced at the reversal card's price. The display read, 500 points. Fortunately, it hasn't gone up. He was going to rely on it to stay alive. If its price increased, he would struggle to keep going. His current endeavor of comprehending heavenly writing had resulted in a significant loss. Fall into the moat, and you'll be wiser. Lu Zhou thought about it and decided to buy some item cards every time before he comprehended heavenly writing. At that moment, Mingshi Yin's voice rang from outside. Master, the flying chariot is ready. All right. Lu Zhou waved his arm, and the system dashboard disappeared. He walked out of the hidden chamber into the great hall. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou looked at everyone and said bluntly, we're going to keep a low profile this time when we go to Anyang. There's no need for the flying chariot. Mingshi Yin was slightly stunned. Master, our numbers. That's why we shouldn't be traveling in such a large group. Lu Zhou felt they would attract too much attention if too many of them went. After all, Jiang Lijian was only willing to discuss this in person. The evil Sky Pavilion was still lacking in strength, far from its glory days. Even the newcomer, the 8-leaf expert Fan Shouwen, might not compare to the evil Sky Pavilion at its strongest. There was no one who did not fear the evil Sky Pavilion. The first disciple, Yu Xinghai, founded the Nether sect, which had grown into the greatest cult. His strength was evident. The second disciple, Yu Shangrong, had never lost a fight. If those two were still around, the crisis where Golden Court Mountain was besieged by the 10 great elites would not have happened. Someone had to stay back to guard the evil Sky Pavilion. For this reason, Lu Zhou only brought Little Yuan, Mingshi Yin, and Duan Musheng to Anyang. Zhao Yu and Zhu Honggong were weaker and more suited to remain at the evil Sky Pavilion. Perhaps because Little Yuan had just been heavily punished, she did not jump and fuss about wanting to ride in front on Witzard. When Witzard's auspicious aura appeared above the evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Honggong, Old Eighth, widened his eyes as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. When did Master subdue this mount? Zhou Jifeng asked, in awe. Ordinary mounts can be captured in foreign lands or forests. To capture a mount with certain abilities like this one, it's fated. I heard that Mr. First once caught a legendary hippogriff in the misty forest as a mount. However, no one has seen it before. Zhao Yu shushed them and warned, are you tired of living? The others fell silent. It would not be pretty if Lu Zhou heard them discussing Yu Xinghai, the first disciple, in the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou and little Yuan left unwitzered. Mingshi Yin and Duan Muxing could only fly on their own as usual. Although a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator could not match the speed of a mount, they were by no means slow. 2 hours later, inside Anyang City, Lu Zhou and little Yuan walked through the streets. They were surprised to see the streets were not as crowded as they had expected. Moreover, there were only half as many merchants as the last time they visited. It was a slightly desolate scene. Little Yuan, finding this strange, asked, "Master, should I stop someone and ask about this?" To avoid repeating her mistakes, she had taken her senior sister's words to heart. Before doing anything, she would now ask her master first. There's no need for that, Lu Zhou decided. We'll go to the CI mansion. The rise or fall of Anyang City is a problem for the Emperor of Great Yin. It has nothing to do with us. Little Yuan nodded vigorously, saying MHM. Shortly after, they arrived at the door of the CI mansion. Little Yuan knew what to do. I'll go and knock, master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, feeling pleased. She's learning well. Before, she would have kicked the doors down without a second thought. Knock. Knock. Little Yuan knocked twice. The door creaked open. Young lady? The person who opened the door was Xian, whom they had met when he was rescued from Blue Sun Mountain and again when they first visited the Evil Sky Pavilion. How could he not recognize little Yuan now that she had appeared before him? I'll inform the old master and the madam right away. Xian turned around and ran, shouting that the young lady was back. Little Yuan did not seem to care about this. Instead, she turned around and said, "Master." Lu Zhou, who was next to her, said calmly, "Let's go in." They had just crossed the threshold when they saw dozens of individuals escorting a middle-aged couple dressed in embroidered clothes out. They were little Yuan's father, Ci Yuan, and mother, Ci Zhangshi. Ci Yuan, in his midlife, seemed to have an indomitable spirit. Madame Zhang was graceful and elegant, still attractive despite her age. When she was young, she must have been a well-bred young lady with looks that could topple a city. Lu Zhou was surprised to see that Ci Yuan did not seem to fear him. Apart from being more alert, Ci Yuan was neither servile nor overbearing. It was truly rare for a mortal to show such courage. Yuan. Madame Zhang ran over and embraced little Yuan. Little Yuan was slightly taken aback by this. After all, they had not met for 6 years. It was only natural that they felt like strangers. Lu Zhou said calmly, "Kowtow to your father and mother." "Oh," little Yuan replied, kneeling on the ground. It was right and proper for a person to kneel to the heavens, to the earth, and to their parents. I must teach her well. When little Yuan kneeled on the ground, Madame Zhang was moved to tears. The mother and daughter spoke at length. Ci Yuan glanced at little Yuan, and his heart stirred slightly. He stood at a distance, cupped his fists toward Lu Zhou, and bowed. Respect shone in his eyes. Lu Zhou merely nodded in response. The servants did not recognize Lu Zhou. They did not know that little Yuan had joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, these people were secular and had nothing to do with the cultivation world. It was to be expected. There was nothing to discuss with them, and their current objectives were unrelated to these people. "I'm tired," Ci Yuan said hastily, telling Xian to prepare a room. Ci Yuan knew who this person was, so he dismissed those who were not needed and forbade them from coming close. Inside the room, it was much quieter. Lu Zhou sat down and calmly looked at Ci Yuan and his wife. With no outsiders present, Ci Yuan and his wife approached Lu Zhou respectfully. "Old mister, you once saved the Ci mansion from a serious crisis. Please accept my gratitude." The couple was about to kneel when Lu Zhou waved his arm, and a gust of energy pushed them back to their feet. "Since you are Yuan's parents, we are of the same seniority." "There is no need to kneel," Lu Zhou said. Cai Yuan and his wife appeared grateful. Lu Zhou looked at them and, without beating around the bush, said, I have a question for you. I hope you will answer honestly. Cai Yuan did not dare to delay and replied, ask away, old mister. Has something happened in Anyang? Cai Yuan answered, the rebel army is causing chaos, and the people are suffering. It won't be long before the citizens of Anyang are left miserable and homeless. Isn't the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Wei Zhuoyan, here in Anyang? Lu Zhou asked. He arrived at the northern side of Anyang city 2 days ago. However, he hasn't entered the city yet. I'm not sure why, Cai Yuan replied. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Wei Zhuoyan was an impostor, after all. It was normal for him to be cautious. Final question, Lu Zhou suddenly changed his tone. Yuaner has been with the Evil Sky Pavilion since she was 10. Joining the Evil Sky Pavilion means severing ties with her past. I can overlook the Blue Sun incident because your entire family was in danger of being annihilated. But what's the reason for the contact this time? When Cai Yuan heard this, he hurriedly signaled to Madame Zhang. She produced a scarlet embroidered box and held it in her palm. Cai Yuan said, please take a look, old sir. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the embroidered box flew into his grasp. He opened the box and looked inside. The item within surprised both him and little Yuaner. A sable magnolia? Cai Yuan glanced at little Yuaner but said nothing. Lu Zhou understood his meaning. Finding a random excuse, he said, Yuaner, go have a look outside. Yes, master, little Yuaner replied obediently, leaving the room. She looked at the sky as she walked out. It was still early. Her senior brothers were taking their time, so they might not arrive for some time. Little Yuaner did not like talking to the people from Ci Mansion, so she went to a deserted corridor. Hello. A gentle voice reached her ears. Little Yuaner shuddered. She looked around, who's there? A slender swordsman in green, holding a sword, stood with his back to her. Little Yuaner felt suspicious. She remembered her master's words and did not dare to be careless. She asked again, who are you? The green-robed swordsman turned around slowly, and a genial smile appeared on his face as he looked at little Yuaner. He nodded slightly and said in a gentle voice, it's just as I expected. What do you mean by it's just as you expected? What are you looking at? Initially, little Yuaner intended to threaten to poke his eyes out, but she was worried her master would get angry. For this reason, she swallowed the threats that were on the tip of her tongue and said, I'm warning you, stop following me. After she finished speaking, she walked past the green-robed swordsman and continued along the alley. The green-robed swordsman crossed his arms and followed little Yuaner. Little Yuaner frowned, stopped, and said, hey, then, she raised a foot and stomped on the ground with a loud bam. The ground was dented. Anyone at the 5th stage of the body-tempering realm could do this. Little Yuaner thought the green-robed swordsman would be frightened by this. However, to her surprise, he seemed completely at ease, continuing to stare at her as he followed her around. A thought suddenly appeared in little Yuaner's mind, this fellow isn't a pervert, is he? She abruptly halted, turned her head to the side, and asked, do you really plan on following me? The green-robed swordsman did not reply. Little Yuaner instinctively gauged his primal chi, but she discovered she could not sense it. An elite. Is he here to harm my master? The green-robed swordsman remained calm with an easy smile on his face. He seemed to be watching her every move. Little Yuaner instantly put her guard up. The green-robed swordsman thought she would continue on her path, but suddenly, bam. Little Yuaner launched an attack at the green-robed swordsman like a fired arrow. The explosive speed of the Supreme Purity Jade Slip, cultivated by a nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivator, was not to be underestimated. A nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivator was hard to find even in Anyang City. With this in mind, little Yuaner thought the green-robed swordsman would be so frightened that he would wet his pants. However, there was only a slight hint of shock in his eyes before it disappeared. He looked just as at ease as before. His protective energy blocked all of little Yuaner's attacks. Bam! 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 Little Yuaner unleashed every technique in the Supreme Purity Jade Slip. Her shadows seemed to appear everywhere, and every punch landed on the energy wall, leaving faint ripples. The green-robed swordsman did not fight back. He simply smiled, glancing at her occasionally. His dense energy barrier did not reflect her attacks, but behaved like water, neither dispersing nor striking back. The more little Yuaner attacked, the angrier she felt. 100 Tribulation's insight. An avatar roughly her size appeared. The dazzling, translucent golden girl-shaped avatar was exquisite and refined. The green-robed swordsman turned to look at it, then smiled faintly. He moved his hand. Whoosh! The energy disappeared, and the surging primal chi vanished. Everything fell silent in that moment. The green-robed swordsman's hand was on little Yuaner's forehead. She kept flailing her arms, but she could not reach him. Darn it! Let go. Let me go. Interesting, the green-robed swordsman commented. All right. You win. Little Yuaner looked at him warily. She gave up the fight and retreated. What if he's a bad person? She could feel that the man before her possessed formidable strength and cultivation. The green-robed swordsman flashed a faint smile. He greeted her again, hello. Goodbye. Little Yuaner walked back up the path. Little junior sister, you should say hello as well. Huh? I'm your second senior brother. Little Yuaner did not have much memory of her eldest senior brother or second senior brother. In fact, they had never officially met, and there was no way she would recognize Yu Shangrong. She really found it hard to believe that the green-robed swordsman standing before her was her second senior brother, Yu Shangrong. She said skeptically, second senior brother? When he saw her doubt, Yu Shangrong's longevity sword left its scabbard, shot to the end of the alley in a blink of an eye, and reappeared before little Yuaner just as quickly. He wore a faint smile as the elegant scarlet sword hovered in front of him. Little Yuaner was shocked. A hint of surprise crossed her face, and she frowned. Huh? A second senior brother? No, I mean, traitor. Yu Shangrong did not seem to mind her words. With just a thought, the longevity sword returned to its scabbard. Little junior sister. Do you think I'm a traitor as well? Little Yuaner looked at the elegant and smiling Yu Shangrong. He was not what she had imagined. He looked like the boy next door. She had trouble reconciling his image with that of a traitor. Hence, she shook her head before nodding and said, I don't know. You must be, since that's what Master said. Let's not talk about that. Yu Shangrong said. What are you doing here in Anyang? To see you. The two of them walked back at a leisurely pace, as though they were taking a stroll together. How did you know? Little Yuaner's curiosity was piqued, and she followed up with more questions. Seventh junior brother told me about it. Seventh senior brother is here as well? I don't know. What about eldest senior brother? I don't know. Second senior brother. Can I see your sword? To a swordsman, their swords were their lives. They would never part with them. However, Yu Shangrong's reply was light and easy. Sure. He handed his longevity sword over. Little Yuaner received it carefully. However, the moment she held it in her hand, the terrifying weight made her stumble backward. Fortunately, her cultivation base was not weak. She made timely adjustments to her strength and wielded it as though it weighed nothing. Little Yuaner admired it for a moment. She even gave it a few swings. She clicked her tongue in wonder. Then, she presented it back to Yu Shangrong with both hands in a respectful manner. What do you think? Yu Shangrong asked. I can't say for sure. I feel that it's good, but it doesn't seem to fit me, Little Yuaner said honestly. Yu Shangrong sheathed his longevity sword and said with a faint smile, "You're not suited for the sword, little junior sister." "That's right, I have the Nirvana sash." "Senior brother, would you like to see it?" "No, thanks." Yu Shangrong stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the sky and at Sky Mansion before saying, "Little junior sister, I have a gift for you." Little Yuan clapped her hands and said, "Really?" Yu Shangrong raised his right hand, and an embroidered box flew toward him from afar. He had clearly prepared this beforehand. "What's that?" Little Yuan asked, curiously. "I hope you'll like it." Yu Shangrong handed her the box. Little Yuan opened it and looked inside. A set of green, exquisite-looking clothes, folded neatly inside the box, had a faint glow to them. When she looked up again, Yu Shangrong was already walking in the opposite direction with his sword in hand. "A senior brother? I'm glad that I met you. I have something to attend to. We'll meet again." With that, Yu Shangrong went further and further away. Little Yuan put the embroidered box away and nodded at Yu Shangrong's back. With surprising maturity, she said, "Thank you for your gift, second senior brother." Whoosh! Yu Shangrong's figure disappeared. The empty alley was now deserted, as if the famous sword devil had never been there in the first place. Little Yuan carried the embroidered box, unsure of how to feel. At this moment, Xian called out from afar, "My lady, old Mister wants to see you." "Coming." Little Yuan returned to the Sky Mansion. When she entered the room, Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the embroidered box she was carrying. Little Yuan hastily said, "Master, I didn't steal this. It was given to me by second senior brother." Little Yuan carried the box in a respectful manner. She opened it gently and took a look. "Master, it was second senior brother who gave this to me." "It's a set of clothes," she said. Lu Zhou's eyes fell on the clothes that were glowing faintly. "She won't steal a set of clothing, right?" After a while, he said, "Bring it here." Little Yuan obediently placed the embroidered box by his side and removed the lid. Xia Yuan and Madame Zhang looked at the clothes inside the embroidered box at the same time. They were mere mortals. Although they had a few friends from the cultivation world, they did not recognize what this feather raiment was. Lu Zhou, however, recognized it. His expression remained calm as he said softly, "Cloud feather raiment." Cloud feather raiment? It was said that the cloud feather raiment was completed over several centuries by 3 generations of master tailors. The procurement of materials, formation veins, decorations, and the drafts of the design alone took decades. All materials came from the misty forest. The cloud feather raiment could negate most energy damages. It was the same kind of treasure as the Zen tunic, and in terms of level, it might be even higher. Lu Zhou did not expect Yu Shangrong to be this generous. He muttered to himself for a moment and said, "Take it." He thought, "It's a waste to throw such a treasure away." Little Yuan scratched her head. "I'm allowed to keep it?" Lu Zhou nodded lightly. Little Yuan gave an "oh" before she stowed the cloud feather raiment away. Lu Zhou looked at the CI couple and said, "If there's nothing else, you're dismissed." From their brief conversation, Lu Zhou learned that little Yuan had been afflicted by a terrible disease when she was young. Ci Yuan searched high and low for a doctor to treat his daughter. An elite diagnosed little Yuan and told them her sea of qi was blocked. Ci Yuan recalled this ever since she joined the evil Sky Pavilion. When he finally obtained a Sable Magnolia, he sent Ci into the evil Sky Pavilion to request an audience. However, what puzzled Lu Zhou was, with Ci Yuan's abilities and identity, he should not have been capable of obtaining a Sable Magnolia. After a moment of muttering to himself, Lu Zhou stopped dwelling on the matter. He did not need to explain much about little Yuan's problem with her sea of qi to Ci Yuan. After all, the Sable Magnolia was a rare treasure, and it would only bring the Ci family trouble if it were left there. Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Xing arrived at the Ci mansion in the afternoon. Their lodgings were also prepared there. Night fell, the moon was bright, and the stars were few and far between. Movements could be heard outside the CI mansion. The sound seemed to come from the streets. "The rebel army," someone shouted. Lu Zhou had not gone to bed yet. He was sitting cross-legged, trying to stabilize his cultivation base. Perhaps due to the heavenly writing's extraordinary power, his mental state was in top condition. He opened his eyes and saw lights flashing outside the door. "Master, the rebel army is on the streets. Should I go and take care of them?" Mingshi Yin's voice rang from outside. Lu Zhou replied, "There's no need to bother with anything outside of CI Mansion." "Yes, master." Lu Zhou closed his eyes again and circulated his primal qi. The sound of hooves clopping down the streets of Anyang could be heard. It was Wei Zhuyan's duty to quell the disturbance. The evil Sky Pavilion had no responsibility in this matter. Shortly after, the sounds of killing and fighting echoed through Anyang City. People and objects could be seen flying through the skies. A brief moment later, everything was quiet once more. Early the next morning, as dawn was breaking, Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. He shook his head lightly. The improvement of his cultivation base through practice was excruciatingly slow. However, it was better than nothing. He preferred this over his state when he had just transmigrated, where he could not cultivate at all. He had numerous cultivation methods in his mind, and his experience and insight into cultivation far exceeded those of most cultivators. However, it did not seem to significantly help him improve his strength. The most use he found for them was to teach his disciples. Meanwhile, in the sky north of Anyang City, a flying chariot approached the city at a steady pace. The massive flying chariot was a magnificent sight, surrounded by dozens of cultivators forming a protective formation. While the citizens of Anyang were no strangers to flying chariots, they had never seen one as grand as this. The flying chariot continued to move forward until it stopped above Anyang City. At the same time, smoke signals indicating the presence of hostile forces rose from the city. The thick clouds of smoke drifted toward the horizon. From the flying chariot, throngs of masked cultivators leaped down and charged at the soldiers of Anyang City. "The rebel army! The rebel army!" The citizens immediately realized the situation and hurried back to their homes. Chaos had descended upon Anyang City. However, the cultivators' targets were not the citizens of Anyang City, but the soldiers on the city walls. The sounds of fighting and killing echoed throughout the city. The northern gate was forced open by the masked cultivators, and thousands of mounted soldiers flooded into the city. Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Xing leaped onto the rooftop and looked from afar. In the southern part of the city, troops of soldiers and cultivators clashed with the masked cultivators. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. Mingshi Yin shook his head and said, "The rebellion in Anyang. It looks serious." "Are we going to ignore this?" asked Duanmu Xing. "Why shouldn't we? This is the imperial court's matter." "It has nothing to do with the evil Sky Pavilion," replied Mingshi Yin, obediently following his master's words. "We'll just sit here and enjoy the show, then." The servants of the CI mansion stayed indoors and did not dare to take a single step outside. The battle on the streets was fierce. Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Xing decided to sit on the roof and watch the battle from a distance. "Can Wei Zhuyan really pull this off? Isn't he just sending these small fries to their deaths like this?" Mingshi Yin said, seemingly amused. In an instant, half of the soldiers were lost. Those who emerged from the flying chariot were cultivators, after all. Although they were only in the sense condensing and Brahman sea realms, against ordinary soldiers, it was like using a sledgehammer to crush an ant. Well, an impostor is an impostor, after all. If he can't quell the rebellion here, I don't think he'll be able to keep his position for long, Mingshi Yin said. At that moment, Mingshi Yin saw two 10 Worlds avatars appear on the northern side of the city. Oh, he finally made a move. A 10 Worlds avatar meant the cultivator was at least in the middle stage of the Divine Court realm. There were 2 of them, which should be enough to intimidate these masked cultivators. As expected, the masked cultivators retreated. After all, Brahman Sea and Sense Condensing Realm cultivators were nothing before a Divine Court Realm cultivator. However, the masked cultivators had numbers on their side. Moreover, they had sent their troops in through the open city gates, making both sides almost equally matched. The streets of Anyang City were strewn with corpses, all of them cultivators and soldiers. The common folk of the city remained unaffected, but the impressive display of strength had damaged many of the city's buildings. The ground was filled with bumps and potholes. This is quite the stalemate, Mingshi mused, still sitting on the roof, watching with great interest. I can understand why Wei Zhuyan isn't doing anything, but what about his subordinates? He was, after all, the commander-in-chief of 3 armies, tasked with quelling the rebellion. If Anyang City fell into chaos, would that not be humiliating for the imperial court? His thoughts were barely finished when 100 Tribulation's inside avatar shot toward the city at lightning speed from the northern city gates. An elite. Mingshi frowned. Mingshi and Duan Muxing moved in unison, retreating to the other side of the roof. A 6-leaf 100 Tribulation's insight. They knew the cultivator was an elite because his 70-foot-tall 100 Tribulation's inside avatar did not damage any buildings as it shot past them at low altitude. Below the 100 Tribulation's inside avatar, a pretty lady in embroidered clothes charged at the masked cultivators. Wherever her avatar passed, the masked cultivators were sent flying. At this moment, hundreds of masked cultivators spat fresh blood from their mouths. It was a breathtaking scene. Mingshi hardly blinked as he said, "An avatar can be used like this?" Duan Muxing had never seen anything like this before either. He said, "She must be one of Wei Zhuyan's people." Strange, when Master took Wei Zhuyan's dog's life, wasn't she there? With just one skill, the masked cultivators dropped to the ground. Thud. 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 They crashed through the roofs, and the buildings crumbled. There were a few houses that were still inhabited, and their occupants evacuated the place in a hurry with no plan in mind. They merely scattered on the streets. The 2 fighting forces seemed to have their own principles. It seemed they tried not to harm the citizens. At this moment, all eyes from the rebel army were focused on the lady. The 100 Tribulation's inside avatar vanished, and a lady in blue embroidered robes slowly descended. Her expression was determined as she said, "Those who surrender will be spared. Those who choose to continue will be killed without exception." The lady in the embroidered clothes had a soft and light voice, but it was filled with force. Mingshi and Duan Muxing did not expect such a powerful lady to be by Wei Zhuyan's side. "What do we do now?" Duan Muxing scratched his head. He had the urge to jump in the moment he saw a fight. "Don't move. This has nothing to do with us. Master's cultivation base is profound. He must have noticed such a huge commotion by now. If he wanted to interfere, he wouldn't have waited until now." "You have a point, junior brother." On the chaotic streets, the metallic scent of blood wafted in the air, accompanied by the sound of flies buzzing. The flies seemed to have found a great feast, but the filthy creatures could not get within 3 meters of the lady in the embroidered clothes. She crossed her arms, her movements elegant and refined. The masked cultivators behaved as though they were facing a formidable enemy, and they kept retreating. The soldiers with spears were mere cannon fodder in the battle between cultivators. Who could stand against this elite? When she saw that no one answered her, the lady in the embroidered clothes walked forward. Neat rows of soldiers and several armored cultivators advanced behind her. One side moved forward while the other retreated. As though sensing the perilous situation below, the huge flying chariot in the air slowly moved toward the southern city gates and lowered its altitude. The lady in the embroidered clothes slowed down and looked up, a slight frown visible on her face. A flying chariot of this size required at least 50 Brahman Sea Realm cultivators infusing their primal chi into it simultaneously. Moreover, to flank the chariot as it flew, it would need at least 5 Divine Court Realm cultivators. This meant that there were other cultivators on board the flying chariot, powerful cultivators. The lady in the embroidered clothes spoke softly, "Since you're here, Senior, why did you have to use the rebel army in the city?" Her voice, laced with primal chi, traveled through the air. She knew her words had reached the flying chariot loud and clear, yet there was no response, as if deliberately ignoring her. Both sides were now at a standoff. The lady in the embroidered clothes turned to the side, and the officials and soldiers behind her parted. Wei Zhuyan rode a tall, mighty steed and approached her. Apart from the rhythmic clopping of hooves on the road, the streets of Anyang were silent. All eyes were on the warhorse. This was the commander-in-chief of the three armies, the cultivation elite rumored to be at the seven-leaf stage, Wei Zhuyan. General, his 4 deputies lined up next to him and bowed in greeting. The lady in the embroidered clothes, named Li Jingyi, only bent slightly at the waist before returning her gaze to the flying chariot. Wei Zhuyan did not look at the flying chariot but said, "Jingyi, do you know why His Majesty gave me only 5,000 men and horses, even though he sent me to quell the rebellion?" "In a battle between cultivators, quality trumps quantity," Li Jingyi replied. "His Majesty also wished to test your strength, General," she added. "It's good that you understand this," Wei Zhuyan said. "I shouldn't have held back," Li Jingyi said apologetically. Wei Zhuyan nodded and projected his voice, "All lands under the skies belong to His Majesty. What are your motives for disturbing the peace in Anyang under the rebel army's name?" The huge flying chariot hovered silently in the air, surrounded by ripples of dense primal chi. This indicated that the expert had an aura rivaling Li Jingyi. When he saw Wei Zhuyan's condition, Ming Shiyi nodded and clicked his tongue, surprised by Wei Zhuyan's acting skills and transformation. If he hadn't known better, Ming Shiyi would have thought this was the real Wei Zhuyan. Real and fake, truth and illusion. Wei Zhuyan had undergone a significant transformation. From their conversation, Ming Shiyi understood that Li Jingyi was an elite by Wei Zhuyan's side. She had held back when she unleashed her 6-leaf 100 Tribulations insight avatar earlier. Just how strong is she? Ming Shiyi took a deep breath. It was normal to meet many elites in the divine capital, but he hadn't expected such a chance in a place like Anyang. Are there treasures underground? Is the air sweet? No, it isn't. In fact, it smells. Ming Shiyi said irritably, "Third senior brother, stay away from me." "Who's there?" Li Jingyi's eyes flashed like lightning as she looked toward the roof. Drat. I forgot to project my voice inwardly. An elite like Li Jingyi would definitely pick up on his voice if he spoke out loud. On the rooftop 100 feet away, Ming Shiyi stood up awkwardly and waved his arm. "Carry on. Carry on. I'm just an ordinary citizen. Carry on." At this moment, Ming Shiyi felt as if thousands of eyes were on him. He stood with his back to the sun. Ming Shiyi and Duanmu Xing's appearances were hard to see. Li Jingyi spoke softly, "Unrelated people should keep away." I'll leave. Ming Shiyi and Duanmu Xing moved back 2 roofs. When they arrived in Anyang, they had concealed their auras. They should appear no different from new cultivators now. The two sides resumed their face-off. Waves rippled from the enormous flying chariot in the sky, and a voice finally echoed from it. "Wei Zhuyan must die." The voice was booming. "Preposterous," Wei Zhuyan said coldly. His 4 deputies waved their arms. Dozens of cultivators behind them charged toward the rebel army. 5 energies universe to 8 methods connected avatars appeared, lighting up the streets. This must be what it would look like if the city were filled with soldiers in golden armor. The thousands of soldiers present merely served as a stark contrast to the impressive avatars. When the masked cultivators and the rebel army charged forward, a huge sword floated down from the flying chariot. The sword was wide and thick, resembling a saber, wrapped in dense energy. In an instant, it began to spin, resembling a giant windmill. Li Jingyi frowned. She was the first to speak. "The Nether sect? Retreat." The huge sword moved too quickly. The dozens of cultivators could not react in time. They were hit by the sweeping waves of energy from the spinning sword and sent flying. Mingxirin looked up in shock. Eldest senior brother's dark heaven starlight? Eldest senior brother? Duan Muxing looked up hastily as well. That can't be right. What can't be right? I'll report this to Master, so he can capture his disciple. Duan Muxing felt slightly shaken as he looked at the massive chariot. He turned around, preparing to leave. Mingxirin grabbed Duan Muxing's arm and looked at the cultivators who had been sent flying, beginning to analyze the situation. Eldest senior brother never parts with his saber. This huge sword looks like a saber, but it's not. The dark heaven starlight isn't as powerful either. With eldest senior brother's skills, these people wouldn't survive a single hit. You mean, someone's impersonating eldest senior brother? Exactly. Upon hearing Mingxiyin's words, Duan Muxing carefully examined the scene again. It does look very similar, Duan Muxing muttered. I was wondering why eldest senior brother seemed so weak. It turns out it's just an impostor. An impostor posing as the fake Wei Zhuyan. Don't you think this is interesting? If they didn't look carefully, it was difficult to tell the difference from the real thing. Even the evil Sky Pavilion's disciples would need to look closely. There was no way the others would suspect this wasn't the real deal. This person isn't weak, Duan Muxing commented. If he can recreate eldest senior brother's dark heaven starlight to this extent, he's no weakling. The two of them continued to watch the battle. Li Jingyi seemed shocked that her men were sent flying by the dark heaven starlight. She glanced to the side briefly before whispering, "General, retreat." "I believe in your abilities," Wei Zhuyan said. "I'm afraid I won't be able to guarantee your safety in a high-level battle." "If you fall, all hell will break loose," Li Jingyi said. At this moment, she had changed the way she addressed Wei Zhuyan to you. Wei Zhuyan remained silent. Wei Zhuyan followed Li Jingyi's advice and retreated, his 4 deputies following closely behind. He sighed softly as he gazed at Li Jingyi's slender back, thinking, who would have known that Wei Zhuyan had been relying on Li Jingyi all along to reach this point. He felt weary, pushed into his position by a bizarre turn of events, and suddenly tied to the fate of the entire nation. Li Jingyi glanced at the sky and said softly, "For the sect master of the greatest cult under the heavens, the Nether sect, to grace us with his presence. I apologize in advance for any rudeness." The voice from the flying chariot was deep and confident. "What I want is Wei Zhuyan's life." The words were direct. "I don't understand. Why is the Nether sect intervening with the rebel army and hindering the general's efforts to quell the disturbance? Are you trying to make Great Yan your enemy? Do you have a death wish?" The question was laced with a powerful sound technique, causing the listener's ears to ring. A massive sword appeared again, even more vigorous than before. Both sides retreated, even the masked cultivators wary of the dark heaven starlight. A loud boom echoed as a deep chasm opened between the vanguards of both sides, causing nearby houses to crumble. "General Wei, retreat!" Li Jingyi warned Wei Zhuyan again. Seeing the situation grow dangerous, Wei Zhuyan turned his steed and left, his 4 deputies staying close to protect him as they retreated toward the city's northern gate. "I'll fulfill your wish, then." Waves of killing intent surged from the massive chariot. Li Jingyi frowned. "I know I'm no match for you, sect master, but I won't back down." A powerful fluctuation of primal qi appeared on the huge chariot. When he witnessed this scene, Mingxiyin shook his head. He had not expected the lady in the embroidered robes to be so courageous. Although the person in the flying chariot was an impostor, there was no doubt about his powerful cultivation base. Could it be that the lady in the embroidered robes had concealed her strength? Could it be that she actually possessed the power to hold her own against such a formidable opponent? At that moment, a faint blue light rose from the CI mansion. This unique aura drew everyone's attention, and they all turned to look. While the ordinary soldiers could not see it clearly, the cultivators who were flying were awestruck. A petite and refined girl, enveloped in blue light, flew out of the mansion and landed on a roof. Little junior sister? Mingxian gulped. Isn't this the effect of the cloud feather raiment? Duanmu Sheng was also shocked by little Yuaner's cloud feather raiment. Indeed, it's the cloud feather raiment, he confirmed. Little Yuaner flew nimbly, like a lark. Even the attention of those on the flying chariot was focused on her at this moment. Mingxian muttered, Master is too biased. Isn't it enough to give her the Nirvana sash? He even gave her the cloud feather raiment as well. When little Yuaner saw Mingxian, she projected her voice to him. Master said that Li Jingyi and Wei Zhuyan mustn't die. Mingxian was stunned. We're to do something about it? Jiang Aijian wrote to Master asking him to take action, little Yuaner said. Master is truly kind. Since Jiang Aijian has always carried out his duties earnestly, he can now be counted as one of us. Mingxian nodded. However, why would Jiang Aijian help Li Jingyi? Little Yuaner glanced at Mingxian and Duanmu Xing before flying above them. She looked at both sides. Thousands of soldiers and hundreds of cultivators exchanged glances. Li Jingyi saw the girl in the feather raiment. Anyone possessing a treasure like the cloud feather raiment would not be ordinary. Although she had recently entered the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm and was still a young girl, no one dared to underestimate her. A deep, resounding voice came from the flying chariot. Little girl, who are you? Little Yuaner glanced at the flying chariot and said, Master said no one is to touch Li Jingyi and Wei Zhuyan. The flying chariot was silent, as if its occupant was pondering something. Li Jingyi cupped her fists and said, Thank you for your help, little girl. However, you should stay out of this matter. Take care of yourself if you can. Little Yuaner blinked and looked at Li Jingyi, who stood with a straight back. Are you Li Jingyi? I am, Li Jingyi replied, bowing elegantly. Little girl, on that flying chariot is Yu Xinghai, the sect master of the Nether sect, the greatest cult under the heavens. You should run for your life now. Little Yuaner looked at the flying chariot, frowning. Is eldest senior brother on the flying chariot? Due to the appearance of her second senior brother, Yu Shangrong, and the fact that she had never seen her eldest senior brother before, she readily believed this. Mingxian did not expose the impostor's lie but instead regarded Li Jingyi with interest. Little Yuaner pointed at the flying chariot and asked, in confusion, the sect master of the Nether sect? That's right, Li Jingyi replied. Noticing the girl's youth and kind-heartedness, she explained, there's an organization called the Evil Sky Pavilion in this world. The patriarch of the Fiend Path has 9 direct disciples, all of whom are notorious. The sect master of the Nether sect is the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It's said he has an 8-leaf golden lotus avatar and has never met his match. Little Yuaner was slightly stunned. A voice rang out from the flying chariot in the sky. Since you know who I am, why do you insist on putting up a fight? Li Jingyi replied, You know the answer, sect master. I can't possibly back down. The safety of Anyang City, and perhaps the great Yan Empire, rested on this woman's shoulders. Mingxian knew he was neither a hero nor a righteous person, but he felt this woman seemed dependable. Then, you shall die. A massive sword descended from the flying chariot, spinning and dropping swiftly toward the city. Li Jingyi pushed off the ground with her feet, shooting into the horizon. She raised her fair right arm, and an umbrella-shaped protective energy appeared above her. The energy rippled and glowed, seemingly alive. At this moment, 4 masked cultivators leaped down from the flying chariot. Even the 4 great protectors were impostors. It was clear their cultivation bases were nowhere near those of the real ones. Mingxian said in a deep voice, Master said Li Jingyi can't die. Bam! Mingxian lunged toward one of the masked cultivators. The separation hook and scabbard flashed in his hands. When Duanmu Xing saw this, he shot out like a fired arrow at the other masked cultivators. He wielded his overlord spear in his right hand and launched himself at his target's face with cloud-splitting force. Take that little girl down. Roger. Boom. The dark heaven starlight collided with Li Jingyi's barrier. Energies converged and scattered in all directions. A huge ripple, resembling a large wave, spread out for 100 meters. Li Jingyi continued to ascend into the sky. She glanced below. "Little girl, run." She raised her hand, and a cone-shaped energy shot toward the masked cultivators. She intended to buy little Yuaner some time to flee with this attack. However, little Yuaner was puzzled. "Do I look like such a cowardly person?" The cloud feather raiment fluttered, and the energy waves dissipated into nothing when they reached her. All of a sudden, the Nirvana sash appeared. The 7 stars cloud treading steps. The red sash wrapped around 2 of the masked cultivators. Everyone stared with their mouths agape, especially the cultivators who were just spectating. This little girl must have an extraordinary background. She has quite a few treasures. Although the cloud feather raiment was not a weapon, if it were to be graded, it would not lose to a heaven-grade weapon. "Is this all you've got?" Little Yuaner's Nirvana sash hit its targets. Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Xing now had the upper hand. Li Jingyi was slightly surprised as she said, "This little girl." Her gaze then swept across Mingshi Yin and Duanmu Xing. Suddenly, a peculiar beam of purple energy shot out from the flying chariot. It resembled an energy blast, but wasn't quite the same. Li Jingyi raised a hand and fired an energy blast of her own toward it. It has no effect? At that moment, she realized this peculiar purple energy was witchcraft. Moreover, it was headed toward little Yuaner. Everything happened too quickly. Only a few seconds had passed since little Yuaner leaped into attack. "Alas, little girl. I've done my best." Li Jingyi looked up and continued to fly toward the flying chariot. To catch the bandits, she had to catch the ringleader.